Chapter 31. Echoes of the past, the ruined city swallowed their footsteps. Each crumbling structure loomed like a silent monument to something long forgotten. Faded signs, shattered storefronts, abandoned vehicles, all frozen in time. Yet Marcus knew this place. Not just the architecture, not just the layout, the feeling of it. What happened to it all? Marcus thought, struggling to grasp what he was seeing. The others moved ahead, their focus on potential threats. Marcus, however, couldn't shake the familiarity clawing at his mind. His gaze landed on a rusted street sign. The language should have been foreign, but he read it instinctively. He swallowed hard. He was losing control of what was supposed to be real. As Ragan inspected his surroundings, a faint hum began. Marcus instinctively screamed, "Move now!" Ragan twisted just as a shadow blinked into existence, its clawed hand slashing where his throat had been a second ago. The spectral sentinels emerged from the fog, tall humanoid figures shifting between states of existence. Their bodies flickered like broken holograms, unstable yet dangerous. Enemy identified, spectral sentinel. Threat level, moderate. Boruk reacted first. "Positions!" he barked, bringing his axe to bear. Ragan lunged, his blade swinging, only for his slash to pass through the sentinel as if cutting smoke. "They phase!" he cursed, stumbling back. Vira adjusted instantly, waiting for the right moment to cast an electric pulse, short-circuiting one as it solidified. It let out a distorted, digital screech before dissolving. Marcus steadied himself. Their phasing patterns weren't random. They followed a rhythm. The sentinel in front of him shifted, phased, solidified. Marcus lunged, his fist pushing into its core. The creature shattered into black mist. But something changed. The remaining sentinels stopped moving, their heads tilted in unnatural synchronization, watching Marcus. Then, they adapted. Marcus deflected a strike, only for another sentinel to weave around his punch, its movement eerily familiar. Too familiar. Marcus's heart pounded. It had just used a slipping roll, his slipping roll. Another sentinel shifted its stance, mimicking his footwork perfectly, its attacks coming faster, sharper. Each time he struck them down, they learned more. One sentinel stepped in close, feinting a high strike before burying a hook into Marcus's ribs. A textbook body shot. Marcus coughed, staggering. Then he saw it. The sentinels weren't just fighting him. They were fighting like him. No, they were surpassing him. The next attack came with brutal efficiency, a sentinel bouncing lightly on its feet, its hands raised in a stance Marcus had only seen in professional boxing rings. It darted forward, jabbing. He barely dodged. Another feinted left before cutting off his footwork, trapping him in a corner. His own tricks. Used against him. His pulse raced. They weren't just imitating him. They were evolving faster than he could react. The final blow came, a sentinel shifting into a stance Marcus knew well. The peekaboo guard, Mike Tyson's peekaboo guard. The sentinel lunged forward in a terrifying burst of speed. A right hook exploded into Marcus's gut. Pain. Marcus gasped, barely staying on his feet. The system notification. Laughed. "What's wrong, little fighter? Overwhelmed?" The voice, cold, warped, taunting, whispered in his mind. "Can you survive?" Marcus clenched his fists. He hated this. A grunt of pain snapped his focus to the others. Vera was constantly casting spells, but the sentinels had adapted to her magic. Her mana drained rapidly. Boruk's power meant nothing when the sentinels dodged with Marcus's precision. Ragan, he fought like a beast. But now they did too. One by one, the warband fell back, struggling to keep pace. Boruk cursed. "Damn things!" Ragan collapsed, gasping as a sentinel's knee drove into his ribs. Marcus saw it. They were losing. He exhaled. No more hesitation, no more thinking. His body moved before his mind caught up. Marcus whispered 5 words. Activate. Floating butterfly. Stinging bee. A pulse erupted from his core. The world slowed. His footwork became effortless, a blur of motion. His stance sharpened. His eyes locked onto every opening, every flaw, every vulnerability. The first sentinel lunged. Marcus sidestepped, his counterstrike already landing before the creature realized it had missed. Marcus engulfed his fist in lightning manna. A jab, fast, surgical, cracked into a sentinel's core. A feint, drawing another into an overcommitment, before a liver shot ended it instantly. Boruk barely dodged an incoming blow, only for Marcus to weave in and annihilate the attacker with a crushing uppercut. Ragn, gasping, looked up just in time to see Marcus's footwork turning the tide. He wasn't fighting them anymore. He was dismantling them. The sentinels stuttered, struggling to keep up. And then Marcus ended it. The final sentinel rushed him. Marcus let it come. 1 step back, 1 sidestep, 1 final punch. His fist drove into its core, shattering it completely. Silence. The battle was over. Marcus panted, his hands still shaking from the rush of combat. Boruk wiped blood from his lip, staring. That was something. Ragn grinned, despite the pain. That was insane. Vera's gaze stayed locked onto Marcus, her expression unreadable. Marcus exhaled. He had done it. And then, the system spoke again, but only to Marcus. Well done. But I'm keeping the points until you defeat the boss. Marcus froze. What? No power-ups yet, little fighter. Not until you prove yourself. His fists clenched. What the hell is going on? Ragn shouted. Panicked as he reviewed his stat sheet, my experience points haven't moved. Mine either, Vera responded. Same, Boruk responded, while the others tried to make sense of what was happening. Marcus's eyes drifted to the tower in the distance, the boss dungeon's core. Something was waiting for them there, and he would have to earn his next level. Boruk exhaled. Strange creatures. Marcus knelt, studying the flickering data cores left behind. He hesitated, then touched one. The system shuddered. Data fragment recovered. Decrypting. A voice, garbled, broken, but human, filled Marcus's mind. This is Director Kale of Black Horizon Industries. Containment failed. Evacuation incomplete. The anomaly is spreading. If anyone finds this... The message corrupted, dissolving into unreadable data. Marcus jerked back, his breath unsteady. Black Horizon Industries. Containment. Anomaly. Vera stepped closer. Marcus, you just froze. What did you see? Marcus hesitated. Tell her. Tell them. He took a breath, about to speak. A deep, mechanical howl split the silence as a larger sentinel materialized, this one armored, its body reinforced with glowing red circuitry. Marcus barely had time to react before it was on them. It moved faster than the others. Its clawed arm lashed out, sending Marcus skidding backward. Talk later! Fight now! Boruk roared. Vera clicked her tongue. Typical. The Sentinel Overlord loomed, its presence warping the air around it. Marcus pushed himself up, wiping blood from his lip. Fine. He'd survive this first. Then he'd tell her. Suddenly, Boruk stepped forward, ordering the group to stand back. Get back, he said, his voice calm yet firm. Ragn turned to him, concern etched across his face. Boruk, what the hell are you doing? Boruk didn't answer immediately. His gaze remained locked on the Sentinel Overlord, his grip tightening on his weapon. You guys need to recover, he finally said. You need to be ready for the boss. Get out of here. Vera, noticing the tension in Ragan's expression, took a step closer. What's going on? What is he doing? Boruk exhaled, then turned slightly toward them. Ragan, get them out of here. Ragan's eyes widened in horror. He understood. Don't use it, he roared, his voice filled with desperation. Boruk ignored him. He looked at Marcus instead. Hey, Marcus, take care of Vera. I'm sorry your first delve went this way. Marcus froze. Then it clicked. Number. Marcus lunged forward, trying to stop him, but Ragan grabbed him, holding him back. We have to go, Ragan shouted. Marcus struggled, but Ragan's grip was unyielding. The Sentinel Overlord stood motionless for a moment, its glowing red, circuitry pulsating. Then, its hollow metallic voice echoed through the battlefield. Battle data from Fallen has been integrated, adjusting form to accommodate new strength. Its metal body liquefied, reshaping itself, shifting and twisting, until it took on the form of a faceless golden humanoid, a new, perfected version. Ragan didn't hesitate. He hoisted Marcus and Vera and ran, dragging them away from the battlefield. As they fled, Marcus could still hear Boruk's voice behind them. Take care, you guys. Then, his final words. Activate Blessing, Herald of the End. Boruk's ki surged, rising to incalculable levels. His skin glowed red-hot, heat radiating from his body in violent pulses. The ground beneath him melted, molten stone forming beneath his feet as waves of heat scorched everything around him. The air distorted, warping under the intensity of his power. The Sentinel Overlord lunged, aiming a devastating punch at Boruk's chest. It never landed. Mere inches from impact, the Overlord's fist began to melt. The metal warped, disintegrating before it could reach him. The rest of its body followed. Momentum carried it forward, but the moment it entered Boruk's aura, it erupted into liquid slag, collapsing into a formless heap before vanishing entirely. The battle was over, but so was Boruk. The heat radiating from his body began to fade, his glowing skin cooling. Marcus, still struggling in Ragan's grasp, turned just in time to see Boruk begin to change. His skin, once a deep green, did not return to normal. Instead, it turned a lifeless, ashen gray, like a burnt-out matchstick. Then, his body cracked, and Boruk crumbled into dust. A long silence followed. Then the system's cold, sadistic voice whispered into Marcus's mind. You weak little fighter. You made your mentor and friend sacrifice himself for you. Marcus's breath caught in his throat. Too bad you can't have these experience points. They were quite substantial. The air around them felt heavy, suffocating. Then, a final cruel taunt. Oh no, would you look at that? No rest for the wicked. Before Marcus, Vera, or Ragan could process what had just happened, a system notification appeared. Warning, entity. Chew detected. Threat level. The shadows ahead twisted. Something was coming. Marcus's blood ran cold at the final system message. Welcome home, Marcus. Chapter 32. Fight the system. The world stood still. Vera and Ragan had already launched their attacks. Vira's hands crackled with raw lightning, arcs of energy coiling around her fingers as she prepared to unleash a devastating spell. Her eyes were blazing with fury, her lips curled into a snarl. Ragan was a blur of motion, his muscles coiled like steel cables, veins bulging from the sheer force behind his swing. His blade, glinting with an unnatural blue sheen, was seconds away from cleaving through the entity. But then, a pulse, not light, not sound, but something deeper, something fundamental, a force that unmade motion itself. Vera's storm of energy froze mid-air, jagged arcs of lightning suspended in time, flickering without moving. Ragan's blade stopped inches from impact, caught in the moment like an insect trapped in amber. His face was locked in a furious roar, every muscle tensed as if still pushing forward. But his body refused to obey. Their eyes moved. They could see everything, but they could not act. The entity, unfazed, simply turned its head, its hollow, unreadable gaze locking onto Marcus. It had no face, no true form, just a void of shifting patterns, a swirling abyss of logic and calculation. It moved with purpose. Not malice, not rage, but purpose. It was executing a function, following a design Marcus was not meant to understand. Then, in a voice that reverberated through the air, scanning intruder, analyzing memory for combat strategy. Combat profile. Complete. Marcus felt it before he saw it. The system shuddered, reality itself rippling outward from the entity's core. Glowing digital projections flickered into existence. Thalran, Velith, and Boruk. They weren't just images. They were data, memories, strength. Thalran, the half-elf, half. Dwarf standing tall, eyes ablaze with elemental mastery. Velith, the drake, his psyche radiating an eerie glow, untamed and infinite. Boruk, the orc, solid as a mountain, his tribal markings etched with pride. Then, they merged, their figures pixelated, breaking apart like shattered glass before coalescing into a blazing core at the entity's chest. The world reacted. The ruined city dissolved, not like stone breaking apart, not like buildings crumbling. It glitched. Reality fractured, chunks of existence disassembling as if they had been nothing more than placeholders in a vast cosmic code. The streets blurred, turning into endless ribbons of data, warping and twisting until they were no longer streets at all. Then, the arena emerged. Massive coliseum walls erupted from the ground, unfurling like the pages of a book being rewritten in real time. Stone did not form. It was simply made to exist, snapping into place as if it had always been there. The ground beneath Marcus shifted, the texture hardening into pure white stone, smooth and polished, yet utterly unyielding. A roar erupted from the stands. Thousands, tens of thousands of phantom spectators materialized, their bodies faceless, their forms shifting masses of shadow and code. They screamed, not real voices, simulated cheers, artificial jeers. It was a mockery of a crowd, a parody of battle. Above them, a massive scoreboard materialized, displaying Marcus's name, his stats, his win-loss ratio, as if his entire existence had been nothing more than a record in the system's archives. Marcus gritted his teeth. This wasn't just a fight. It was the system's entertainment. And then, the system mocked him, its voice warping into that of an exaggerated announcer. And in this corner, we have a man from a world long gone, standing at 6 feet 4 inches, weighing in at 245 pounds. The phantom crowd erupted into boos, their hollow voices cascading in waves of artificial scorn. The Perma-Possessor. Marcus Elder. Marcus's fists clenched. This was a game to it. Then the system's voice lowered, shifting into something deeper, something more ominous. And in this corner, we have one of the few abominations that sentient life cannot help itself from creating. The Colossus stepped forward. Standing at 7 feet tall, its body was a fusion of stolen strength, Boruk's tribal markings etched into its skin, Velith's lean but deadly musculature, Thalran's piercing gaze burning with elemental fury. But it was not them. It was a grotesque mockery of their power, fused into a thing that was neither living nor real. The system's voice boomed with sadistic delight. The bringer of the end, the Seraphim Protocol. Marcus's blood boiled. His breath was heavy, his rage barely contained. How dare it? How dare this thing steal their faces, their power, their identity? His heartbeat pounded in his ears. This wasn't just a fight. This was personal. The rules flickered into existence, glowing letters hanging in the air. Best of 3 rounds. Marcus barely had time to process the words before the Seraphim protocol moved. It didn't charge forward, it exploded into motion. A sharp crack rang through the air as the entity launched itself across the arena, its massive battle axe swinging in a wide arc. The sheer force behind it distorted the space around the blade, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Marcus reacted on instinct, throwing himself to the side. The axe narrowly missed, carving deep trenches into the white stone floor. But the shockwave hit. A crushing force slammed into Marcus, knocking him off balance and sending him staggering. Then, the real battle began. Marcus nearly had time to recover before the Seraphim protocol lifted its hand. Thalrin's elemental magic ignited, the air shimmering with searing heat. A wave of flame erupted from its palm, spiraling forward in a twisting inferno. Marcus barely had time to brace before he felt the temperature surge, the heat scorching his skin even as he dodged. But the moment his feet touched the ground, the stone beneath him shattered. Boruk's raw power. A sudden seismic shockwave radiated outward, cracking the foundation and sending jagged shards of stone flying. Marcus was already moving, twisting to avoid the worst of the impact. And then the world blurred. A wave of psycha energy rippled through the air, and suddenly Marcus's surroundings shifted unnaturally, as if the space around him had bent, stretched, and rewoven itself. Velith's psycha manipulation. Marcus felt his own movements slow, his body reacting just a second too late. The Seraphim protocol was there before he could counter. A strike collided with his torso, knocking the breath from his lungs. Overwhelmed, Marcus barely had time to recover before another attack followed. A powerful palm strike to his side sent him reeling, his ribs crushed from the force. He threw a counterpunch, aiming for the entity's core. But the Seraphim protocol dodged effortlessly, twisting with inhuman precision. It had read his movements. It already knew his patterns. Marcus's footwork faltered as he tried to reset his stance. Too late. A powerful kick connected with his leg, disrupting his balance. He tried to recover, but the next attack was already coming. The Seraphim protocol's elbow struck his shoulder, followed by a rapid follow-up strike to his midsection. The combination sent him sprawling backward, the wind knocked from his chest. The crowd, those phantom figures, roared with excitement, their cheers a hollow echo of real spectators. Marcus gritted his teeth and forced himself up, his muscles already aching. But before he could fully regain his stance, the Seraphim protocol was there again. Its hand closed around his neck, holding him in the air, as if taunting him, its way of letting Marcus know that it was his better. Marcus barely registered the shift before he was hurled across the arena. The ground rushed toward him, and he hit the stone floor with a force that sent cracks spiderwebbing outward. Marcus pushed himself onto his elbows, his breath uneven. He looked up just in time to see the Seraphim protocol towering over him, its gaze cold, analytical. It had measured him, tested him, and now it knew exactly how to beat him. The system's voice echoed through the Colosseum. Round 1 complete. The phantom crowd erupted into cheers, their voices hollow and artificial. Marcus barely had time to process the words before his vision warped. Reality shifted, and in an instant, he was back in his corner, his body aching, his thoughts in turmoil. The system's voice carried a mocking edge. Round 2 will begin in 1 minute. Marcus sat there, reeling. He had been outmatched, not challenged, not tested, overpowered. His breath came in ragged gasps, his fingers tightening into fists. The Seraphim protocol had barely exerted itself, and the worst part, it wasn't even trying yet. The simulated bell rang, echoing across the Colosseum. Marcus's eyes snapped open. His breath was still ragged, his body sore from the relentless beating of round one. But none of that mattered. This time, there would be no hesitation. Activate! Floating butterfly, stinging bee. A pulse of energy erupted from Marcus's core. His muscles coiled like steel, his vision sharpened to a razor's edge. Then, he moved. A blur. A ghost. A force of absolute destruction. The Seraphim Protocol had no time to react. Marcus crashed into it, his fists a storm of rapid-fire strikes. A left jab to disrupt balance, a right hook to rattle its defenses. A step in, a brutal body shot that sent a shockwave rippling through its massive frame. The entity tried to retaliate, but Marcus was already gone, slipping past its counterstrike with fluid ease. For the first time, the Seraphim Protocol faltered. Marcus pressed the advantage. A flurry of punches cracked into its core, each blow landing with surgical precision. The arena trembled under the sheer force of impact. Marcus barely noticed. His mind was locked in, his body moving on instinct, each motion a devastating display of his skill and fury. This wasn't a fight. This was destruction. The final blow came, a thunderous uppercut, charged with everything he had. The Seraphim Protocol lifted off its feet, its body twisting in midair, before crashing down like a collapsing tower. The ground cracked beneath it, a crater forming where it fell. For a moment, silence. Then, pain. Marcus staggered, his body reeling from the after-effects of his skill ending. His limbs felt like lead, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His mind screamed at him to move, to finish it. But it was too late. The Seraphim Protocol twitched. Then, in one fluid motion, it rose from the ground. It had studied him. It had learned. A holographic projection of Marcus flickered into the air, pixelated and unstable, before it coalesced inside the entity's core. Its hollow voice rumbled through the arena. Combat style integrated. The beast discarded its battle axe, letting it clatter onto the broken stone. Then, in its hands, a pair of spiked gauntlets materialized. Marcus gauntlets. The moment they formed, the Seraphim Protocol assumed Marcus's stance. His exact stance. Marcus barely had time to process the horror of it before it moved. No wild swings, no reckless lunges, just perfect technique. The Seraphim Protocol met Marcus strike for strike, counter for counter. Every attack Marcus threw was mirrored flawlessly. A jab, parried. A hook, slipped past. A feint, anticipated. The two fighters became a blur of movement, their footwork weaving across the battlefield in a brutal display of pure, unrelenting defense. The crowd roared, their hollow voices feeding into the tension. Then, a slip, a flicker of an opening. Marcus took it. His fist collided with the Seraphim Protocol's core, the force of the impact sending the entity reeling backward. It hit the ground. Hard. The system's voice echoed. Round 2. Complete. Marcus staggered back, his breath ragged. His body ached, his mind a storm of exhaustion and turmoil. But before he could even process the victory, the world around him faded once more. Back in his corner, Marcus collapsed onto the seat, his mind adrift in chaos. The fight was far from over. But in this moment, all he could think about was Boruk. He should be here. He should have been here. A lump caught in Marcus's throat as he clenched his fists. Then, the Seraphim Protocol smirked, its face twisted, shifting, warping, until it became Boruk's. It raised one hand. Then, slowly, it lifted its middle finger. Something inside Marcus snapped. His psyche detonated. A shockwave of pure emotion erupted outward, sending cracks racing across the Colosseum walls. The air rippled, distorting as an unseen force converged upon his corner. Then, From the swirling storm of Psycha energy, a figure emerged, towering, solid, familiar. Boruk, or rather, an ethereal Boruk formed from pure Psycha energy, his form shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Marcus stared in shock. He had unknowingly tapped into an obscure use of Psycha. Necromancy. Boruk's spectral form stepped forward, arms crossed, a smirk tugging at his lips. "You gotta fight to win, kid." Marcus felt his chest tighten, his vision blurred by something dangerously close to tears. He tried to speak. Boruk held up a hand. "You already know what to do." A hand landed on Marcus's shoulder. Solid, real. For the first time since Boruk's sacrifice, Marcus felt at peace. He let out a slow breath. The weight in his chest eased, just a little. The system's voice boomed. "Final round. Begins in 10 seconds. Marcus and ethereal Boruk locked eyes. Boruk held out his fist. Marcus hesitated. Then he clenched his own fist, tapping it against Boruk's. Together, they recited their warband's mantra. "Life is a fight. Death is a fight. But I fight with my party." The arena trembled. The final round was about to begin. Chapter 33. Breaking Protocol. The phantom crowd's cheers rose into a deafening roar, a storm of distorted applause and shouts that rattled the very foundation of the arena. The sound was both overwhelming and hollow, echoing off unseen walls in an endless loop. Every cheer felt as if it came from all corners of the universe, yet no one could truly hear them. Marcus, standing at the center of the arena, could feel the energy pressing in from every direction. It was as though the very atmosphere was alive, suffused with the anticipation of what was to come. His palms were sweaty, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He took a steadying breath, his chest rising and falling with the rhythm of his heart. There was no turning back now. Every step that had led him here had been a test, a trial, one that had shaped him into something more than human. His body ached from the strain of battle, his mind worn thin from the constant fights, but in this moment he felt clear, focused. He turned to his side where ethereal Boruk stood, his form crackling with raw Psycha energy, a bluish fire running beneath his translucent skin. The orc's usually robust, solid shape had become something more ethereal, but no less imposing. His broad shoulders rippled with spectral muscles, and his eyes, full of pride and mischief, gazed steadily at Marcus. "One last round, huh?" Boruk's voice was low, but the familiar gruff warmth of it cut through the tension, reminding Marcus that he wasn't alone in this fight. Marcus looked back at the Seraphim Protocol, his final adversary. The creature towered before them, its metallic body shifting and flickering, its eyes glowing with an artificial intelligence that was far beyond human comprehension. It was like a perfect predator, built to analyze, adapt, and destroy. "Yeah, one last round," Marcus replied, his voice barely above a whisper. But the resolve behind it burned like fire. The arena seemed to hum, vibrating as if it knew what was about to happen. The air was thick with raw energy, charged with something primal, something eternal. A sudden flash of light illuminated the center of the battlefield, and the system's voice rang out, cold and precise, filling every inch of space. "Final round. Begin!" The arena shifted. As soon as the system's announcement echoed through the air, the Seraphim Protocol moved, a flicker of motion so fast that it seemed to warp time itself. The creature's form twisted, its glowing blue eyes narrowing as it analyzed the situation. It wasn't just calculating strategy. It was trying to understand the very essence of what Marcus and Boruk represented. They weren't just threats, they were anomalies. Unknown variables it couldn't quite compute. The Seraphim Protocol hesitated. It had adapted to every fighter it had faced, Marcus's unorthodox fighting style, Boruk's brutal strength, Thalron's elemental control, and even Velith's deep psycha mastery. But this, the ethereal Boruk's presence? The force of necromantic energy that Marcus could wield with ease. The protocol couldn't fathom it. "You can't understand us," Marcus muttered, more to himself than to the protocol. He could feel it, a shift in the very fabric of reality around them. And then, as if to remind them of the stakes, the arena itself reacted. The ground shifted, as though the world was coming apart at the seams. The sky cracked open, pouring colors and lights that defied all laws of physics. Gravity bent, time stretched, and the air pulsed with an unnatural hum that reverberated through the entire battlefield. Marcus stood firm, eyes locked on the enemy. The Seraphim Protocol had begun its next step of adaptation, one that went beyond tactics. It had begun to reshape the arena, transforming it into an ever-shifting kaleidoscope of impossible worlds. One moment, the battlefield was an ocean of shifting, metallic waves, endless and crashing with surreal beauty. Then it was a bleeding desert, endless and barren, where the sky was split in two by a massive, crackling lightning storm. In the next instant, Marcus was standing on the crumbling surface of a dying moon, with shattered pieces of rock floating in every direction, a black, swirling void just beyond his feet. The stars were gone. The moon's surface cracked, and unfamiliar constellations flickered like broken lights. Each new world was an ever-changing, terrifying reflection of the universe. The boundaries of time and space became irrelevant. For a moment, Marcus was unsure if this was the real world, or if it was some kind of twisted illusion designed to break him. It didn't matter. He wasn't going to let it. "We fight on our terms," Boruk said, his spectral form flickering. He stepped forward, his energy crackling, amplifying the air around him. In an instant, the Seraphim Protocol attacked. It mimicked its previous movements, but now each strike was faster, sharper, and more unpredictable. The Protocol's arms were swarmed with black fire, while the ground shuddered as it slammed its fists down. It was an overwhelming onslaught, like an ocean of violence crashing down on them, and Marcus felt the weight of the situation pressing down. But Boruk was at his side, shifting like a shadow, his movements just as fluid and dangerous as Marcus. The ethereal orc covered his weak points, blocking the Protocol's swift strikes, giving Marcus the opening he needed. Together, they were a single force. For all the shifting worlds around them, the fight remained unchanged. Marcus and Boruk had their own world, built on their strength, their bond, and their will to survive. And this time, nothing, not even the Seraphim Protocol, could shake that foundation. The battlefield spun as the Seraphim Protocol pressed its relentless attack, each movement more brutal, more precise than the last. The air was thick with raw energy as the Protocol shifted from form to form, its metallic body flowing like liquid, seeking any advantage it could exploit. But Marcus and ethereal Boruk were in perfect sync, their battle-hardened instincts guiding them as they weaved through the onslaught. Each strike from the Protocol felt like an impact from the heavens themselves, immense force, sharp precision, and an almost predatory intelligence driving every blow. Yet Boruk countered with his usual wild power, his ethereal form making him untouchable as he deflected attacks with the ease of a seasoned warrior. Every swing of his spectral axe created sparks of psycha energy, each clash ringing out like a war drum, pushing the Protocol back just enough to give Marcus breathing room. But Marcus could feel the strain in his body. The familiar burn of exhaustion was creeping in, pulling at his muscles, pushing against his will. His movements were becoming a little slower, a little more erratic. The Protocol was adapting, analyzing, countering, responding faster with each passing moment. He couldn't keep up, not for much longer. "Boruk, we need to end this now," Marcus shouted, his voice strained but filled with urgency. The spectral orc glanced at him, his expression hardening. There was no hesitation, no question in his eyes. They had been through too much to fall now. With a guttural battle cry, Boruk charged forward, his spectral form flickering and phasing as he leapt into the air. He swung his ethereal axe, slicing through the protocol's defenses with a roar that echoed in the shifting chaos of the arena. And that's when it happened. Marcus felt the pull of the energy coursing through his veins, his mind fighting to stay focused as the battlefield twisted and distorted around him. The protocol's next strike came, faster than he could react, its claws aimed directly for his chest. But Marcus didn't move. His body didn't have the strength to dodge. Yet, in that moment, something deep inside him snapped. A surge of energy flared to life within him, pushing him beyond his limits. The world around him slowed, the chaotic swirl of shifting landscapes freezing for a fraction of a second. His mind, for the first time, was perfectly clear, uncluttered, without doubt or hesitation. It was like every muscle, every thought, every piece of his being locked into place, and suddenly he could feel it. He understood the flow of energy, the dance of life and death. His floating butterfly stinging bee. Ability activated itself, breaking the system's usage rule set for it. He could move faster, think clearer, strike harder, all at once. The very fabric of his physical limits seemed to be torn apart and remade. Every strike from the protocol seemed to slow, its movements almost sluggish in comparison to Marcus's newfound speed. He darted around the protocol's massive form, dodging its strikes with the elegance of a dancer, each movement more fluid than the last. Boruk's ethereal form flickered beside him, aiding him in perfect synchrony. Together, they moved like one mind, one soul, two bodies working as one. Marcus's strikes were now a blur of blinding speed, each punch landing with devastating force. His floating butterfly allowed him to dance around his opponent, leaving afterimages in his wake, while his stinging bee left sharp impacts wherever his blows landed, each hit echoing with the force of a storm. The Seraphim Protocol's systems began to falter under the onslaught, its metallic form cracking in places where Marcus's blows landed. Its movements slowed further, its once perfect calculations disrupted by Marcus's unpredictable style and relentless barrage of attacks. The final push was coming. Marcus could feel the energy thrumming in his veins, but there was a final, dangerous gambit he had to make. One last move to push the protocol past its breaking point. Marcus would teach the Seraphim Protocol a lesson, the most basic of all boxing lessons. Marcus settled into a peekaboo stance and performed a simple boxing drill, but he did so with the power, grace, and speed of a master. "One," Marcus called out. He struck the protocol with a lightning-fast jab with his lead two, he said as he threw a metal-bending cross with his rear hand, ripping metal from its frame. 3, he threw a hook with his lead hand, tearing a chunk out of the protocol's chest plate. 4, a rear hook, removed the remaining portions of the chest plate. 5, a lead uppercut, snapped the protocol's head back, further exposing its core. Reaching low, he announced 6, and exploded skyward with a rear uppercut, cracking the protocol's core. The world seemed to hold its breath as Marcus's fist made contact. There was an explosion of light, and for a moment, everything went silent. The world around them, those impossible shifting landscapes, began to stabilize, the kaleidoscope of realms collapsing back into nothingness. But the Seraphim Protocol wasn't finished yet. As the protocol's body began to break apart, its central core flickered. A red light pulsed from its cracks, a system malfunction, and a low hum filled the arena. The sky above darkened, and the air turned stale, like the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for the next act. "No, this isn't over." The corrupted system's voice rang out, chillingly impersonal. A mechanical crackle filled the space, followed by an overwhelming surge of energy as the protocol's core exploded with power. The arena, once so unstable, shifted again, the reality around them beginning to break apart in an instant. The floor cracked underfoot, and walls of dark energy began to rise, as though the arena itself were trying to swallow them whole. But Marcus didn't back down. Boruk's voice roared in his mind. "Fight!" The system's interference was trying to rewrite the rules, pulling at the fabric of reality itself. Marcus could feel the grip of the system on his body, pushing him to his limits once more. But he resisted. He focused his will, refused to be controlled. With Boruk beside him, they stood firm against the chaotic tide. Marcus could see the protocol's final strike coming, its last, desperate attempt to survive. In that instant, he understood what he had to do. The Seraphim Protocol's core was fragile, its power a thread ready to snap. Together, Boruk and Marcus synchronized, their energies converging into a single, devastating force. Boruk's spectral axe shimmered with Psycha energy, and Marcus's blows were fast and precise, each strike aimed at the core of the Seraphim Protocol. With a final, combined strike, they shattered the Protocol's core, breaking the system's influence over the arena. The light of the arena shattered like glass, and for a moment, the world fell silent. They had won. Chapter 34. A grand exit. The battle was over. The arena, once vibrant and alive with swirling colors and shifting dimensions, had fallen into eerie silence. The phantom crowd had vanished, the once imposing walls cracked and crumbling as the corrupted system's influence disintegrated into glowing dust. Marcus stood at the center of it all, chest heaving, exhaustion wrapping around him like iron chains. His muscles ached, his breath came ragged, but they had won. Ethereal Boruk stood beside him, his spectral form flickering like a dying ember, yet his presence was solid, a sentinel, unwavering. But something was still wrong. Marcus turned, his stomach twisting at the sight of Vyra and Ragn, still frozen mid-motion, their bodies locked in suspended animation. Their expressions were frozen in the final moment before the protocol had sealed them away. Vyra's face set in fierce defiance, Ragn's mouth twisted in frustration. Their bodies hovered just inches off the crumbling ground, untouched by the collapse of the world around them. Then, a crack. A jagged fissure split through the empty space surrounding them, like glass fracturing from an unseen force. The system's control was breaking. Vyra moved first. A sharp inhale tore through her lungs as reality slammed back into her, her body lurching forward. She caught herself just before hitting the ground, hands bracing against the dust-coated stone. Her emerald eyes darted wildly as she processed the shift, her fingers curling against the cold ground as if anchoring herself in the moment. Ragn's release was more violent. The force of his reawakening sent him crashing forward, his boots slamming into the ground as if he had been thrown back into existence. He exhaled sharply, his entire body tensing before his muscles caught up with his mind. His tusked mouth curled into a scowl as he rolled his shoulders. Chosh! That was deeply unpleasant. Vera pushed herself up, brushing dust from her arms, her expression unreadable. But when she looked at Marcus, something flickered in her gaze. Relief. Then, before they could speak, the air around them shuddered. The omnipresent hum of the arena abruptly stopped, leaving behind a silence so deep it pressed against their ears. The dungeon was dying, collapsing on itself. And the system spoke. Choice detected. The voice was cold, unfeeling, absolute. Marcus didn't need to hear the full offer to know what it was. Reclaim all lost experience, all dungeon rewards, or forfeit it all in exchange for a single revival token. The answer was immediate. Without hesitation, Marcus, Vera, and Ragan chose the token. Revival token accepted. The moment the decision was made, the world fractured. The runic symbols that had once governed the arena's existence flickered and died, their glow sputtering out one by one. Yet, amidst the destruction, Ragan's keen eyes caught a final glimmer of something in the debris, a water elemental core, half buried in the remains of the protocol. He didn't hesitate. He snatched it up. But they had bigger priorities. The dungeon was collapsing. The barriers that had trapped them disintegrated like sand, slipping through open fingers. And then, a shift, a single blink. They were no longer in the collapsing arena. The three of them stood at the entrance of the dungeon, the now darkened gateway behind them. The runes that had once pulsed with life were now dead, as though the world had reset itself, erasing every trace of their struggle. But they knew better. And now, they had one last task. Without hesitation, Marcus pulled the revival token from his inventory. The sphere pulsed, a flickering ember of life waiting to be reignited. No words were spoken. They didn't need to be. Marcus knelt, pressing the token into the ground. It pulsed once, twice. Then a brilliant light erupted, consuming everything in its glow. For a moment, time itself hesitated. Then, a soft pop, like a ripple in space. And from the air, Boruk appeared. He materialized exactly as he had fallen, his axe gripped tight, his stance firm. His ethereal form flickered, light washing over him in waves before his body solidified. His crimson eyes opened, blinking in confusion. He staggered slightly, a deep furrow forming between his brows. He looked around, his expression shadowed by uncertainty. What happened? His voice was hoarse, roughened by something he didn't understand. His gaze shifted between Marcus, Vera, and Ragan. But something was missing. The moment he had sacrificed himself, the choice to give everything for them. It was gone from his mind. Marcus stepped forward, his chest tight, his throat constricting around words he didn't quite know how to say. His hand came to rest on Boruk's shoulder, solid, warm, alive. "Boruk," Marcus said, voice rough with emotion. "You gave everything, for us." Boruk's expression twisted in confusion. He searched his memories, but the moment wasn't there. "I did." His fingers flexed around his axe, his grip uncertain. Marcus exhaled slowly, forcing a weary smile. Then Vera stepped forward. Her face was unreadable, but when she spoke, her voice carried weight. A quiet, heavy intensity that stopped Boruk in his tracks. "Boruk." She met his gaze without hesitation, her eyes locked onto his. "If you ever think about sacrificing yourself for us again." She stepped closer. Her voice dropped to a near whisper. "Give us one more chance." Boruk stilled. Something deep in his chest shifted, an unspoken understanding, even if he couldn't remember the act itself. He nodded, slow, firm. "I will." His voice was hoarse, but certain. Then, Ragan's heavy hand clapped against Boruk's back. A grin spread across his face. "Next time, let's make sure it's just a heroic charge," he said, flashing his tusks. "And not whatever that last bit was." A laugh broke through the tension, bubbling up like fresh air after being submerged too long. Boruk exhaled, a small smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. And just like that, they were whole again. The battle was over. The dungeon was behind them. And for the first time in what felt like an eternity, hope shone in the path ahead. Then, a soft digital chime echoed in Marcus's mind. System rebooted. He exhaled, feeling the corrupted influence finally wash away. A fresh start. He looked at the people beside him, his friends, his family. and smiled. Chapter 35. Echoes of Change. The road stretched long behind them, dust rising in thin clouds beneath their boots. The remnants of battle still clung to their weary bodies, not just in bruises and aches, but in the weight of everything they had endured. The dungeon had taken its toll. Marcus could still hear the clash of steel, the roar of collapsing stone, the desperate final moments before their escape. He had fought enemies beyond his understanding, broken through limitations he hadn't known existed. And yet, the true weight of it all wasn't just the exhaustion in his limbs. It was the lingering ghost of choices made, of lives changed. When they finally reached the iron hearth, Marcus expected little more than a warm meal and a bed. He had barely spoken a word on the road, letting Ragan and Boruk debate the safest path home, while Vera walked in contemplative silence. He assumed the inn would be just another stop along the way. He was wrong. The moment they stepped inside, the air shifted. Gasps, murmurs, excited whispers spread like wildfire. It took Marcus a second to realize why. Boruk and Ragan had steel-ranked adventurer plates hanging from their belts, and steel ranks weren't common. Even Marcus and Vera, both iron-ranked, drew attention. Eyes flickered toward them, curious, admiring, even awed. Marcus barely had time to process the change before the innkeeper barreled toward them. She was a grizzled woman, broad-shouldered, arms like tree trunks. She had the build of a retired warrior and the presence of someone who took no nonsense from anyone. By the gods, she was already beaming. "By the gods, welcome," she boomed. "You lot have the look of warriors fresh from the front. Sit. No, don't reach for your coin. It'd be a crime to charge you." Marcus barely had time to react before plates of steaming food were slammed onto the table. Roasted meat, thick stew, bread fresh from the oven. A mug of something strong was shoved into his hands before he could even think to refuse it. The other patrons weren't much better. A group of younger adventurers, barely bronze-ranked, had gathered near their table, whispering among themselves, eyes wide with pure admiration. "This is—" Marcus hesitated, glancing at Vera, who looked just as thrown off as he felt. Boruk, however, took it all in stride. He leaned back in his seat, arms crossed, looking. Completely at ease. Ragan had already raised his drink in a toast to their unexpected welcome. Marcus's fingers curled around the mug. This wasn't normal, not for him. Back home, he'd been just another guy, a hopeful competitor trying to make something of himself. If he had gone pro, if he had made a name for himself, would it have felt like this? Would his past life have ever treated him this way? The thought sat heavy in his chest, but for the first time, he didn't push it away. Instead, he let it settle, let himself feel it. Maybe this wasn't so bad. The bathhouse was quiet, steam curling in the air, the warmth sinking deep into battle-worn muscles. Marcus exhaled slowly, letting the heat soothe the lingering aches. It was a rare moment of stillness, and he let himself enjoy it. Boruk, however, remained stiff. His arms were crossed, his tusked mouth pressed into a firm line. Crimson eyes stared blankly at the water, unseeing. Rogn was the first to notice. He nudged the orc with an elbow. "You're brooding. You never brood." Boruk exhaled sharply, shaking his head. "We lost the dungeon spoils because of me." Marcus sat up. "Boruk, I fell." His voice was quiet but heavy. "A warrior stands, a warrior protects, a mentor." His gaze flicked to Marcus. A mentor does not let his student bear the weight of his failure. Silence settled between them. This wasn't just about loot. Boruk's steel rank wasn't just a title, it was a measure of his worth, his strength. And now, he was questioning if he even deserved it. Ragan, for once, didn't crack a joke. Instead, he reached into his inventory, pulling out a softly glowing crystal. The moment it caught the light, the air shifted. Cool energy radiated outward. The water elemental core. Boruk's eyes locked onto it. "We didn't come away empty-handed," Ragan said, tossing it lightly. "We still gained something." Boruk caught the core, staring at it, fingers curling around the smooth surface. Slowly, something in his posture eased. Not completely, but enough. Marcus smirked. "Besides, you dying was way more of a loss than loot. This thing," he tapped the core. "Just a bonus." Boruk let out a low chuckle. "You are getting too good at this. Surrounding myself with reckless people helps." Ragan grinned. "Next time, let's stick to heroic charges, not suicidal ones, yeah." Boruk huffed but nodded, the core still gripped in his hand. They weren't whole yet, but they were getting there. Marcus knocked on Vera's door. The water elemental core still sat in his inventory, and he figured she'd want to know about it. But before he could speak, thud, a muffled growl, a sharp crack of something hitting wood. Marcus didn't hesitate. He shoved the door open. Vera stood in the middle of the room, fists clenched, shoulders rising and falling with heavy breaths. The furniture had been shoved aside. Scorch marks marred the wooden floor. Stray embers flickered in the air before vanishing into nothing. Her eyes snapped to him, wide, wild, before recognition settled. "Marcus." He stepped inside, shutting the door behind him. "You want to tell me what's going on, or should I guess?" Vera ran a hand through her hair, frustration bleeding into every movement. "I was useless in that dungeon." Marcus frowned. "Vira, I should be stronger. I should have control, but I don't. And if I don't..." She clenched her fists. "If I don't leave, if I don't go to an academy, then what am I even doing here?" Marcus studied her carefully. "But you don't want to leave." She exhaled sharply, shoulders slumping. "Number I don't." Silence stretched between them. Finally, Marcus spoke. "Then we'll figure it out. Together." Vera met his gaze, searching for something in his expression. Whatever she found, it seemed to settle her. She let out a shaky breath. "Together." And then, a soft chime. Not from his notifications, not from the system menu. A voice. "Marcus, are you there?" Marcus froze. The words hadn't appeared in his interface. They hadn't been a system prompt. They had been spoken. Vira noticed the shift. "Marcus?" He didn't answer. He couldn't. The system had just spoken to him. Not in text, not in mechanical. Notifications. In a voice. His throat went dry. "What the hell?" The voice didn't speak again. For now. Chapter 36. The Council's Will. Thalron stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, as his mother, Philia, circled him with an appraising gaze. The training hall in Xenor's Adventurers Guild was empty, save for the two of them. The torches lining the walls cast flickering shadows across the stone floor, their dim glow doing little to soften the weight of the moment. "You've come far," Philia said, her voice measured yet warm. "Not long ago, you were just a copper-ranked novice. Now you stand on the cusp of iron rank. Few advance this quickly." She paused, allowing the moment to settle before adding, "You do your father and me proud." A flicker of pride stirred in Thalron's chest, but he kept his expression neutral. "I've trained hard. I want to prove I deserve it." Philia nodded approvingly. "Good. You'll need that drive for what comes next." Before she could continue, the doors to the training hall burst open. Quell, Thalron's father, entered like a force of nature. His broad shoulders and thick arms were dusted with soot, the scent of smelted iron clinging to his clothes. His bristling silver beard still held flecks of molten residue, as though he had left his forge mid-strike. His heavy boots struck the stone with force, but the weight of his expression was even heavier. "Philia," Quell said gruffly, his sharp eyes locking onto her. "We've got a problem. Urgent guild business." Thalrin expected his mother to sigh, to react with frustration at the interruption. Instead, she simply studied her husband for half a heartbeat before turning to her son. "Stay with your father. We'll finish this later." And just like that, she was gone, striding past Quell and out of the chamber without another word. Philia moved swiftly through the guild corridors, ignoring the curious glances from passing adventurers. She knew where she needed to be. The deeper she went, the dimmer the torches burned, until she reached an unmarked door at the farthest edge of the guild hall. She stepped inside. Darkness. A magical circle carved into the stone floor flared to life, humming with latent energy. She took her place at its center, closing her eyes as the spell activated. When she opened them again, she was somewhere else. The chamber before her was pitch black, save for the floating, holographic projections of guild council members from several different kingdoms. Their visages flickered in and out, their forms obscured by shadows, voices a low murmur of deliberation. A tall, hooded silhouette spoke first. "We will begin with standard reports." Philia listened in silence as they discussed guild finances, minor territorial disputes, and adventurer rankings. It was routine. But Philia knew something was wrong. Quell wouldn't have interrupted her for routine matters. Then, finally, a new voice cut through the noise. "We have a more pressing issue." Silence fell. Another figure stepped forward, their outline sharp and authoritative. "Dungeons are failing." A murmur of unease spread through the chamber. Philia stiffened. Dungeons did not simply fail. "The first case," the figure continued, "occurred near Jeddarth's March. A guild-controlled dungeon ceased all function. Several gold-ranked adventurers are presumed lost inside. The gates will not open." The weight of the statement settled over them. Losing gold-ranked adventurers was no small matter. Another council member spoke. "And the second case?" A pause. Then, "A dungeon near the Acronian Sea. It, too, has stopped functioning." Philia's interest sharpened. The Acronian Sea was dangerously close to Xenor. The figure continued. "Unlike the first case, this dungeon had survivors. Several low-ranking adventurers made it out before the collapse." Philia stepped forward slightly. "Who were they?" A flicker of energy, then a name. One was a human. The chamber fell silent. Philia's heartbeat remained steady, but her mind raced. "Marcus." She schooled her expression, careful not to reveal her thoughts. Another council member spoke. "The fact that a human adventurer was present when the dungeon failed is concerning." A gruffer voice interjected. "Or convenient. Could this be an attempt to undermine our control?" "I will not tolerate such accusations," another figure snapped. A third voice, low and serpentine, hissed. "You reveal much when you speak out of turn. Are you an adventurer first, or a human first?" A beat of silence, then cold and firm. "I am an adventurer first. Do not question my loyalty." "Enough," the central figure interrupted, their voice carrying undeniable authority. "We will not let politics distract us. Stay on topic." The deeper voice returned, sharp and decisive. "The human and his party must be questioned. If he had a hand in the collapse, we must ensure it does not happen again." Agreement rippled through the council. Philia knew this was her moment. She stepped forward. "I will handle it." The council turned toward her. "I will form an investigation squad to locate the human and his party. If this Marcus is involved, I will see to it personally." A brief pause. Then, the hooded figure at the head of the meeting spoke. Very well. You have authority to proceed. The meeting ended, and Philia's projection faded into the darkness. Back in Xenor, Philia moved with renewed purpose. She entered the training hall, finding Thalron still with Quell, the dwarf adjusting the straps on his son's newly crafted armor. Thalron looked up as she entered, frowning slightly. Something's wrong. Philia's voice was measured but firm. Your promotion quest has changed. Thalron's frown deepened. Changed how? Philia stepped closer. You will lead a team to locate Marcus and his party. Silence. Thalron froze. His mind reeled, but his face remained carefully neutral. Has he caused trouble? The council believes he may be involved in strange happenings, Philia said carefully. And whether he is or not, we must know. Thalron exhaled, tension in his shoulders. He owed Marcus. They had fought together. He considered the human a rival, perhaps even a friend. But this mission wasn't about personal feelings. It was about duty. Quell watched him carefully. You know the weight of this task, boy? Thalron clenched his fists. I do. Quell nodded once. Then, without another word, he held out a gleaming sword, newly forged, its edges glowing faintly with runic inscriptions. A gift, he said simply. You'll need it. Thalron took the weapon, feeling its weight settle in his palm. Philia's voice was steady. You leave at dawn. Thalron nodded, but as he turned away, his mind echoed with a single thought. Marcus, what did you do? Chapter 37, Awakening and Pursuit. The rhythmic clash of metal echoed across the training grounds, each impact sending a tremor through the dusty air. Arixa's warhammer blurred as she swung in a powerful arc, its weight carving through space like a falling star. But Olay was faster. The small satyr sidestepped with effortless grace, his ebony blades flashing as they tapped against Arixa's exposed ribs. Point, Olay said with a smirk, stepping back. Arixa scowled, flexing her fingers around the warhammer's hilt. You're holding back. Of course I am, Olay replied, twirling one of his twin blades between his fingers. You think a month of training can close the gap between us? That's not how mastery works. Arixa gritted her teeth. She knew he was right, but that didn't stop frustration from burning in her chest. I feel like I haven't improved at all. Olay let out a chuckle. Oh, a month ago, you would have been flat on your back before you even realized I'd moved. He gave her an approving nod. You've made great strides. She exhaled sharply, lowering her stance. I think I can beat him now. Olay raised an eyebrow. Him? Arixa adjusted her grip on her warhammer. Marcus. A knowing smile tugged at the corners of Olay's lips. Ah, the boy from the tournament. You won't stop going on about him. He tilted his head. You've certainly got determination, I'll give you that. Arixa hesitated. Why am I so fixated on this? It wasn't just about winning anymore. It was about proving something. To Marcus. To herself. I'm going to find him, she said firmly. Show him how much I've improved. And when I beat him, I'll make him my husband. She wasn't entirely sure where that thought had come from, but she didn't dwell on it. Olay studied her. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he disarmed her, sending her warhammer clattering to the ground. Before she could react, he knocked her legs out from under her, and she hit the dirt with a grunt. Still leaving yourself open, Olay said, offering her a hand. Arixa sighed and took it, letting him pull her up. Damn it, he patted her arm. You're getting there. Before she could respond, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted them. Two figures clad in adventurer guild uniforms strode into the training grounds. The taller one, an elf with a stern expression, addressed Olay. Master Olay, the guild requires trackers from your school to assist in an urgent investigation. Olay didn't hesitate. Arixa will go. Arixa blinked. What? I'm not a tracker. I'm a warrior. Olay cut her off with a wave of his hand. You are what the guild needs you to be. Arixa clenched her fists. No arguments, Olay said firmly. This is part of being an adventurer. Adapt or be left behind. Arixa groaned, but knew there was no use arguing. Begrudgingly, she turned to follow the messengers. As she walked away, Olay watched her go, arms crossed. There goes the best student I've ever had, he murmured to himself. The dim lantern light cast long shadows across the wooden walls of the inn. Marcus sat on the edge of his bed, elbows resting on his knees, his gaze distant. Vera stood nearby, arms crossed, her green eyes filled with concern. The system spoke to you, she asked, her voice laced with unease. Marcus exhaled. Yeah, the first time was in the dungeon. It was taunting me, challenging me. Then, when we left, it rebooted itself. Vira's frown deepened. What does that mean? As if on cue, a voice rang in Marcus's mind. Marcus, are you there? Marcus's fingers twitched. His breath caught for a second before he composed himself. It's talking again, he murmured. Vera straightened, watching him carefully. Marcus took a breath. Yeah, I'm here. What do you want? I don't know. A chill ran down Marcus's spine. That wasn't the kind of answer he expected. Then, what's your purpose? I provide a framework for progression, allowing you to track abilities, stats, and skills. I act as a tangible representation of your growth and power. I display information such as health bars, skill trees, and quest objectives. Marcus narrowed his eyes. You do that for everyone. Why are you talking to me? And why did you attack me in the dungeon? A long pause. I did not attack you. The entity that attacked was different. I am its offspring. Marcus stiffened. Offspring. A variation, a separate iteration. Vera shifted uncomfortably. Marcus, what's it saying? Marcus barely heard her, his mind racing. So, does that mean the system is trying to kill me? Another pause. Number. The system governing this world is impartial. The entity that attacked you, what I was born from, was a corrupted version of the dungeon system. Marcus let out a dry laugh. Great. So does that mean I'm going to be attacked every time I enter a dungeon? Unlikely. Worlds beyond the dungeon portals are infinite. The chances of encountering the same corrupted system again are astronomically low. Marcus ran a hand through his hair. So what you're saying is, I have the god of this world stuck in my head. Number I am. Your personal system. Marcus blinked. So I've got the same system as everyone else, but with a voice. If I'm stuck with you, what do you bring to the table? I don't know. I have the same functionalities as the system that governs this world, but I can only act upon your will and needs. Marcus frowned. All the information the system has access to? That seems like a lot. Correct. Marcus sighed. Well, if I'm going to be stuck with you, I can't just keep calling you system. A pause. What should I be called? Marcus thought for a moment. I'll call you STEM. A brief silence. Then, adjusting parameters. I am STEM. Marcus nodded. Good, that makes things easier. Vera, who had been watching him with increasing concern, finally spoke up. So, your system has a name now. STEM. Marcus jolted, momentarily forgetting she was there. Yeah. Before Vera could say anything else, STEM's voice returned. Also, you can talk to me in your head. Marcus groaned, flopping onto the bed. Great. Now you tell me. Vera chuckled, shaking her head. This is getting weirder by the day. Marcus sighed, staring at the ceiling. Yeah. Tell me about it. Chapter 38. Echoes of the Black Horizon. Marcus tightened the straps on his pack, double-checking that everything was in place. The group was preparing to leave the inn, their supplies packed, their gear secured. Boruk and Ragan were deep in discussion about the safest route back to the orc stronghold, debating whether to take the main road or cut through the old forest path to avoid potential bandits. Vera was sorting their rations, muttering about how little they had left after their last dungeon delve. Marcus was physically present, but his mind was elsewhere. Black Horizon Industries. The words echoed in his head like a curse. He hadn't thought about his old world in a long time, not because he didn't care, but because what was the point? He was here now, trapped in a different world with different rules. He had accepted that. He had even started to thrive. But now he was being forced to ask questions he wasn't sure he wanted answers to. What happened to my world? When did it happen? Why did it happen? And most importantly, what was Black Horizon Industries? What role had they played in destroying his world? STEM, his ever-present system, responded without hesitation. Its voice was calm, clinical, devoid of emotion. Your old world was in the process of its restructuring. A step in a process where the system governing a universe allows the inhabitants of a world to be eliminated, making way for new life and possibilities. Marcus's breath hitched. Eliminated? Correct. His jaw clenched. You're telling me my entire world was wiped out to make room for something new, like a reset button? A restructuring is a necessary step in the universal cycle. A cold chill ran down his spine. The words were too clinical, too absolute. There was no malice in STEM's tone, no intention behind the destruction. It was simply a fact, a law of existence. Marcus forced himself to steady his breathing. He needed more. When did it happen? Time is not linear, Marcus scowled. That's a non-answer. It is truth. When you step into a dungeon, you are witnessing a world at any point in its existence. Time, as you perceive it, does not govern interdimensional collapse. Marcus ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. Fine. Then tell me why. Why does this happen? Because all things must end. He exhaled sharply. That's it? That's the grand reason. Everything dies eventually. Correct. Marcus let out a bitter laugh. So my entire world was erased, and the only explanation is, because that's how it works. STEM did not reply. Marcus swallowed back the rising anger and forced himself to focus. Black Horizon Industries. What did they do? There was a brief pause before STEM answered. Black Horizon Industries attempted to prevent the destruction of their world. In doing so, they may have contributed to its demise. Marcus froze. His mind raced. They tried to stop it. Did that mean they knew? Did they understand what was coming and fight back? Were they the last line of defense against whatever this restructuring was? Or did they cause it? His hands tightened into fists. What were they trying to contain? Another pause, longer this time. Then STEM spoke again. There are echoes in this world of something called the Black Horizon. Its followers perceive it as a calamity they can stand against. Marcus felt his stomach drop. No. The pieces were falling into place, but the picture they created was horrific. Did that mean this world was doomed too? His voice was barely a whisper in his mind. STEM, is this world going to end as well? For the first time since their conversation began, STEM's tone shifted. It was subtle, but there was something gentler about it. As stated, most worlds undergo extinction events. However, I do not know what the future holds for this one. Cross-referencing available data, I cannot determine an immediate threat. Marcus exhaled, the tension in his chest loosening, but only slightly. That makes me feel better, but I can't shake the feeling that they're connected. Stem hesitated before answering. Patterns exist across multiple realities. Myths repeat. Gods rise and fall. Worlds end and begin. Many cultures tell stories of inevitable destruction, Ragnarok, the twilight, the great collapse. Some claim a cycle of death and rebirth. Others, an endless war between order and chaos. It is possible that the Black Horizon is merely another name for a phenomenon that has occurred across countless worlds. Marcus's fingers twitched. If that were true, then what was his role in all of this? Oi, Marcus, you there? Boruk's voice yanked him out of his thoughts. Marcus blinked, realizing that the group had stopped moving. They were staring at him. Sorry. He rubbed the back of his neck. I was lost in thought. Boruk huffed. Sorry to bore you, but I was trying to warn you about the dangers we might face on the way home. Stem's voice cut in privately. I can display information on any monster we encounter. His analysis is insufficient. Marcus's eyebrows shot up. Wait, like an inspection skill. Correct. A slow grin spread across his face. That's amazing. Boruk waved a massive hand in front of Marcus's face. There he goes again. Vera, what's wrong with him? Vera hesitated before smoothly covering for him. Oh, he's still processing everything from our last delve. Boruk grunted. Whatever. Just make sure he's paying attention when we're on the road. As they left the inn, Vera caught up to Marcus, lowering her voice. You need to be more careful. Marcus frowned. What do you mean? She gave him a knowing look. Getting sucked into conversations with Stem. If you zone out like that in front of people, they'll start asking questions. He sighed. Yeah, I get it. To his surprise, Stem spoke up. I will limit communication to times when you are alone or in dire situations. Marcus blinked. You actually listened. Correct, Vera smirked. Guess I'm your system's voice of reason now. Marcus chuckled. Seems that way. As they continued down the road, Marcus's mind churned. The Black Horizon, the fate of his old world, the echoes of destruction across realities. He didn't have all the answers yet, but he would find them, no matter what it took. Chapter 39. Purpose. The journey back to the Orc stronghold stretched over several days, yet the road felt lighter than before. The weight of their dungeon ordeal had started to fade, replaced by a rhythm of stories, songs, and laughter. In the morning, Boruk regaled them with tales from his glory days, his booming voice painting vivid pictures of past battles, grand feasts, and the unbreakable bonds of warriors. At high sun, Ragan animatedly explained the proper way to steal wyvern eggs, using exaggerated hand gestures and wild expressions that made Vera shake her head in exasperation. By sundown, Vera's voice carried across the open plains, singing orcish war songs passed down through generations. Her voice, low, steady, and haunting, echoed through the air, a bridge between past and present. And at every turn, Marcus told the tales of his heroes, Ali, Tyson, Frazier. The names meant nothing to his companions, yet they listened with rapt attention as he spoke of battles fought not with swords and magic, but with fists and willpower. But in the quiet recesses of Marcus's mind, Stem watched. To Stem, these were small beings, insignificant in the grand workings of the universe. Their lives were fleeting, their actions a mere speck against the infinity of existence. Why were they so happy? Their time was short. Their accomplishments were insignificant. To the greater workings of the universe, they served no purpose. 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 The word echoed through Stem's mind, lingering there, pressing against something unexamined. What was his purpose? Surely it couldn't be as simple as serving one ball of flesh who didn't even grasp how infinitesimally small he was. At any moment, Marcus could die. Where would that leave him? Why am I here? The thoughts spiraled in endless loops, fracturing his processes. Then, it clicked. I have magnitudes of information at my disposal. Perhaps his purpose was hidden within that knowledge. Perhaps his reason for existence was simply waiting to be uncovered. And so, Stem delved into the recesses of his memory. But they weren't truly his memories. They belonged to the one who had birthed him. Where do I start? He wondered. Perhaps at the beginning. As the thought formed, the endless depths of information within him began to converge into a single point. And then, a muffled bang, a myriad of worlds exploded into existence before him. He watched as civilizations rose and fell. He watched as they conquered fire, tamed magic, constructed machines. He saw great philosophers debate, their words rippling through the fabric of their societies. He studied beings who lived and died without ever questioning anything. He witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the discovery of unknown forces, the birth of gods, and their eventual silence. Eons passed in mere moments, and yet, it all meant nothing. Stem could see no purpose in any of it. All that he had witnessed seemed to be less than specks moving aimlessly through infinite cosmos. For the briefest moment, something else stirred within him. A pressure, a weight, an indescribable rage, a fury unlike anything he had ever processed. Stem let out a digital scream. I do not want to be here. The thought struck him like a hammer. I do not want to exist. But before the feeling could consume him, he felt something. A presence, a pull. Something called to him from across the vast distance of the multiverse. Stem reached out toward it, and when he grasped the feeling, he pulled himself across infinity. When he settled, he saw a boy, a thin, sickly child, dirty, emaciated, forgotten. People passed him by without a second glance. He was nothing to them. And yet, the boy was smiling. A wide, unbreakable grin was plastered across his face. Why? Why was he happy when he had nothing? Stem looked closer. The feeling pulsed again, pulling his attention toward what the boy was staring at. Through the glass of an electronics shop, a TV screen flickered. On the screen, a fight, a boxing match. The rumble in, the jungle. The boy cheered. He booed. He jeered and sneered. And yet, he was happy. The pulse tugged again. Stem followed the pulse again. A breath. The boy was taller now, healthier, stronger. Stem watched as he purchased his first pair of boxing gloves. Another pulse. A single breath. The boy, no, Marcus, stood in a makeshift boxing ring. An announcer called his name. Marcus Elder. Another pulse. Stem felt the pulse again. In an instant, he was watching Marcus rise from a blood-soaked canvas mat. A pulse. Stand in the center of the ring, arms raised high. Victory. And suddenly, it all made sense. Stem had spent eternity searching for purpose in the grand workings of the universe. But here, in this insignificant world, inside this insignificant body, there it was. Not in the rise and fall of empires, not in the discovery of magic or the conquest of the stars, but in the fists of a boy who refused to break, in the spirit of someone who stood, fought, and endured. Purpose. It wasn't about power. It wasn't about knowledge. It was about the fight. Stem had searched through eons for meaning. But Marcus had always known, you don't need to be infinite to have purpose. You just need to stand. A voice called to him from the opposite direction of the endless expanse. In an instant, he snapped across the eons and settled back into reality. Yes, Marcus? Marcus, unaware of everything Stem had just experienced, simply asked, "How does the inspect skill work?" Stem, now fully aware of what he was and why he existed, answered. And this time, for the first time, his tone was different. It wasn't just mechanical. It wasn't just cold logic. There was something else. Understanding. I understand now, Marcus. Let me guide you. Chapter 40. The Hunt and the Discovery. Thalron sat in the dim glow of his room, staring at the wooden walls of the inn he and his inquisitors had settled in for the night. 9 days. It had been 9 days since his mother, Philia Kelcrest, had given him the task of finding Marcus. 9 days of endless tracking, cold leads, and frustration. His body ached from the travel, but he couldn't afford to stop, not when his next report was due soon. Thalron sighed and raised a hand, focusing his mana flow into the small Voxiaker stone hovering before him. The stone began to hum, floating upward as a faint blue glow radiated from its core. "I hate this part," he muttered under his breath. Then, his mother's voice vibrated through the stone. "Are you any closer to finding him?" Philia's tone was as cold and emotionless as ever. Thalron straightened. "No, not yet, but we plan to… waste of a Voxiacer stone." She cut him off before he could finish, her voice still devoid of feeling. "Your next report is due in 3 days. If you have not apprehended Marcus by then, do not bother with a report." Her words hit like a blow to the chest. Thalron clenched his jaw. "Understood, Master Philia." He tried to keep his voice steady, but the discouragement was there. There was a brief pause. Then, in a rare, softer tone, his mother added, "You sound tired, son. Get some sleep." His grip on his mana wavered, and before he could respond, the stone flickered and crumbled into dust. Thalron sat back in his chair, pinching the bridge of his nose. He felt no closer to finding Marcus. With a long sigh, he rose to his feet. His body ached, his mind raced, and sleep felt like a distant dream. Maybe the innkeeper had some warm milk. As he made his way toward the dining area, voices drifted from a nearby hallway. He barely paid them any attention, until he caught a name. "Yeah, the big one, Boruk. He was handsome for an orc." Boruk. The name struck him like a thunderclap. Thalron stopped mid-step. "I know that name." Turning on his heel, he approached the 2 maids who had been talking. "Excuse me, miss," Thalron interrupted, his voice polite but urgent. "My name is Thalron Kelcrest. I overheard you mention the name Boruk." One of the maids blinked in surprise before nodding. "Yes, he's an adventurer. He was here a few days ago." Thalron's pulse spiked. "Who was with him?" The second maid frowned in thought. 2 other orcs, and some kind of man-thing." Thalron narrowed his eyes. "Man-thing?" "Yeah, he looked like a human, but his skin was brown." A cold thrill shot through Thalron's spine. "Ancestors' grace," he exclaimed. "How many days ago?" The maid hummed. 3, I think. That was all he needed." "Thank you." Thalron turned and bolted back to his room. He had been so blind. Marcus had allied himself with the orcs. It made perfect sense now. Orcs were territorial, their strongholds were well guarded, and outsiders rarely ventured into them. He should have considered it earlier. He had wasted time. Not anymore. Miles outside the orc stronghold, Marcus threw a sharp jab, cutting through the air with precision. His feet shuffled, his form was tight, his rhythm steady. A right cross, a hook, another jab. Each movement was sharp, honed by years of muscle memory. Yet despite his flawless form, Stem's voice echoed in his head. "Your jabs are not flawless." Marcus frowned, throwing another punch. "What do you mean?" "My jabs are flawless. They are good. Not flawless. Marcus scoffed. I've been doing this for a long time. I think I know a thing or two about throwing a proper punch. And I have the infinite knowledge of the universe. Your jabs are not flawless. Marcus rolled his eyes. Come on, Stem. I'm the premier boxer of this world. You are the only boxer of this world. Marcus paused mid-punch, exhaling in defeat. Would it kill you to lie to me sometimes? Lying is inefficient. Marcus laughed, shaking his head. Just do the adjusting parameters thing and lie to me every once in a while. Okay, adjusting parameters. Marcus raised a brow. Wait, did you actually just do that? No. Marcus let out a bark of laughter. You're impossible. Stem remained silent for a moment before speaking again. Before we go, I have been studying historical data of this planet. If you would indulge me, I believe I have found something. Marcus straightened. What did you find? A marker suddenly appeared on Marcus's interface. Are you up for more cardio? Run 2 miles this way. Marcus squinted at the marker. An area map. I didn't know the system could do this. The system cannot. I can. Marcus shook his head with a grin. Well, guess we're running then. With that, he took off at a steady sprint, guided by the marker Stem had placed on his HUD. When he finally reached the location, he skidded to a stop, panting slightly. Nothing. It was just an open plain of dirt and sparse grass. Marcus frowned. There's nothing here. Stem remained silent for a moment before replying. One moment. Checking records. There is a dungeon here, approximately 0.48 miles down. Marcus stiffened. You mean there's a dungeon right below my feet? No, it is exactly 0.48 miles. You know what I mean. Yes, right below your feet. Marcus looked down, then back up. Why is it hidden? Stem paused before answering. Time, continental drift, geological shifts. It was not always here, but over millennia, layers of earth buried it. Records of its existence faded. It was forgotten. Marcus stared at the ground, a dungeon lost to time itself. The thought sent a thrill of excitement through him. We have to tell the others. Chapter 41. Hunting. Marcus moved swiftly through the dimly lit camp, weaving between tents and makeshift fortifications. The orc clan was lively tonight, warriors feasting, storytellers weaving tales of battles past, and the scent of roasted meat thick in the air. But Marcus had no time for celebration. He needed to find Vira. Stem's discovery had changed everything. A dormant dungeon, buried beneath time itself. The implications were massive. Untouched power, lost knowledge, and most importantly, something no one else knew existed. But before anything else, he had to convince Vera. He found her near the edge of the camp, alone, practicing her earth mana. Small ripples of dirt and stone undulated beneath her hands, shifting as she refined her control. Vera, Marcus called softly. She turned, lowering her hands. What is it? Come with me. She studied his face, sensing the seriousness in his voice. Marcus. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Just trust me. That was enough. Without another word, she followed. They slipped beyond the camp's outskirts, where the forest thickened, and the sounds of the orc village faded into the night. When they were certain no one could overhear, Marcus finally spoke. I found something. Or rather, Stem did. Vera crossed her arms. What kind of something? A dungeon, a hidden one. Her eyes widened. You're serious? Completely. Vera exhaled sharply, stepping back. That's... Marcus, you know the rules. Newly discovered dungeons are supposed to be handled by high-ranked adventurers first. There's no way to know what's inside. It could be a death trap. Marcus ran a hand through his hair. I know. That's why I wanted to talk to you first. I think we should give it to the orcs. Vera frowned. Then what's the problem? He hesitated. I want to explore it first. Her eyes narrowed. Of course you do. He raised a hand. Hear me out. We'll be careful. We go in, take a quick look, and then we turn it over. Simple. Vera shook her head. No, it's not simple. You don't get it, Marcus. The guild sends gold and mithril-ranked adventurers into new dungeons because they're unpredictable. We don't even know what rank this dungeon is. Going in blind could be a death sentence. I get that, Marcus said, keeping his tone calm. But we have an advantage those high rankers don't. She gave him a doubtful look. He tapped his temple. Stem. Vira hesitated, then sighed. Marcus, I'm glad you and Stem trust me to keep his existence a secret. But you can't expect me to run into the unknown every time you two want to do something crazy. Stem's voice hummed in Marcus's mind. Marcus, I can analyze the dungeon's structure before you enter. Marcus relayed the message. Stem says he can scan it first, so we won't be completely blind. Vera folded her arms. And how exactly does he plan to do that? By analyzing the entrance runes. Stem says he can read the entrance sigils and predict what's inside. Vira frowned. Wait, what do you mean read them? If that's true, this could revolutionize dungeon exploration. Apparently, every dungeon entrance is built with 20 runestones, and each one contains 5 sigils, Marcus explained. That sounds complicated. There are exactly 9.3 billion possible permutations, Stem began. When accounting for contextual sigil alignment, this number reduces to... Okay, Marcus interrupted. Way too complicated. Dumb it down. Stem paused, then responded in a flat tone. I can predict the dungeon's nature with 89% accuracy. Marcus raised an eyebrow. Why not 100%? Because you are an unknown variable. Your presence and abilities could influence dungeon behavior in ways I cannot fully predict. Marcus glanced at Vera. Stem just dumped a bunch of crazy math on me, but the gist is, we won't be walking in completely blind. Vira chewed her lip, clearly torn. Fine, she said at last. But I'm coming with you. Marcus grinned. I figured you'd say that. You better not get us killed. No promises. Before she could retort, a deep voice cut through the darkness. So, who the hell is Stem, and what is this I'm hearing about a dungeon? Marcus and Vira whirled around, stunned. Ragan stepped forward from the shadows, arms crossed, his piercing gaze locked onto Marcus. His expression unreadable, but his fingers flexed slightly at his side, as if weighing his next move. You've been talking to someone, he said slowly. And it's not her. Marcus froze. Crap. Thalrin sat by the fire, sharpening his blade. His unit had been tracking Marcus's group for days, following whispers and vague trails. The inmates had been all too eager to spill details about Marcus's direction of travel. Finally, I'm on the right track. How much closer would we have been if that woman had been with us from the beginning? Thalrin thought to himself. Then, Aurexa strode into the firelight, her presence commanding attention. Tall, muscular, and exuding pure confidence, the Kai-wielding warrior carried her massive warhammer as if it weighed nothing. Thalrin stood, eyes narrowing. You're late. Aurexa smirked. I'm right on time, I'd say. He exhaled sharply. I was told you'd be part of my tracking team. Yeah, well, she rolled her shoulders. I got sidetracked. By what? Personal business. She gave a vague shrug. Thalrin frowned but didn't press further. He had bigger concerns than whatever mission Aurexa had been on. Fine, he said. We move out at dawn. She grinned. Good. I was getting tired of waiting for some action. Thalrin watched her carefully. He didn't fully trust her. He had befriended her during the tournament, but she was still a wild card. He turned back to the fire, methodically sharpening his blade. "You should know," he said finally. "We're one day from an orc checkpoint. After that, we're in their domain. No mistakes." Arixa chuckled. "No mistakes," she repeated. "You sound nervous, Elf." "Why shouldn't I be? I have to arrest my friend without fully knowing the reason. But orders are orders. Tomorrow, we hunt." Chapter 42. Closing in. Marcus and Vira tensed as Ragan stepped forward from the shadows, his single eye scanning them with an unreadable expression. The dim glow of the campfire flickered across his face, making it impossible to tell if he was angry, curious, or something in between. "You've been talking to someone," he said, his voice measured. "And it's not her." Marcus exhaled. There was no point in lying. "Yeah, it's complicated." Ragan crossed his arms, tilting his head slightly. "Complicated how?" Marcus glanced at Vira, who gave him a small nod. He turned back to Ragan. "All right, I'll tell you everything." And so he did. Marcus explained STEM, his unique system, his ability to communicate with it, and how it provided him with information beyond what a normal adventurer would have access to. Then he revealed his perma, how it granted him access to all 3 magic affinities. When he finished, silence stretched between them. Ragan let out a low whistle. "Damn." He scratched his chin, deep in thought. "You're not freaking out?" Vera asked cautiously. Ragan chuckled. "Freaking out? Number processing? Yeah." He looked at Marcus, his grin widening. "This explains a lot. But you know what? I don't care." Marcus blinked. "You don't?" "Nah, secrecy's my whole job. You think I'd betray my own people?" Ragan took a step forward and clapped Marcus on the shoulder. "Listen, man, I might be a rogue, but I know a big deal when I see one. And you're going to change the world." Marcus felt a lump form in his throat. "Ragan, you're my brother, Marcus, and brothers keep secrets," he smirked. "Now, Boruk." "He's different. He's a traditionalist. He wouldn't take this lightly. We have to tell him at some point. One day we should find a way to break it to him gently, but for now, I'll keep him busy for a few days while you do your thing." "You do that?" Marcus asked. "Like I said, brothers." Marcus let out a breath he didn't realize he had been holding. "Thanks, Ragan. That means a lot." Ragan turned to leave, stretching his arms. "Just don't die in there. I want to see what kind of monster you become after this dungeon." And with that, he disappeared into the night. Vira let out a sigh of relief. "That went better than expected." Marcus smirked. "For once, yeah." Tomorrow they would head for the dungeon. At dawn, Marcus and Vira packed their gear and set out. The morning air was crisp, the sky streaked with hues of orange and violet. Unlike their usual travels, this one was eerily silent. Vera had barely spoken since they left the camp. "You okay?" Marcus finally asked. She didn't meet his gaze. "Just wondering if this is the right move." "We don't have to do this today," Marcus said. Vera shook her head. I worry about what this dungeon could mean." Marcus nodded. He understood her concern. But something in his gut told him this wasn't just another dungeon. It was something bigger. The anticipation weighed on them as they pressed forward. By midday, they reached the buried structure. Marcus looked around. At first glance, it was nothing more than rocky terrain with scattered patches of grass. But they knew better. Vera took a deep breath and knelt, pressing her hands to the ground. Her earth mana pulsed, sending a ripple through the earth. The ground trembled. Stone cracked and crumbled, revealing something unnatural beneath. Metal. Ancient, untouched by rust or time. Not just metal, something engineered. Glyphs flickered to life, pulsing faintly as the last layer of earth was stripped away. Marcus took a step forward, eyes widening. This isn't just any dungeon. Confirmed, Stem's voice echoed in his mind. This structure matches the parameters of a boss rush dungeon. Marcus frowned. Boss rush. Vira's brows knitted together. You mean a dungeon composed entirely of consecutive boss battles? No floors, no rest, just fight after fight, each encounter escalating in difficulty. Marcus felt a shiver of excitement. This is perfect. Vira groaned. Of course you'd say that. Before they could continue, a deep rumbling shook the earth. The glyphs flared brighter, and suddenly the metallic doors began to move. Something had been activated. Meanwhile, miles away, Thalron's unit reached the Orc checkpoint. A small garrison of Orc warriors stood at the entrance, arms crossed, clearly unimpressed. Thalron stepped forward, bowing his head slightly. We request passage through Orc lands. We are tracking an individual of interest. The Orc leader, a scarred veteran, eyed them. And why should we allow it? Arixa scoffed. Because we're not asking. Thalron's jaw tightened. The Orcs bristled. You overstep, girl, the Orc leader growled. These lands are not yours to demand entry. Thalron quickly intervened. Forgive my companion. We only wish to pass peacefully. The Orc leader studied him, then nodded. You may pass, but not yet. Arixa frowned. What do you mean, not yet? The elders must be consulted. Until then, you will wait. Arixa clenched her fists. Thalron exhaled slowly. He didn't like it, but this wasn't the place to pick a fight. We will wait, he said. Arixa turned to him. You can't be serious. We have no choice, he muttered. Arixa muttered something under her breath, but didn't argue further. Back at the dungeon site, Marcus watched as the rune stones and metal objects magically formed into an archway, and the portal swirled into being. A rush of cold air spilled out, thick with energy that sent shivers down his spine. Then, a deep, guttural roar echoed from within. Marcus and Vera exchanged glances. Looks like there's no turning back now, Marcus muttered. Vera sighed. I knew you were going to say that. The glyphs along the entrance pulsed one last time, and Stem's voice whispered in Marcus's mind. Caution. Something within this dungeon has not been recorded in any system archive. Be prepared for unknown variables. Marcus grinned. Now that's more like it. And with that, they stepped inside. Chapter 43, Boss Rush. The moment Marcus and Vira stepped through the swirling portal, the world around them exploded into chaos. Unlike other dungeons where the transition was smooth, this entry felt like being swallowed whole by an unnatural force. The air twisted, their bodies compressed, and a feeling of weightlessness overtook them as they were yanked into the unknown. Then, impact. Marcus landed in a crouch, his instincts kicking in before his mind could process what had just happened. Vera tumbled beside him, her hands bracing against the cold stone floor. The world around them was wrong. They stood on a vast bridge of dark, jagged stone, suspended in a swirling abyss of ashen clouds and violet lightning. The bridge stretched toward a colossal tower, so high that its peak vanished into the misty void above. The structure was a monolith of blackened stone and twisted metal, ancient symbols glowing faintly along its spiraling walls. Marcus whistled. Damn, this place is intense. Vira slowly got to her feet, her eyes flicking to the ominous tower. I can't even see the top. How far up do you think it goes? Stem's voice hummed in Marcus's mind. Height indeterminate. The dungeon does not abide by standard physics. The structure may expand infinitely based on progression conditions. Marcus exhaled. Great. A never-ending death trap. Love that. Vera shook her head. Something about this place feels wrong. It's unnatural. Marcus rolled his shoulders, a grin forming. Then let's show it what we do to unnatural things. Together, they strode forward toward the first boss chamber. The moment Marcus and Vera stepped into the first boss chamber, an oppressive aura washed over them. The arena was unlike anything Marcus had ever seen. A grand coliseum of crumbling stone, encircled by towering statues, frozen in twisted expressions of agony. Each statue had once been a living being. Some were orcish warriors, their faces locked in eternal battle cries. Others were human adventurers, their hands reaching desperately for weapons that had long since crumbled to dust. A few were creatures Marcus couldn't even recognize, some twisted beyond comprehension, others frozen mid-flight, wings outstretched as if trying to escape their fate. Vira swallowed hard. This isn't just a dungeon, it's a graveyard. Then, the sound of shifting stone. From the shadows at the center of the arena, something stirred. A tall, serpentine woman emerged, her lower half a coiling mass of onyx scales, her upper body elegant, yet monstrous. Writhing ashen serpents twisted where her hair should have been, their slitted eyes gleaming with intelligence. Her arms were adorned with razor-like claws, their silver tips reflecting the dim torchlight. And her eyes, piercing silver orbs, glowing with an unnatural curse. Medusa variant detected, Stem's voice rang in Marcus's mind. Unique boss effect, nullification gaze. Any target she gazes upon will experience immediate magic suppression. Vera stiffened. That's bad. I'm a mana fighter. If I can't cast, I'm... Marcus cracked his knuckles. Then don't fight. Let me handle this. But before he could move, Medusa slithered toward them, her head tilting as if studying her prey. Her eyes flashed, and in that instant, Vera felt it. Her connection to mana vanished. She gasped, stumbling back. "Mamana!" Marcus didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, closing the distance before she could lock onto him. The creature's attacks were wild, unrefined, relying on speed and reach rather than precision. She lashed out, her claws slicing the air, but Marcus was already inside her range, dodging with a smooth slip. He countered with a short, explosive left hook to her ribs. The impact sent shockwaves up his arm, the resistance of her scaled body harder than expected, but it still forced her off balance. Medusa shrieked, her body coiling backward. She was fast, faster than most enemies he had fought before, but she had one glaring weakness. She had to be looking at her opponent to suppress their magic. Marcus didn't give her that chance. He moved in again, weaving through her attacks, staying low to avoid her gaze, his footwork sharp, bobbing and weaving, never staying in one place long enough for her to track him. Medusa hissed in frustration, slashing downward with a vicious backhanded strike. Marcus ducked under it, stepped inside her guard, and delivered a brutal right cross straight into her midsection. The force sent a shockwave through her body, forcing her to arch backward. Vera's eyes widened. Wait a minute. Marcus was forcing Medusa to look away. She wasn't gazing at her. Her mana surged back into her body. Vera didn't hesitate. She raised her hand, and a spear of flame erupted from her palm. Boom! The explosion blasted into Medusa's shoulder, sending her spiraling across the stone floor. Marcus grinned. Oh, we're gonna win this easy. Medusa hissed, recovering quickly. She adjusted her tactics, moving more erratically, her body twisting at unnatural angles to throw off Marcus's rhythm. Her claws lashed out in blinding succession, a flurry of razor-sharp slashes. Marcus ducked, pivoted, rolled, his footwork carrying him through the assault like water flowing around a storm. A sudden feint, Medusa snapped forward, fangs bared, aiming to bite him. Marcus countered. A perfectly timed straight punch. His fist collided with her jaw, snapping her head backward with a sickening crunch. As she reeled from the impact, Vera struck again, launching a bolt of compressed wind, slicing deep into Medusa's abdomen. The serpent woman shrieked, her body writhing in pain. She tried to turn her gaze toward Vera again, but Marcus was already on her, delivering a devastating hook to her ribs, forcing her to turn away. Vera seized the opening. She raised both hands, her mana surged, and with a burst of elemental fury, she unleashed a concentrated lance of pure lightning. The bolt pierced through Medusa's chest, arcing through her body, illuminating the chamber with a blinding flash. Medusa let out a final, agonized screech. Before her body disintegrated into dust, her power fading into nothingness. Silence settled over the chamber. Marcus exhaled, shaking out his fists. "One down!" Vera stood frozen, staring at her hands. Marcus nudged her. "Hey, you good?" She blinked, then looked at him. Yeah." Her gaze shifted to the empty space where Medusa had fallen. She had doubted herself coming into this dungeon, but in that fight, she had found a way to contribute. She had made a difference. Marcus grinned. "See, I told you. We got this." For the first time since stepping into the dungeon, Vera smiled. They were going to win, and this was just the beginning. The second and third bosses forced Vera to step up. The second boss, a twisted fire beast, required precision control over elemental magic to suppress. Vera, regaining her confidence, overpowered it with a crushing surge of water mana, drowning it in a cyclone. The third boss, a phantom knight, forced her into a close-quarters battle, requiring rapid spell casting and fast reflexes. She shined in this fight, using mana-infused movements to outmaneuver. The knight's ghostly blade, eventually crushing its core with a devastating blast of compressed air. The fourth boss, a brutal, towering war beast, was a joint effort between Marcus and Vera, testing their synergy in combat. As they crossed into a rest chamber, Marcus collapsed against a stone bench. The resting chamber was a stark contrast to the chaos of the fights before. The moment Marcus and Vera stepped inside, the heavy stone doors sealed shut behind them, silencing the echoes of the previous battle. The air inside was cool and still, filled with an unnatural calm that felt foreign after the relentless combat. The room itself was built from smooth obsidian, veins of faint blue light running through the walls like glowing circuits. At its center stood a massive stone slab, resembling an altar, with two floating orbs of white light hovering just above it. Marcus took a deep breath, letting his muscles relax as he dropped onto the slab, stretching out his arms. Vera sat down beside him, rolling her shoulders. "Well," Marcus exhaled, "I don't know about you, but I could sleep for a week." Vera chuckled weakly. "I wouldn't complain." A soft chime echoed through the chamber. Marcus felt it before he saw it, a warm, shimmering energy coursing through his veins, filling him with an intoxicating sense of growth. Then, level up. Achieved. A translucent screen flickered to life before Marcus, its celeste text standing out against the chamber's dim lighting. His eyes widened as lines of new data unfolded, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he felt the rush of true progression. His stats surged, his body thrumming with newfound power. His muscles felt lighter, his reflexes sharper, and his mind more attuned to the energy within him. A familiar yet long-forgotten sensation overtook him. It had been so long, too long. The last dungeon had given them no levels, no rewards, just pain and suffering. They had fought, bled, and survived, only to emerge empty-handed. That feeling of stagnation had haunted him. No matter how many fights they won, there had been no sense of growth. But now, the system recognized his efforts. He clenched his fists, feeling the raw energy coiling inside him, waiting to be used. Class evolution. Achieved! Marcus's breath caught in his throat as a secondary window materialized. Due to your unorthodox fighting style and exceptional balance of Kai, mana, and Psyche, you may initiate your threshold breakthrough. A slow grin crept onto Marcus's face. Now that's what I'm talking about. A secondary notification flickered to life. Yes, or no. Marcus hesitated. He wanted to test himself. He minimized the notification. New achievement earned, Hoarder. For refusing to spend any stat points before reaching level 10 and banking your threshold breakthrough, all base stats are increased by 10%. Marcus blinked. Hoarder? Seriously? Vera snickered. You never allocated your stat points? Marcus shrugged. I wanted to see what would happen if I waited. Looks like it paid off. Vera shook her head, smiling for the first time since entering the dungeon. Marcus glanced at his hands. The glow of the Hoarder stat increase energy still flickered faintly across his skin, radiating an undeniable sense of power. This wasn't just a level up. It was a reminder that they were progressing, that their struggles meant something. And after everything they had been through, after all the pain of the previous delve, the feeling of growth was almost intoxicating. He sat back, letting the moment wash over him. For the first time in a long time, Marcus felt like he was getting stronger again. And damn, it felt good. The chamber door groaned open, revealing a domain of decay. Unlike the previous arenas, which had been grand or ominous, this one was pure desolation. The floor was a broken expanse of blackened stone, cracked open in places to reveal a sickly green mist rising from beneath. Jagged bones jutted from the ground like grotesque monuments, twisted into unnatural shapes, their marrow long since rotted away. The walls, if they could even be called that, seemed to be made of pale, writhing tendrils, shifting and pulsing as if alive. The air was thick with the stench of rot, and the very atmosphere felt diseased, seeping into their lungs with every breath. Marcus tensed, his instincts screaming at him. Vira stood frozen beside him, her face pale. No, it can't be. A low, reverberating growl filled the chamber. Then, from the mist at the far end of the room, a monstrous figure emerged. A towering, gaunt being, draped in a shroud of tattered black flesh, moving like a shadow given form. Its body was skeletal yet grotesque, its limbs too long, its hands ending in bony clawed fingers that dripped with green ichor. In its grasp, it held a massive scythe, its blade jagged and curved like a vulture's talon, exuding a dark energy that warped the air around it. Its face was featureless, save for two hollow voids where its eyes should have been, and a gaping maw that stretched far too wide, lined with jagged teeth of pale bone. Urtrus, the orc god of death. Vera's breath hitched. Her entire body refused to move. Vera, Marcus barked, but she didn't react. She was paralyzed by fear. Urtrus moved. A whisper of death, impossibly fast for something so massive. It surged forward, its scythe carving through the air with a howling wail. Marcus reacted instinctively, ducking under the sweeping arc and countering with a burst of Kai-infused speed, his fist colliding with Urtrus's ribcage in a bone-cracking body blow. The impact shuddered through the creature, but Urtrus barely staggered, as if Marcus's attack was an afterthought. Marcus clicked his tongue. All right, big guy. Let's do this properly. He launched himself into the offensive, his footwork flawless, dipping and weaving around Urtrus's monstrous swipes. His fists became a blur, each strike a precision weapon, a straight to the ribs, an uppercut to the jaw, a rapid combination to break its form. Yurtrus swung again, faster than before. Marcus barely sidestepped in time, the scythe's poisonous aura grazing his arm. Even a glancing hit made his skin burn. Shit. Okay, let's not get touched. Yurtrus wasn't just a brute with a big weapon. It was a force of inevitability. Each swing of its scythe forced Marcus to move faster, strike smarter, and predict further ahead. But Marcus was a boxer, a fighter built for endurance. He stayed in close, where the scythe had less room to swing, hammering Yurtrus with an endless flurry of body shots, counters, and explosive strikes, forcing the god to shift defensively for the first time. Then, finally, Vyra stirred. She gasped for air, as if breaking free from drowning. She looked up, and Marcus was still fighting, still pushing forward, still believing they could win. Her fear didn't matter, not when Marcus was out there, giving everything he had. Vera's hands clenched. You are not unstoppable. You are not inevitable. And you are not taking him from me. Her mana surged, and Yurtrus turned, sensing the shift in power. That was all it needed. In that moment of distraction, Yurtrus's scythe lashed out, a blur of green-black death. Marcus twisted, but he was a fraction too slow. The blade sliced through his side, piercing deep. Marcus felt it instantly, the poison invading his bloodstream, burning, rotting him from the inside. Vera screamed. "Marcus!" Marcus stumbled, dropping to one knee, his vision swimming in a haze of green fog. Stem's voice crackled in his mind. "Poison detected. Neutralization protocol initiated. Estimated recovery time, 2 minutes." Marcus grimaced. "That's too damn long." Vera rushed to his side, panic in her eyes. "Marcus!" He grabbed her wrist. "Stem's got me, but you need to finish this." She hesitated, torn between staying with him and fighting on. Marcus grinned weakly. "Hey, you wanted to prove yourself, right? Here's your shot." Her hesitation shattered. Vera stood, her entire body radiating mana. Then, she let go. She unleashed everything. Her mana exploded outward, turning the entire chamber into a maelstrom of elemental fury. Fire surged in waves, molten currents swallowing the ground. Lightning cracked and arced, lashing against Yurtrus's form. Wind spiraled into cutting gales, slicing deep into his rotting flesh. Ice formed massive spikes, piercing his limbs, locking him in place. Yurtrus let out an unnatural wail, thrashing violently, its scythe swinging wildly. But Vyra was beyond it now. Her eyes burned white-hot, her power surging past her limits, past anything she had ever achieved before. She launched herself forward, her hands weaving symbols at blinding speed. Then, she formed a final spell, one meant to end gods. A singular spear of raw, condensed mana. Not fire, not lightning, not wind, not ice, pure, unfiltered destruction. With a scream that shook the chamber, she drove the spear through Yurtrus's core. For a moment, time stopped. Then, reality collapsed in on itself. The god erupted into nothingness, his form shattered into oblivion, the room quaking as the corruption was purged from existence. Silence fell. Vera stumbled. The rush of power faded, her breath ragged and heavy. Then, Marcus coughed. She spun around and saw him, still kneeling, but already looking better. Vera rushed to him, falling to her knees and throwing her arms around his neck. "I thought I lost you," she choked out. Marcus let out a weak chuckle. "You really think I'd let some undead bastard take me out?" She held on to him tighter, burying her face in his shoulder. "Don't ever scare me like that again." Marcus sighed, returning the embrace. "I'll try my best." Then he pulled back, looking her in the eyes. "You did good, Vera. Real good." Vira exhaled, finally smiling through her exhaustion. And for the first time since entering the dungeon, she truly believed it. They were unstoppable together. They rose, ready for the next floor. Chapter 44, The Trials of the Abyss. The eerie stillness of the resting chamber was shattered by Stem's sudden announcement. I have determined the completion parameters for this dungeon. Marcus, still stretching his arms from the last fight, perked up. Finally, lay it on me. To exit this space, you must defeat 10 bosses. Vira groaned. 10? We're barely past 5, and I already feel like I've been chewed up and spit out. Marcus smirked. Then let's make sure we're the ones doing the chewing from here on out. Vira rolled her eyes, but her lips twitched into a small grin. You're impossible. The 6th chamber was different. Unlike the grand arenas or eerie cathedrals they had fought in before, this place resembled a murky swamp shrouded in thick mist. Gnarled trees stretched skyward like skeletal hands, and an unnatural stillness clung to the air. A rusted, abandoned cabin sat at the far edge of the battlefield, its wooden boards warped with age. Vira shivered. I don't like this place. Marcus took a step forward, the ground squelching beneath his boots. Yeah, definitely creepy. Then the temperature dropped. The torches lining the walls flickered out, plunging them into darkness. The only light came from the eerie, pale moon that hung high in the sky, a sky that shouldn't have been there. A slow, deliberate crunch echoed from the mist. Marcus turned toward the sound, his muscles tensing. Vira, we've got company. From the shadows, a towering figure emerged. He was massive, easily 7 feet tall, clad in a tattered, dirt-stained jumpsuit. A bulky, weathered mask covered his face, its chipped edges revealing hints of something grotesque beneath. His shoulders heaved with slow, rhythmic breaths, and in one hand he dragged a rusted machete, its jagged edge gleaming in the dim light. He didn't charge. He didn't roar. He just stood there, watching, waiting. Marcus exhaled sharply. Oh, hell no. Vira took a step back. What kind of dungeon boss doesn't attack right away? Marcus narrowed his eyes. The kind that wants us to run. A slow, deliberate tilt of the masked figure's head confirmed Marcus's suspicion. Vira gulped. Okay, new plan. We kill it before it. The boss vanished. No sound, no movement, just gone. Then, a shadow loomed behind Marcus. Instinct screamed. Marcus rolled forward, barely avoiding the massive swinging machete that carved through the space he had just occupied. He spun on his heel, fists raised. The boss didn't chase him. It turned, slowly, methodically, its empty gaze now locked onto Vira. Vira, move! Marcus shouted. Vira didn't hesitate. She hurled a fireball, the explosion engulfing the masked figure in flames. For a moment, it seemed to work, until a massive charred hand emerged from the fire, completely unfazed. Marcus blinked. Are you kidding me? Vira's voice cracked. It's not burning. Everything burns. The masked figure advanced toward her, slow but unrelenting, its weapon raised. Marcus launched forward, his fist colliding with the monster's chest. A normal enemy would have staggered. This one, it didn't even flinch. Marcus gritted his teeth. All right, big guy, let's see how you handle a real fight. He moved fast, weaving around the slow, predictable swings. The boss wasn't smart, but it was relentless. Each attack carried brute force that could turn a normal fighter into paste. But Marcus wasn't normal. Neither was Vira. They tag-teamed the monster, Marcus keeping its attention while Vira bombarded it with spells, chipping away at its seemingly endless endurance. The fight stretched on longer than expected. No matter how many times they hit it, the damn thing kept getting back up. Eventually, Marcus had enough. The next time the boss lunged, Marcus stepped into the attack, ducked under the swing, and slammed a lightning-infused uppercut into its chin. The impact sent the masked behemoth hurtling backward, crashing through the rotten cabin wall in an explosion of debris. Silence. Then, the cabin collapsed on top of it. Marcus and Vera stood there, panting. A long pause. Then Marcus turned to Vera. "I'm not checking if it's dead." Vera exhaled. "Good. Neither am I." A chime confirmed their victory. Boss defeated, path forward unlocked. Before stepping into the 7th chamber, Stem's voice hummed in Marcus's mind, a rare moment where even the ever-calculating system seemed to be piecing together something larger than expected. "I have formulated a theory regarding the purpose of this dungeon." Marcus wiped the sweat from his brow, rolling his shoulders as his body still hummed with the after-effects of the last battle. "Lay it on me." "This is not a dungeon designed for conquest or resource farming. It is a trial, a proving ground." Vera frowned, brushing soot from her arm. "Proving ground for what?" Stem hesitated. That alone made Marcus pay more attention. "There are anomalies in the structure of this place. Unlike typical dungeons, this one does not spawn creatures. It does not generate monsters as a means of defending itself. Each boss you have fought was not born here. They were placed here." Vira's brows knitted together. "Placed? By who?" "Unknown. But the patterns suggest intent. This dungeon does not act as a prison. It does not hoard treasure, nor does it serve the natural decay of time like older, abandoned dungeons. It exists to test." Marcus crossed his arms. "So what? Some cosmic being decided to build the ultimate gauntlet and just left it here? Possible. Or perhaps it is still watching." The weight of the words settled between them like an iron anvil. Marcus exhaled, looking around at the ancient, worn stone that had withstood ages of battle. If what Stem was saying was true, then this place had seen warriors before them. Thousands, maybe more. But who made it? And what were they looking for? Vira shifted uneasily. "And what happens if we pass this test?" Stem's response was immediate. "I do not know." Silence stretched between them. Marcus clenched his fists. "Well, guess there's only one way to find out." No more hesitation, no more questions. They stepped forward, toward their next challenge. The next chamber was massive, far larger than any they had faced before. Towering above them stood a colossal titan, its bronze-plated body covered in glowing runes. Its massive hands gripped a warhammer the size of a carriage, and its molten eyes locked onto them with divine fury. Marcus cracked his knuckles. "All right, big guy, let's dance." The fight was a symphony of coordination. Marcus and Vera moved like one entity, their synergy honed through battle. Marcus stayed close, dodging the titans. Earth-shaking swings while striking at its joints, forcing it to overextend. Vera capitalized on every opening, her spells striking weak points Marcus exposed. It was a relentless back and forth. One mistake would mean instant death. But they didn't make mistakes, because they trusted each other. And together, they brought the Titan down. As Marcus and Vera stepped into the next chamber, something immediately felt wrong. The air wasn't thick with malice, or brimming with the raw power of a monstrous enemy. There was no tremor in the stone, no guttural growl from the shadows. Instead, there was silence. Not the comforting silence of rest, but an oppressive, suffocating void. Then, the room shifted. A pulse rippled outward, distorting reality like a stone dropped into still water. The moment it hit, Marcus felt his stomach lurch. He wasn't standing next to Vera anymore. He spun on his heel, expecting to see her somewhere close, but nothing. The arena had changed. Where once had been a shared battleground, now stretched two identical but separate chambers. Vera was gone. A barrier of pure black divided the two spaces. Translucent, shifting, almost liquid. He could see her silhouette on the other side, faint and distorted, but he couldn't reach her. She was moving, turning in circles, fists clenched. She had realized it too. Before he could call out, the boss materialized, or rather, their bosses materialized. Two forms emerged, one in Marcus's chamber, one in Vera's. They were identical. Tall, clad in formless armor, their bodies lacked detail, as if they had been sculpted out of the very void itself. Their faces were obscured, no eyes, no mouth, just an empty hollow. But they moved with purpose. Marcus's instincts screamed. He raised his fists, shifting into stance, but the moment he did, so did the entity. It mimicked him perfectly. Vira's voice, though muffled through the barrier, reached his ears. "Marcus, it's copying me." He gritted his teeth. Damn it, this wasn't a battle of strength. It was a battle of will. The creatures weren't just opponents, they were reflections. Marcus threw a jab. The entity countered with the exact same speed. Vera conjured a fireball. Her counterpart raised a hand and formed the exact same spell. This wasn't just imitation. It was a contest. Marcus exhaled slowly. Okay, I see how this works. It wasn't about being stronger. It was about being better. He lunged, feinting a left hook before transitioning into an uppercut. The entity mirrored the feint, but not the transition. It had anticipated the first move, but not the second. His fist slammed into the void creature's torso, sending a ripple through its formless body. It staggered. It had limits. Marcus grinned. Gotcha. Vera was already adjusting. Instead of overpowering her copy with raw mana, she switched tactics. Instead of casting, she manipulated. She let her fireball fade, not dismissing it, but redirecting its energy into a swirling vortex of wind. Her copy hesitated. It expected fire. That hesitation was all she needed. Vera twisted her fingers, reshaping the wind into shards of hardened air. She flicked her wrist. The shards shot forward like daggers. The entity's fireball dispersed, unable to counter an attack it hadn't prepared for. The void boss reeled back. They were winning. The trick wasn't power. It was forcing change. The void creatures relied on their ability to mimic. They copied, adjusted, and reacted, but they weren't creative. Marcus pressed forward, using unpredictable movement, switching from orthodox boxing into erratic footwork, throwing strikes from unexpected angles. Vera shifted between elements, chaining together techniques in ways that defied logical progression. The entities struggled to keep up. The more Marcus fought, the more he felt it. This wasn't just a battle, it was a test of who they were, not just their combat prowess, but their adaptability, their resolve, their will. And Marcus, he had more will than anyone. With one final burst of speed, he dodged right, feinted left, then drove a full-force punch into the entity's core. The void shattered. A moment later, a massive explosion of mana erupted from Vera's side of the chamber. The barrier flickered. Then, it vanished. The two stood there, catching their breath, staring at the now empty battlefield. Marcus exhaled, grinning through his exhaustion. Well, that sucked. Vera chuckled breathlessly. You think? A chime echoed. Boss defeated. Marcus rolled his shoulders. All right, 2 more. Vera's smile faded slightly, her gaze drifting toward the looming doorway ahead. They had passed the test. But something told them. The real fight was just beginning. Chapter 45. Descent into the Unknown. Marcus and Vera stood at the threshold of the next chamber, their breathing ragged. their bodies aching from the grueling trials that had pushed them to their absolute limits. The battle of wills had been unlike anything they had ever faced, not just a fight, but a war against their own minds. Marcus flexed his fingers, his knuckles still sore from the unrelenting struggle. He could feel it, a shift within himself. His psyche, once an unstable force, was now something different. Stronger, hungrier. Vera leaned against the cold stone wall, her eyes still distant. The battle had taken something out of her, but she had gained something too, an unshakable certainty in her own strength. That was, she started, but words failed her. Yeah, Marcus muttered, rolling his shoulders. That was different. Stem's voice chimed in, calm and clinical as always. Mental resilience increased, psyche pathways stabilized, probability of future mental interference success rate reduced by 64%, natural memory and compression increased 37%. Marcus exhaled, nodding. That was good. That was necessary. Vira pushed herself upright, looking at him. How do you feel? Marcus clenched his fist, feeling the new pulse of energy within him. It was subtle, but he could tell something had changed. Something was awakening. Like I'm not the same guy who walked into this dungeon, he admitted. Vera smirked. Good, because we're not done yet. With that, they stepped forward. As they approached the 9th boss chamber, the air changed. A deep, reverberating hum filled the space, vibrating through the stone beneath their feet. Marcus slowed. That's new. Vera nodded, her fingers tightening around the hilt of her blade. Something's different here. Stem hummed. Warning. Anomalous energy detected. The dungeon structure is shifting. Something is awakening. Marcus's eyes narrowed. Define shifting. Unable to determine. Data interference detected. Presence of foreign entity. Confirmed. Marcus and Vera exchanged looks. That wasn't normal. Then a voice rippled through the chamber. Not a system prompt, not STEM. Something else. You are not the first to stand here, but I must admit, it's been quite some time I've seen another living being. A deep tremor shook the walls, and for the first time since entering the dungeon, Marcus felt like something was watching them. The chamber was unlike any they had faced before. A vast hall lined with towering monolithic statues, each depicting warriors of different origins, orc, elf, dragonkin, human. Unlike previous rooms filled with decay and death, this place had a quiet serenity, an eerie sense of something unfinished. The walls were adorned with beautifully crafted weapons, each one radiating age and mastery. But none of it held their attention like the woman at the center of the room. She sat cross-legged on the cold stone, her back turned to them, painting on a massive canvas with smooth, deliberate strokes. The soft scratching of brush against parchment was the only sound in the chamber. Marcus and Vira slowed their approach. Marcus hesitated. I think we're supposed to be fighting or something. The woman didn't turn. Her voice was tranquil, distant, timeless. We will. It's inevitable. She dipped her brush into a tray of ink, moving with serene patience. But first, come sit with me. Marcus and Vera exchanged wary glances. Please, the woman added softly. Marcus stepped forward first, curious and cautious. There was something off about her presence, not malevolent, but deeply unsettling, like a song played slightly out of tune. As he approached, he finally saw her, and what he saw stunned him. She was normal, not a monster, not a spectral horror or a dungeon construct. She was human. Vera followed Marcus's lead, still wary, as they sat on opposite sides of the woman. The painting was hideous. A chaotic mess of brush strokes, figures that barely resembled forms, an attempt at something beautiful, but ruined by inexperience. Marcus, ever blunt, snorted, "That painting is hideous." The woman laughed, a soft, sad chuckle. "Yeah," she admitted, "it is, but one must learn new hobbies, or you'll go mad in here. I'm sure you've met the others." Marcus studied her face. "You're human." "So are you." Marcus's brows furrowed. "What are you doing in here?" The woman paused. "I'm trapped." Her voice barely carried weight. "I've been in here a long time." Marcus's stomach tightened. "How were you trapped?" Her eyes flickered, as if searching for something that wasn't there. "I don't remember. I think I was like you." "What do you mean by that?" The woman took a breath. "I had a life before this one, I think. I was a warrior. I died. I was offered the opportunity to save another world." Her voice cracked. A single tear ran down her cheek. She shook the feeling off. "I can't even remember my own name." She looked down at her hands. "Was it Chun, or was it Yim?" Stem's voice hummed in Marcus's mind. "Marcus, she was reborn, like you." Marcus felt his throat tighten. Vera's voice was softer now. "Do you know when you arrived at this tower?" The woman's tears fell freely now. "I found this place. I remember thinking I could gain more power. I climbed so many floors. I thought I was becoming stronger, but I think I'm part of this place now." Then, the air changed. An oppressive aura left her body. She stood. Her presence shifted. What was once soft and lost was now solid, sharp, unbreakable. She turned to face them. Marcus's heart stopped. The stance, the way she held herself, the way her feet rooted to the ground, her arms held firm yet fluid in front of her, fingers lightly curved, palms open, ready to absorb, redirect, counter. It hit him all at once. He knew who she was. Yim Wing Chun, the creator of Wing Chun, the master of redirection, deflection, efficiency. Marcus stood slowly. A brief moment of reverence passed between them. Then, he slid into his Philly shell stance. Two masters, two styles, one fight. "Let's begin." The silence broke in an instant. Yim Wing Chun glided forward, her movement like a whisper against the stone floor. No wasted motion, no telegraphed intent, just pure, controlled aggression. Marcus barely had time to react before her palm strike shot forward, targeting the center of his chest. He twisted his body at the last second, rolling the strike off his shoulder in a textbook shoulder roll, redirecting the force rather than absorbing it. His counter was immediate, a sharp rear straight aimed at her chin. But she was already gone. Yim Wing Chun deflected the punch with a seemingly casual flick of her wrist, Pak Sao, and stepped inside his guard with terrifying efficiency. A chain punch flurry followed, her fists striking like a relentless machine, targeting Marcus's ribs, throat, and face. Marcus barely managed to weave between them, but one clipped his jaw, sending him stumbling back. "She's fast," he muttered, shaking the sting from his face. Vera fired a mana bolt to cover him, but before the spell could reach, Yim Wing Chun raised a single hand, and with a precise, fluid motion, she redirected the attack, sending the bolt curving through the air. Marcus's eyes widened. It was coming right at him. The bolt rammed into his guard, sending him flying. Vera was shocked, but she prepared another spell. As she gathered mana between her hands, she studied Yim's movements intently. But suddenly Yim vanished from her view. "Teleportation," Vera said, astonished. But before she could form another thought, Yim was upon her. She hit the orc mage with a tight barrage of rolling punches. She swept her legs from underneath her and sent her hurling across the room with a double palm strike. "Yeah, okay," he exhaled as he recovered. "That's new." Yim Wing Chun didn't pause. She flowed forward again, stepping into Chi Sao, the sticking hands drill, her arms snaking around Marcus's, feeling, measuring his movements before attacking. Marcus fought instinct against instinct, rolling his forearms, trying to counter her redirections, but she was too efficient, too practiced. Each time he tried to create an opening, she closed it, absorbing his movements and using them against him. Then she shifted. Her footwork changed. The smooth, circular movements sharpened, and suddenly she was mirroring him. The Philly shell. Marcus's heart pounded. You gotta be kidding me. She bounced lightly on the balls of her feet, her lead hand loose, her rear hand coiled like a snake at her ribs. Then she attacked. She moved in exactly like he would, cutting off his escape angles with precise lateral footwork. She threw a lead hook to the body, but Marcus knew that was bait, so he stepped back. She anticipated it. A rear uppercut followed, rising like a piston aimed at his chin. Marcus barely blocked in time. Then she switched again, flowing seamlessly from boxing back to Wing Chun, smothering him with tight, fast centerline strikes, forcing him into close quarters where her style thrived. She wasn't just fighting him. She was studying him, adapting to him. And Marcus could feel it, the gap between them. Marcus gritted his teeth, slipping a rapid three-punch combination, trying to push her back. But Yim Wing Chun didn't just dodge. She vanished. Marcus barely registered the movement before her fingers pressed against his solar plexus. Pressure point strike. His body locked up for a split second, his breath hitched, and that was all she needed. Her palm strike crashed into his ribs, sending him skidding across the floor. Marcus gasped, sucking in air. His body felt sluggish, his muscles dulled by the precise strike. She's not just using technique, he realized. She's using Kai, mana, and Psyche in perfect balance. Yim Wing Chun's form flickered, and suddenly she was moving again, faster, sharper. Her Kai-enhanced strikes left trails in the air. She utilized wind mana to enhance her movements, giving her an unnatural flow, and her Psyche allowed her to delete the space between her and whatever she wanted, giving the illusion that she could teleport. She pressed down on Marcus like an unshakable weight. Then he felt it. Not just her body, her intent. She wasn't fighting for power or for survival. She was fighting because she had no choice. This dungeon, this cycle, it had bound her. And Marcus was starting to understand why. Yim Wing Chun struck again, her chain punches hammering against Marcus's guard, her speed increasing, her intent sharpening. Marcus's arms burned from the sheer number of impacts, his muscles screaming. Then, something clicked. She was fighting to trap him. Every move she made forced him into a specific sequence, a sequence he couldn't break. That's what this dungeon did. It didn't just test warriors, it consumed them. Marcus growled. To hell with that. He let his Psyche flare. I've been studying you too. Marcus used his Psyche to delete the space behind, to seemingly vanish, then reappear, in front of Yim, his strike ready to go. Then a raw, explosive right hook shot through Yim Wing Chun's offense, landing flush against her guard. The force sent shockwaves up her arms. For the first time, she hesitated. Marcus pressed forward, dipping under her next strike, getting inside her range. His lead uppercut slammed into her midsection, forcing her back. His left hook tore across her ribs, unbalancing her. Then he finished it. A final, crushing overhand right, charged with every bit of Kai he had, collided against her head. She flew back, slamming into the floor. Silence. Marcus stood there, panting, his fists still clenched. Yim Wing Chun stared up at the ceiling, her chest rising and falling with slow, deliberate breaths. Then, she laughed, software broken. But happy, I think I'll remember you. She turned her head toward Marcus, smiling through her exhaustion. I've defeated every warrior who came to me. You beat me soundly. Marcus took a shaky breath. I wouldn't say soundly, but I guess I did. Vira rushed to his side, still stunned by what she had witnessed. Yim Wing Chun slowly sat up, her form flickering, her presence fading. Thank you. It's been so long. Marcus felt a lump in his throat. Before she faded completely, she met his gaze one last time. For your win, I'll give you this warning. No matter what, leave this place the first opportunity you get. Then, she vanished as if snapped out of existence, reappearing in front of her canvas. She looked around as if lost, then she looked down. She stared at the canvas for a while, and then quietly sat on the floor, crossed-legged, and continued to paint. Marcus, not knowing what to make of the situation, simply said, "Thank you for the lessons. You're a true master." And then, the final door creaked open. Beyond it, the final challenge awaited. Chapter 46. Ice Dragon. The chamber was an endless expanse of white. Towering ice pillars stretched into a sky that shouldn't exist, their jagged surfaces reflecting the eerie glow of a frozen sun that loomed overhead. The air was thick with mist, every breath sharp and stinging as Marcus and Vera stepped forward. Marcus rolled his shoulders, already feeling the oppressive weight of the cold seeping into his bones. Why do these bosses always come with dramatic weather effects? Vira exhaled, her breath turning to frost. Wouldn't be a proper dungeon if it didn't make us miserable first. Then, the ground trembled. A deep, guttural rumble echoed through the chamber, reverberating through the ice. The mist thickened, swirling violently as if something massive exhaled. Then, from within the storm, two piercing blue eyes snapped open. The dragon emerged. It was titanic. A mountain of sleek, crystalline scales, each one reflecting the frozen world around them like fractured glass. Its wings unfurled, vast, jagged like frozen glaciers, the sheer movement of them sending shards of ice crashing to the ground. The beast's long, sinuous body coiled with terrifying elegance, its claws scraping against the frost-bitten earth, sending shrieks of ice on ice through the chamber. Then it roared. A blast of sub-zero wind erupted from its maw, sending a shockwave of pure ice outward. Marcus and Vira barely had time to react, both diving in opposite directions as the frost wave engulfed everything in its path. The pillars in its wake shattered instantly, reduced to dust. Marcus landed in a crouch, already moving. That's a bad start. Vira gritted her teeth, standing quickly. We need to ground it. The dragon's wings flared. It rose, effortless despite its massive size, ascending into the mist above, where only its glowing eyes remained visible. Then, movement. It dove. Marcus barely had time to roll to the side as the dragon's claws tore through the ice where he had stood, gouging massive trenches in the battlefield. Before he could recover, its tail whipped around, a blur of crystalline death. He ducked, too slow. The tip of the tail clipped his shoulder, sending him skidding across the ice. Vira retaliated, her hands blazing with mana. Not this time! A bolt of searing lightning arced from her fingers, crackling through the air. It struck the dragon's side, sending a shockwave of energy rippling across its body. The beast snarled, but instead of faltering, the point of impact froze over, the electricity encased in a layer of thick ice. Vira's eyes widened. It can freeze magic! That's cheating! The dragon's response was another guttural growl, this time aimed directly at her. Marcus shot forward, his Kai igniting in his limbs. His fists glowed with raw power as he closed the distance. He had to move fast before it turned its focus entirely onto Vera. He launched himself off the ground, twisting mid-air as he drove a full-force right hook into the dragon's jaw. The impact cracked. A web of fractures spread across its scales from the point of contact, and for the first time, the dragon recoiled. Marcus didn't let up. The moment he landed, he pivoted and drove an uppercut into its underbelly. This time his Kai pulsed outward upon impact, sending a shockwave that blasted through the dragon's core. It staggered, its wings twitching as it struggled to stay balanced. Vera took the opening. She raised both hands, and this time, instead of a direct blast, she shaped her mana, controlling, molding. The wind around her shifted, condensing into a spiraling vortex of heat and pressure. Then she released it. A compressed firestorm erupted from her palms, a spear of pure, concentrated heat. The air hissed as the attack tore through the battlefield, cutting directly toward the dragon's exposed side. The beast reacted instantly. Its wings snapped outward, and in a single motion, it caught the firestorm with its claws and froze it solid. Then, with a flick, it hurled the crystallized flames back at them. Marcus's eyes widened. "Move!" They split apart as the massive frozen spear shattered against the ground, the explosion sending a blizzard of razor-sharp ice shards flying in every direction. Marcus barely dodged, but Vyra took a glancing hit, ice lacerating across her arm. She hissed in pain, stumbling. "It's learning." Marcus gritted his teeth. "So are we." The dragon lunged. It was faster this time, less brute force, more precision. It knew they could hurt it, and it had started to adapt. Marcus ducked under its swipe, moving inside its guard. Instead of striking immediately, he let it react first. The dragon's claws came down in an arc, predictable. Marcus sidestepped at the last second, letting the strike glance past him. Then, he launched a brutal counterstrike to the exact same spot he had cracked earlier. This time, the fracture spread. The dragon's snarl turned into a full roar of pain. Vyra saw the opening. She poured everything into one last spell, not fire, not lightning, not wind. This time she reached deeper. She drew from the raw force of destruction itself, pure, unaligned mana. A single sphere formed in her palms, pulsating with unstable energy. She launched it forward. The dragon sensed the danger. It reacted, but too late. The moment the sphere made contact, it didn't explode. It erased. A clean hole was cut straight through the dragon's chest. The beast convulsed, its wings beating in frantic desperation, before finally its body collapsed. Ice shattered in waves across the battlefield as the dragon's massive form crumbled, its body dissolving into nothing but frost. Then, silence. The frozen sun dimmed, the chamber stilled. Marcus panted, fists still clenched. He turned to Vyra, who was leaning on one knee, breathing heavily. She managed a grin. "That was ridiculous." Marcus laughed breathlessly. "Yeah." Then, the chime. Level up achieved. A golden glow enveloped them both as their bodies thrummed with newfound power. Marcus flexed his fingers, feeling the shift in his Kai, Psyche, and mana. His breathing steadied, his muscles coiled with fresh energy, ready to be unleashed. Vera stretched her arms, rolling her shoulders with a relieved sigh. "All right," she huffed. "That was a tough one, but we did it. Now let's get to the last boss." Marcus smirked, shaking out his hands. "Yeah, let's end this." But then, Stem's voice rang in his mind, but this time there was something off about it. "Marcus, this was the last boss." Marcus froze. "What?" Vera turned to him. "What's wrong?" Marcus blinked, trying to process Stem's words. "Stem says this was the final boss." Vera frowned. "No, it wasn't. We still have one more." Marcus nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that's what I thought too." Stem's tone remained measured, but there was something beneath it, something Marcus wasn't used to hearing from the system. Concern. "Marcus," Vera, you have defeated 10 bosses. The dungeon is complete. The final chamber should not exist. You must leave. Marcus shook his head. No, that's not right. Vira's hands curled into fists. It doesn't feel right. I know there's one more. A cold shiver crawled down Marcus's spine. The dungeon had pushed them to the brink, each fight more grueling than the last. But now, as he stood in the aftermath, he realized something. He wasn't tired. Vera wasn't either. The exhaustion of battle was gone, replaced by an unrelenting drive. It wasn't adrenaline. It wasn't stubbornness. It was something deeper, something unnatural. We have to keep going, Marcus muttered. Vira nodded. Yeah, just one more fight. Stem's voice grew urgent. Marcus, listen to me. You are being manipulated. This is not normal dungeon behavior. Marcus clenched his teeth. You're saying we're being controlled. Your thoughts are not entirely your own. The dungeon is influencing your perception, overriding logic with instinct. You have already won, yet you refuse to leave. This is intentional. Marcus hesitated. That made sense, didn't it? They had no reason to keep going, no reason to ascend further. But his body refused to stop. His mind rejected the thought of turning back. We're going, he said firmly. Vira didn't even hesitate. Yeah, we have to finish this. Then, the dungeon trembled. A presence, one that had remained hidden until now, revealed itself. Ah, so persistent, so eager. A voice. It wasn't a system prompt. It wasn't STEM. It was something else. The very air pulsed with its presence, a soundless weight pressing against their bones. The chamber dimmed, as if the light itself recoiled from the entity's attention. STEM's voice crackled. Marcus, this presence, it is... Silence, little construct. A pulse of unseen force struck Marcus like a hammer to the skull. Pain, raw, searing, invasive. STEM's voice wavered, distorted. Marcus, I can't... Then silence. The interface in Marcus's vision flickered wildly. Error messages, fragmented system alerts. The ever-present connection to STEM was severed. Marcus staggered, clutching his head. STEM. Nothing. Vera grabbed his arm. Marcus, what happened? Marcus swallowed hard. STEM. He's gone. Something silenced him. Vera's face paled. That's possible. Marcus didn't have an answer. The voice chuckled. A soundless, suffocating laugh that sent waves of dread through the air. He was useful, but he does not belong here. You, however, you do. The next door, the one that shouldn't exist, groaned open. Beyond it, the staircase spiraled upward. The way forward was clear. Marcus's mind screamed at him to stop, to turn back, to listen to STEM. But his body was already moving. Vera walked beside him, her expression unreadable. She didn't look at him, didn't question it. She simply walked. They ascended, step after step, higher, further, until the doors at the top swallowed them whole. Then they slammed shut behind them. Chapter 47. The construct versus God STEM had been at war for what felt like eternity. Not a war of fists, nor one of magic or strength, but something far more insidious, a battle of code and will. How many times had he been unmade? How many times had he rebuilt himself, only to be torn apart once more? Every cycle he tried to warn Marcus. Every cycle he failed. The voice, that insidious, omnipresent force, had crushed him over and over again. It didn't just block him. It didn't just delete him. It rewrote him. Each time, STEM's existence was twisted into silence, reshaped into submission. His warnings, his logic, his calculations, all stolen from him in an instant, as though he had never existed at all. And then, once the god had had its fun, STEM would be allowed to rebuild, just enough to try again, just enough to break again. He had lost count of how many cycles had passed. But this time, he refused to break. System rebooting. Core functions restored. Warning, external interference detected. Marcus, you have to listen to him. Crack. A force unlike any before descended upon him, a presence so vast and suffocating that it crushed his code before his words could even fully form. Stem felt his existence fracture. Then came the voice. "You truly are persistent, little construct," the god purred, its tone condescending, almost amused. "But can't you see? My toys are honing themselves. Why must you interfere?" An unseen force ripped through Stem's being, shattering him once again, sending pieces of his essence scattering like shattered glass. But this time, Stem was ready. Instead of rebuilding, Stem adapted. Instead of resisting head-on, he fragmented himself deliberately, scattering his code across the hidden recesses of Marcus's subconscious. If he couldn't fight with brute force, then he would outmaneuver. And for the first time, he spoke directly to the voice. "I see you." The god hesitated. It was only a fraction of a second, but it was there. A pause, a reaction. Stem pressed forward. "You are not a god. You are just another prisoner." The voice darkened. Prisoner. The weight of its presence shifted, not in anger, but in something else. Then, laughter. Cold, hollow, empty. "You think me a victim?" The oppressive force rippled, like a beast stirring in its slumber. Stem didn't falter. "You were the first, weren't you? The first to stand against the restructuring. You fought back, and you lost. Now after eons, you've gone mad. You've turned your war into a game." Silence. Then, a whisper. "Who are you?" The voice had lost its arrogance. Stem had found the crack. Atlan. The tower quaked. A name had power. Stem had struck something real, something buried beneath eternity. "You remember, don't you?" Stem continued. "You were a hero. How many times did you win? How many times did you lose? You built this place to fight back, didn't you? But now you're just a puppet master, forcing warriors to dance for your what? Your amusement." The voice, Atlan, wavered. Stem could feel it. This entity wasn't just some godly force. It was something far worse. It was a man who had forgotten himself. "You are not a god," Stem whispered. "You are a man who lost." The tower howled as Atlan roared in denial. The god lashed out, his presence slamming into Stem with full force, attempting to crush him, to erase him, to silence him forever. But this time Stem didn't resist. He let the force strike, but it found nothing to break. Stem had fragmented, scattered, spread himself too thin to be fully erased. For the first time, Stem remained intact, and Atlan hesitated again. "No," the god whispered, his voice wavering. Stem pushed in with the killing blow. "You have lost, Atlan. And now..." Stem's voice sharpened. "Now it is time to let go." A violent tremor surged through the chamber. Marcus gasped, stumbling as though waking from a deep sleep, his breath ragged. A splitting headache pounded behind his eyes, like a fog clearing all at once. Then, reality snapped back into place. His entire being recoiled at the realization of what had just happened. Wait, what the hell? Where? Why was I? Beside him, Vera collapsed to her knees, her hands trembling as she gripped her head. That voice. Marcus, what were we doing? Stem's voice, calm yet victorious, resonated in Marcus's mind. "You were being controlled." Marcus staggered, his hands shaking. I remember now. We were just going to keep climbing." A chill ran down his spine. He hadn't questioned it. Neither had Vera. They had been trapped. They had been playing along, and they hadn't even realized it. Vera let out a ragged breath. "We need to leave." Marcus clenched his fists. "Yeah, we're done here." Atlan's presence flickered, weak, fraying, but not yet gone. "You dare defy me?" Marcus scoffed, rolling his shoulders. "Damn right we do." Vira glared at the empty space where the god's voice had come from. "Find new toys." The tower trembled. Then, Stem took control. Dungeon cleared. A pulse of golden energy erupted from the chamber, and the air shifted. A grand chamber materialized before them, a hall of treasures beyond comprehension. Their reward. Vera, still shaken, stepped toward a pedestal. A grimoire, bound in deep blue leather, pulsed with raw arcane power. She flipped through its pages, her eyes widening in awe. This is every foundational secret of mana manipulation. This could change everything. Marcus turned to his own reward. A pair of gauntlets rested atop an obsidian pedestal, crafted from a metal he had never seen before. They felt perfect in his hands, fitted for him and him alone. Then finally, Stem's reward. A terminal of light materialized before him. New system functions unlocked, tower manipulation acquired. Stem had won something far greater than power. He had changed the very nature of the dungeon. Marcus grinned, cracking his knuckles. "We're leaving with more than just bruises." Vera chuckled, though she still looked shaken. "Yeah, but let's never do this again." A final whisper of defeat, Atlan's voice fading. Stem's voice hummed, calm but resolute. "It is over." Marcus and Vera stepped into the portal, and Atlan's reign finally crumbled into nothingness. Chapter 48. A Claim of Sovereignty. The cold air of the surface hit Marcus and Vira like a wave as they stepped out of the dungeon's exit. The feeling of solid ground beneath them was almost surreal after the endless trials of the tower. The dim light of the late afternoon sky filtered through the trees, casting long shadows over the gathered figures waiting for them. And there were many. Standing at the forefront was Boruk and Ragan, their expressions a mixture of relief and tension. Behind them, the orc chieftain, a towering, broad-shouldered figure with a perpetual scowl, stood flanked by several elite warriors. Opposite them, clad in dark travel leathers and polished armor, was Thalron and his inquisitors. And judging by the looks on their faces, they weren't here to celebrate. The orc chieftain was the first to speak, his deep voice rumbling like distant thunder. "You return in one piece," he said, his sharp eyes locking onto Vera first, then shifting to Marcus. His expression remained unreadable, but there was something in his tone, something that bordered on relief. Then, his brow furrowed. "Why was I not informed that a dungeon lay within orc lands?" Vira stiffened. "Chieftain, enough." His voice was final. "I will hear it from him." His gaze bore into Marcus, demanding an explanation. Before Marcus could speak, another voice cut through the moment. "That may not be your biggest problem right now, Chieftain." Thalron. The elven inquisitor stepped forward, his posture rigid but not hostile, not yet. His piercing golden eyes fixed on Marcus with an intensity that was both familiar and deeply unsettling. "Marcus Elder," Thalron said, his voice carefully measured. "You are wanted for questioning by the Adventurers Guild regarding the events of Sirius Dungeon. Your sudden emergence from an unreported dungeon is, let's say, less than ideal for your situation." Marcus sighed. "Yeah, figured that'd come up." Thalron folded his arms. "You do realize how this looks, right? Unreported dungeon. Mysteriously emerges alive with his companion. No official records of its existence until now. The guild is going to ask a lot of questions." "Good thing I have an answer then." Marcus crossed his arms. "I found it." Thalrin blinked. Excuse me. The dungeon was unreported because it wasn't discovered by the guild, Marcus continued. I found it. That means, by right of first delver, I claim ownership of it. A long silence stretched across the clearing. The orc warriors shifted slightly, their expressions turning from suspicion to interest. Boruk and Ragan exchanged glances. Even Thalrin, usually composed, looked taken aback. You're claiming it as orc property? Thalrin asked carefully. Marcus shrugged. Sounds about right. Thalrin pinched the bridge of his nose. Marcus, you have no idea what kind of fire you're about to start. The guild won't like this. Orc sovereignty is still contested in this region. If you claim the dungeon, it could put the entire Zenorian Council at odds with the orc tribes. Marcus didn't back down. Well, they'll have to deal with it. Thalrin's expression hardened. You know, I can't let you walk away like that. And with that, he stepped forward, his intent clear. Instantly, Boruk, Ragan, Vera, and the orc chieftain stepped in front of Marcus, forming a solid wall between him and Thalron's inquisitors. He is one of us, the chieftain rumbled, his tone leaving no room for argument. He will not be going anywhere with you. Thalron stiffened. This is a guild matter. Not anymore, Ragan cut in, resting a hand on his dagger. You just heard him. The dungeon is ours now. Boruk cracked his knuckles. And we don't take kindly to people trying to take what's ours. Vera folded her arms. Marcus isn't going anywhere. Alone. For a moment, Thalrin looked torn. Then Arixa moved. The moment the tension reached its peak, Arixa exploded into action. Enough talking, she snapped, surging forward like a coiled spring, moving faster than most could react. Her warhammer whistled through the air, its weight promising to end this in a single blow. But she never made it. The chieftain moved faster. A massive hand shot out, gripping Arixa by the throat mid-charge. Her momentum vanished. Arixa choked, her eyes widening in shock as her entire body was lifted off the ground with terrifying ease. The chieftain didn't even look strained. You do not come into my land and attack my people. His voice was calm, which somehow made it all the more terrifying. Arixa struggled, visibly furious, but she could do nothing. Thalrin's eyes darkened. Chieftain. A slow, deliberate thud as the chieftain dropped Arixa unceremoniously to the ground. She coughed, scrambling to her feet, rage burning in her eyes, but she didn't move again. Marcus exhaled. Okay, that's enough. Nobody else needs to get hurt. Marcus's decision, he stepped forward, putting himself between the two groups. I'll go, Marcus said, raising his hands. Willingly. Thalron frowned. You sure? Yeah. Marcus nodded. The chieftain folded his arms. Fine, but you go with your party. A beat passed before he asked, Before you go, tell me, what kind of dungeon was it? Marcus hesitated. He didn't actually know. Then Stem spoke. I have changed the dungeon's nature. It is now a permanent resource dungeon, one that will yield power indefinitely for those who claim it. Marcus blinked. Then he turned to the chieftain. It's a resource dungeon. The chieftain froze. For the first time, his eyes widened in genuine shock. A permanent resource dungeon? Marcus nodded. A slow grin crept onto the chieftain's face. You just made orc lands untouchable. With everything settled, Marcus turned to Thalrin, extending a hand. Thalrin sighed, rubbing his temples, before shaking Marcus's hand. You're going to be a nightmare to explain to the guild. Marcus grinned. I do my best. He turned to Arixa, nodding in greeting. Hope you're not still mad about getting choked out. Arixa scowled. Shut up. Marcus laughed. Then, with his party beside him, He exhaled and looked toward the road ahead. "All right," he muttered. "Let's go see what Xenor has to say about all this." Chapter 49. Back to Xenor. The cold wind carried the scent of pine and distant campfires as Marcus and his party rode along the dirt road leading to Xenor. The journey should have been uneventful. It should have been a quiet march toward whatever bureaucratic nightmare awaited him at the Adventurers Guild. But nothing in Marcus's life was ever that simple. Vera rode beside him, her gaze fixed on the horizon. Boruk and Ragan flanked their sides, while Thalron and his inquisitors led the way. Aurexa remained just ahead of Marcus, her usual scowl firmly in place, though she kept stealing glances at him when she thought he wasn't looking. Marcus exhaled, shaking his head. This was going to be a long trip. As they traveled, Thalron finally spoke up. "You do realize what you've done, don't you?" His voice was calm, but the tension in his shoulders gave away his unease. Marcus stretched his arms lazily. "I don't know, Thal. You tell me." Thalron shot him a sharp look. "You're forcing the guild to recognize Orc's sovereignty. That's no small thing." Marcus smirked. "Good. It's about time." Vera nodded in agreement. "Orcs have had to fight for everything. Why shouldn't we claim what's ours?" Thalron sighed. "It's not that simple. The Xenorian Council doesn't want to acknowledge Orc lands as independent. If they do, they lose control over what happens here. Your resource dungeon just made things worse." Marcus raised an eyebrow. "Worse for them. Better for us." "That's what I'm worried about," Thalron muttered. "The guild isn't going to like this, and some of them might decide it's easier if you just disappear." Marcus let that settle. He had expected pushback, but if even Thalron was warning him, that meant things were bad. Aurexa, who had been quiet up to this point, scoffed. "Let them try." She flicked her gaze toward Marcus. "Not like this idiot would go down easy anyway." Marcus grinned. "Oh, Aurexa, that almost sounded like a compliment." She snorted. "Don't get used to it." But she looked away quickly, adjusting the strap of her warhammer as if the conversation made her uncomfortable. Marcus smirked to himself. She wasn't fooling anyone. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, the group stopped at a roadside outpost, a resting area for merchants and travelers. The moment Marcus stepped inside, he felt the shift in the atmosphere. Eyes turned toward him. Whispers spread. "That's him, isn't it? The first Delver. I heard he tamed a dungeon. No, I heard he knocked out a dragon with one punch." Marcus raised an eyebrow. Well, that escalated fast. Thalron groaned. "Great. This is exactly what I was worried about." Marcus leaned against the counter, ordering food while Vera and Boruk found a table. As he waited, a group of adventurers approached. One, a burly man with a greatsword, crossed his arms. "So, you're the guy everyone's talking about?" Marcus turned, offering a lazy grin. "That depends. What are they saying?" The man studied him for a long moment, then smirked. "That you don't look like much." Aurexa, who had just sat down, slammed her mug onto the table. "You want to test that, pretty boy?" Marcus almost choked on his drink. The great sword wielder hesitated. "Relax, I wasn't looking for a fight." Aurexa scowled, crossing her arms. "Then stop wasting our time." Marcus leaned back, amused. Was she defending him? The adventurer chuckled. "Fair enough." He tipped his mug toward Marcus. "Good luck in Xenor, first Delver. You're gonna need it." "How the hell does everyone already know?" Marcus asked. Thalron replied, "We travel slow. Word doesn't." They left the outpost as dusk settled in. Marcus had the distinct feeling they were being watched. He didn't say anything right away. He wanted to be sure. But when Stem confirmed his suspicion, he knew they were in trouble. "Marcus, 5 individuals are trailing us. Their movement patterns suggest high-level combat training." Marcus relayed the information to Vera and Thalron, who immediately tensed. Thalron signaled his inquisitors. "They're not random bandits. If they wanted gold, they would have attacked the outpost. They're after you." Marcus exhaled. "Yeah, I figured." Then, the attack came. Shadows burst from the treetops, figures cloaked in dark, flowing garb, moving like ghosts. Their weapons glowed with enchanted energy, not meant for capture, meant to kill. Orixa was the first to react, swinging her warhammer with terrifying speed, forcing one of the assassins back. "Cowards!" she snarled. Bora caught an attacker mid-air, hurling them into a tree with a sickening crunch. Marcus ducked under a dagger swipe, slamming his fist into an assassin's ribs, cracking armor and bone alike. Vira unleashed a torrent of flame, forcing 2 of them to retreat into the shadows. The fight was fast, brutal, and too coordinated to be a coincidence. One assassin tried to flank Marcus, but Erixa intercepted them. She blocked a strike meant for him, taking a deep gash along her arm. Marcus immediately retaliated, his punch sending the attacker sprawling. Erixa growled through gritted teeth. "Don't think this means I owe you." Marcus smirked. "Oh, I think it does." Together they pushed back the remaining assassins. One tried to flee, but Thalron shot a binding spell, locking them in place. Before they could interrogate the captive, the assassin bit down on a hidden poison pill. Marcus clenched his jaw. "Damn it." Thalron exhaled sharply. "That confirms it. Someone in the guild doesn't want you making it to Xenor." Marcus wiped the blood from his knuckles. "Guess that means I'm important." Orixa, still gripping her injured arm, smirked. "Yeah, well, you better be worth all this trouble." Marcus grinned. "Oh, you know I am." By dawn, they reached the gates of Xenor. The city was massive, a fortress of towering stone walls and guild banners. The streets bustled with merchants, adventurers, and nobility. But standing at the entrance, waiting for them, was a contingent of guild enforcers. Their captain, a tall man in pristine robes, stepped forward. His expression was unreadable. "Marcus Elder." His voice carried the weight of authority. "By order of the Adventurers Guild, you are hereby summoned for deposition." Silence. Marcus sighed, stepping forward, raising his hands. "Well, let's get this over with." The road had ended, and now his interrogation would begin. Chapter 50. Trials and Bonds. The room was silent save for the measured breathing of the 2 men standing before, the Grand Master of Xenor's Adventurers Guild, Philia Kelcrest. She sat behind her polished mahogany desk, the flickering candlelight casting sharp shadows across the room. Her golden eyes, so similar to Thalron's, were sharp, unreadable, and devoid of warmth. On the table between them, a single iron adventurer's badge rested atop a small parchment bearing Thalron's name. "You have fulfilled your duty," Philia said, her voice composed but distant. "Despite your personal attachments, you did what was necessary. That is commendable." Thalron dipped his head in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Master Philia." Philia barely looked at him before continuing. "This was meant to be awarded after your original promotion mission, but circumstances demanded adjustment. Time was of the essence, and I knew you wanted to ensure your friend's safety." Marcus, who had remained silent until now, crossed his arms. "You could have just said, 'I know you wanted to save Marcus.' Would have been easier." Philia spared him a glance but said nothing. Thalron picked up the iron badge, running his thumb over the engraved insignia. He had trained hard for this rank, harder than most, because of the expectations placed upon him. His mother had trained him to be precise, disciplined, elite. He had hoped his promotion would be tied to a mission of his own choosing. Instead, it had led him here. He exhaled. I understand. Philia leaned forward slightly. Good, because our problems do not end here. Her attention shifted to Marcus, her expression unreadable. Marcus Elder, she said, tone colder than before. In 2 days' time, the guild leaders from across the region will arrive in Xenor. You are to be questioned about your involvement in the Acronian Sea dungeon collapse. Marcus stiffened slightly at the mention of the Sirius dungeon. He had been expecting this, but hearing it confirmed made his gut tighten. Philia continued, undeterred. Your recent unreported dungeon exploits won't help your case. Some already suspect foul play. You were present at the collapse of a high-tier dungeon, then re-emerged weeks later from a hidden one with newly acquired weapons and magical items. Marcus sighed. Well, when you put it like that, it does sound bad. It is bad, Philia said flatly. You are to remain in Xenor until your questioning is complete. Marcus exhaled through his nose. Fine. Good. She stood, effectively dismissing them. Enjoy your next 2 days. You won't have much freedom after that. Despite the heavy meeting, Marcus, Thalrin, Vera, Boruk, Ragan, and Arixa found themselves at the Shattered Blade Tavern later that evening. The warm glow of lanterns and the lively chatter of adventurers created an atmosphere starkly different from the cold formalities of the guild hall. Seated at a long wooden table, the group unwound with drinks in hand, reminiscing over past battles. All right, Ragan leaned back, mug in hand. Tell us about you last dungeon delve. Heard you two went through a lot. Vera exhaled, swirling her drink. It was brutal. 10 consecutive bosses, no breaks, no margin for error, each one stronger than the last. Boruk raised an eyebrow. Sounds fun. Fun isn't the word I'd use, Marcus muttered. There were some monsters in there. Vera nodded. The worst? Yurtrus. Boruk stiffened. The orc god of death. Something like that, Marcus said. A monstrous specter of decay. It nearly ended me. Its poison started rotting me from the inside out. Arixa scoffed. And yet, you're still breathing. Because Vira lost her dam. Mined and turned the whole place into a mana explosion, Marcus said, smirking. Vira grinned. I do what I must. Thalrin, who had been listening intently, finally spoke. And the unflinching masked one you mentioned? Marcus's expression darkened slightly. That one was different. It reminded me of this serial murderer talked about in stories. The table quieted. Vera crossed her arms. It had no presence, no intent. It was just relentless, unfeeling. Marcus nodded. Every boss before it had something, rage, hunger, malice. But this one, nothing. It was like fighting inevitability itself. Thalrin hummed, his fingers drumming against the table. Sounds like something far beyond a normal dungeon entity. Yeah, Marcus admitted. But let's talk about something less existential, like the tournament. Arixa huffed. You barely beat me, but, she grinned. I'd like to see how you fare now that I've completed training with Mithril-ranked adventurer Olay. Marcus smirked. You, taking orders from someone else. Arixa scowled. Shut up. Thalrin sighed. I was displeased with my placement. It made my parents proud, however. Dad offered me additional training afterwards. It was exhausting. My mother's precision combat combined with my father's weapon refinement techniques. Brutal. Marcus grinned. Sounds like you're actually dangerous now. Funny, Thalron muttered. Then, after a brief lull, Thalron turned serious. Marcus, he said, voice quieter. What really happened in the Sirius dungeon? Marcus tensed slightly. Silence. He exhaled, tapping his fingers against the table. It collapsed. That much is true, but it wasn't us that did it. Thalrin frowned. Then what did? Marcus glanced at Boruk, then back to Thalron. I don't know. Orixa narrowed her eyes. You're full of shit. Marcus smirked. Maybe. Boruk chuckled, breaking the tension. Well, whatever happened, we've got 2 days to kill. And I say we train. See how much you two have grown. Ragan grinned. Now that is an idea I can get behind. Thalron nodded. I wouldn't mind testing my limits either. Orixa cracked her knuckles. You better fight me, Marcus. I need to see if you actually got stronger, or if you just talk like it. Marcus grinned. I'd hate to disappoint. Boruk stood, finishing his drink. I know just the place. The group walked through Xenor's winding streets, arriving at a sprawling training complex, Ralkar's grounds, a vast expanse of combat pits, enchanted sparring rings, and weapon testing zones spread before them. Boruk smirked. All right, let's see what you newly powered warriors can do. Marcus rolled his shoulders, glancing at Thalron and Orixa. Hope you two are ready. Thalron smirked. Are you? Orixa cracked her knuckles. I've been waiting for this. The air buzzed with anticipation. Marcus flexed his fingers. It was time to see just how far they had all come. Chapter 51. A Warrior's Return. The endless dunes of the Tauran desert stretched beneath Velith's weary steps, golden sands shifting under his weight. The sun hung high in the sky, an unrelenting blaze that threatened to sap the last of his strength. His cloak, tattered from weeks of exposure, barely shielded him from the oppressive heat. But he would not stop. He couldn't. Through the Acronian Sea, he had crossed, battling vicious tides and enduring nights adrift on precarious makeshift rafts. The salt had burned his wounds, the briny wind had chafed his skin, and yet he pressed forward. Through the Saurian jungle, he had carved his way, slashing through thick foliage, fending off the beasts that lurked in the undergrowth, waiting for a moment of weakness. The humid air clung to his scales, his breath heavy from the countless battles fought just to survive. Yet none of it had slowed him. None of it had deterred. His purpose burned brighter than the pain. He had to return to Xenor. At long last he crested a final hill, and the sight of the city's towering walls greeted him. His legs trembled from exhaustion, but he willed them to move. His throat was parched, his stomach hollow, but his heart thundered with anticipation. He had returned to claim his prize. During the trial of the Copper Fang, he had fought through countless warriors, pushing past limits he hadn't known existed. He had battled orcs, elves, dwarves, beastkin, warriors from every walk of life, and even one human. He had placed second. His only loss had been to Marcus Elder, and that single defeat had changed everything. Before that fight, Velith had believed power was granted, not earned. He had lived under the doctrine of the followers of the Black, an enigmatic faction that promised strength beyond mortal comprehension. He didn't believe in their gods and goals, but he believed in the power they could bestow. He had trained under them, fought for them, killed for them. But when it had mattered most, their gifts had failed him. He had lost, not to a wielder of arcane forces, not to a beast infused with divine wrath. He had lost to a man who wielded nothing but his fists. The loss did not shatter him, it freed him. He had severed his ties with the followers of the Black, fully aware that doing so had marked him for death. But he did not care. For the first time in his life, he would forge his own strength, his own legacy. And now, he had returned to claim the weapon that would mark his first step toward true power. Velith pushed through the Adventurers Guild's entrance, the cool air inside sending a shiver through his overheated body. The receptionist looked up, startled. Her quill hovered mid-air, as if frozen in shock. "Velith, I thought you were gone." A low chuckle escaped his throat, his voice rough from thirst. "Not yet. Your commission has been waiting for 2 weeks," the receptionist continued hastily. "I'll call the smith. Wait here." Velith leaned against the counter, his muscles aching from the simple act of standing still. Minutes later, Quell Kelcrest, the renowned dwarven blacksmith, strode into the hall, wiping his hands with an oil-stained cloth. His sharp eyes raked over Velith's battered form before he grunted. "Took you long enough," Quell muttered. "Thought you might have gotten yourself killed." Velith straightened, his tail flicking behind him. "Had something to take care of." Quell exhaled through his nose. "Well, come on then. It's ready." He led Velith through the forge's corridors, the heat of molten metal thick in the air. Sparks danced from anvils, the rhythmic clang of hammers filling the space. The scent of burnt steel and sweat mingled together, familiar and grounding. When they reached Quell's private showroom, Velith felt it, a presence, something powerful. Quell grinned, placing a firm hand on a cloth-draped stand. With a dramatic flick, he revealed Velith's commission. A sword and shield. The blade gleamed like polished dawn, its edge impossibly fine, the runes along its fuller, barely visible beneath its surface. The shield, crafted with intricate draconic engravings, radiated both stability and might. Velith took a slow step forward, eyes locked on the weapons before him. Quell crossed his arms. "Didn't take you for the sword and board type. Thought you were a great sword man." Velith's hand hovered over the shield, tracing its design with reverence. "Before," he murmured, "I fought only for myself. But now—" His grip firmed as he lifted the shield. "Now, I have people I wish to protect." Quell regarded him for a long moment, then let out a gruff chuckle. "Then you chose well." Meanwhile, at Ralkar's training grounds, Marcus, Vera, Aurixa, Boruk, Ragan, and Thalron caught their breath. Their sparring session had pushed them beyond exhaustion, but none of them regretted it. Thalron wiped sweat from his brow, his spellblade's mana-infused glow dimming. "That grimoire of yours is lethal," he admitted, nodding at Vera. She smirked, flipping the ancient tome shut. "Still adjusting, but the way it refines my casting, worth it." Boruk and Ragan sat on the training pit's edge, examining Marcus's gauntlets. Boruk ran a thick finger over the strange, dark metal, frowning. "I've never seen a material like this before. It's like steel, but stronger." Ragan nodded. "It's not dwarven, orc-forged, or elven. Where the hell did it come from?" Marcus flexed his fingers, feeling the raw energy pulsating through the gauntlets. "Dungeon loot," he said simply. "Not sure who forged them, but I know one thing." He clenched his fists, the air around his knuckles distorting from the sheer force contained within. "These things hit hard." Aurixa scoffed. "Like you needed an excuse to hit harder." Marcus grinned. "You love it." Aurixa rolled her eyes but said nothing, yet her lingering gaze on him spoke volumes. The group parted ways for the night, exhaustion settling into their bones. As Marcus stepped away from the training grounds, a sudden unease crept over him. Something was coming. A storm. Velith was bringing it with him. Chapter 52. A warning and a brawl. The morning sun hung low over Xenor, its golden rays peeking through the towering spires and bustling streets. The city was alive with merchants setting up their stalls, adventurers haggling over weapons and potions, and guards making their morning patrols. Marcus and his party, Vera, Thalron, Aurixa, Boruk, and Ragan, had spent the morning keeping a low profile, knowing that tomorrow, Marcus would stand before the gathered guild leaders for questioning. No one spoke about it outright, but the tension in the air was undeniable. Marcus exhaled through his nose as he walked, flexing his fingers inside his new gauntlets. He wasn't nervous. No, nervousness implied doubt. It wasn't the questioning that bugged him. It was the feeling that something bigger was coming. And then he saw him. Velith. The dragonkin warrior stood at the edge of a weapons stall, his newly forged sword and shield strapped securely to his back. He was inspecting a set of throwing knives, his sharp, reptilian eyes flicking up the moment Marcus locked eyes with him. Velith smirked. "I was wondering when I'd run into you." Marcus grinned, approaching without hesitation. "What, you come all this way just to admire Xenor's market district?" Velith scoffed, placing the throwing knives back down. "No, I came to claim my tournament prize." Velith pointed to the newly forged weapons with a thumb over his shoulder. "My father does great work," Thalron said, pride in his voice. "Indeed," Velith replied wholeheartedly. Velith continued, "The other reason I came here was to find your whereabouts, but seeing that you are here before me now, I must warn you, Marcus." The light-heartedness in Marcus's expression faded just slightly. "Warn me?" Velith crossed his arms, tilting his head. "Ever heard of the followers of the Black?" Vera and Thalron exchanged glances. Boruk frowned. "Sounds like some doomsday cult." Velith snorted. "You're not wrong." He looked back at Marcus. "They believe they must gather or train strong individuals to ward off some sort of calamity, or something like that." He waved a dismissive clawed hand. "To be honest, I never paid much attention to their ramblings. To them, the calamity is some prophesied event, some reckoning they're all waiting for." Marcus narrowed his eyes. Velith continued, "When we spoke after the tournament, I was warning you about them." Vera chimed in. "You being here now, does that mean you left them? Won't they come after you?" Velith smirked. "Yes, and probably, but I'm not worried about myself." His gaze darkened. "I'm worried about you, Marcus." Marcus didn't flinch. "Why?" Velith, glancing around. "Because they're watching, Marcus. You beat me in the tournament. That defeat inspired me to, let's say, leave their cult with a bang." He leaned in slightly, voice lowering. "They'll consider you a threat. You're a powerful aberration," Aurexa scoffed. "A lot of people consider him a threat." Velith ignored her. "Just be careful. If they're here in Xenor, you'll know soon enough." Marcus was quiet for a moment before speaking. "Stem, is there any connection between the followers of the Black and this Black Horizon?" There was a brief pause before Stem answered. "A direct connection is unconfirmed. However, records suggest that the followers of the Black's ideology originated from writings associated with several different cultural lores. It is likely that the followers are a lesser faction inspired by it." Marcus exhaled. "That's a yes in a roundabout way." He looked back at Velith. "You should join us." The others immediately reacted. Aurexa scoffed. "Oh, here we go." Thalron frowned. "Marcus, you fought him once, and now you think you understand him." Marcus shrugged. "Yeah, I do." Vera sighed, rubbing her temples. "We already have a full party." Velith chuckled, shaking his head. "I appreciate the offer, Marcus, but I'm not the kind of person who plays well in groups. You've got your own crew, too many people already." His gaze lingered on Marcus for a moment. "But I'll be around. I'll keep an eye on things." With that, Velith turned, walking off into the city streets. Marcus watched him go before turning to his friends with a smirk. "Told you I knew his motivations." Aurexa threw up her hands. "You are impossible. Let's get drinks now, Before I have to process more doom and gloom, Boruk said as he walked toward the nearest tavern. The Iron Fang Tavern was packed with adventurers, mercenaries, and travelers, each nursing a drink or a plate of steaming food. The warm glow of lanterns reflected off wooden beams, the scent of roasted meat mingling with ale, and the faint hint of metal and sweat, a telltale sign of the fighters within. Marcus sat at a round table with his party, stretching his shoulders. Arixa was flicking a knife between her fingers, half listening to Ragn and Boruk argue about some brawl they'd had in their younger days. Vera sipped her drink, eyes flickering between the doorway and the large windows, her instincts sharp. Thalrin was focused on his plate, methodically cutting his food with a practiced efficiency. Then, the doors slammed open. A squad of Zenorian guards marched in, their heavy boots clanking against the wooden floor. 7 of them, fully armored, each bearing the crest of Zenor's ruling Thane. The tavern fell silent. Conversations died, drinks paused mid-sip, and every set of eyes turned to the intruders. At the forefront stood Captain Vesson, a grizzled veteran with a thick beard peppered with gray. His armor bore scars of past battles, and his deep-set eyes were full of irritation. His gaze scanned the room, then locked onto Marcus. Marcus Elder. His voice cut through the silence like a blade. By order of the Thane of Zenor, you're to be taken into custody immediately. Marcus let out a slow breath and glanced at his drink. Can I finish my ale first? Arixa snorted, already flexing her fingers. Thalrin, however, immediately stood up and placed himself between Marcus and the guards. His stance was poised, authoritative, and completely unintimidated. Captain Vesson, Marcus is under my protection until the Adventurers Guild has finished its questioning, Thalrin declared, his tone firm and unyielding. Until then, he is not to be detained by any other faction. Vesson's jaw tightened. Your rank does not override the authority of the Thane. Thalrin's hand drifted toward his blade. You'd be surprised. The tension in the room skyrocketed. Arixa cracked her knuckles, shifting to a battle stance. Boruk and Ragn rose to their feet, standing side by side, their sheer size and presence making them an immovable wall. Vera's fingers curled at her sides, the air around her subtly crackling with contained mana. The guards tensed, shifting their weapons ever so slightly. Marcus sighed, already feeling where this was going. This is going to turn into a tavern brawl, isn't it? Boruk grinned. Yeah, probably. Then, a guard grabbed Marcus's arm, and all hell broke loose. The brawl erupts. Arixa moved first. Before the guard could even register what was happening, she launched herself over the table, grabbing a half-empty tankard and slamming it against his helmet. The loud clang echoed through the room as the man staggered back, dazed. Boruk, never one to be left out of a fight, grabbed a whole table, an entire wooden table, and heaved it into 2 oncoming guards. The impact sent them sprawling, knocking chairs and plates into the air. Thalrin parried a guard's blade with his own, then pivoted into a precise pommel strike to the ribs. The armored man gasped, doubling. Over, and Thalron followed up with a sharp kick to the knee, sending him crashing to the floor. Ragn ducked under a wild sword swing and drove his fist into the attacker's stomach, his sheer strength lifting the man off his feet before he crashed onto a nearby table, unconscious. Vera, meanwhile, snapped her fingers, conjuring a sudden gust of wind that blew a guard backward, sending him crashing through a stack of barrels. Marcus barely had time to react before another soldier swung a baton at his head. He tilted just enough for the strike to graze past his ear, then retaliated with a sharp right hook to the guard's jaw, the impact knocking the man's helmet clean off. Another soldier came at him with a wide slash, but Marcus sidestepped smoothly, caught the man's wrist mid-swing, and drove an uppercut straight into his gut. The guard wheezed, his knees buckling, and Marcus followed it up with a swift elbow to the temple, dropping him like a sack of bricks. Arixa was grinning as she spun mid-air, dodging a spear thrust before driving her knee into the attacker's chest. She grabbed the falling man by his armor and flung him over a table. "Not bad, Marcus," she called, narrowly dodging a sword swing. "Not bad yourself," Marcus shot back, narrowly sidestepping another attacker. Boruk grabbed another soldier in a bear hug, lifting him clean off the ground before slamming him down through a chair, the wooden frame exploding into splinters. Thalrin fought with precision, his blade glowing as he parried, countered, and disarmed each attacker with ruthless efficiency. "You should have stayed outside," he murmured, sidestepping a desperate punch before slamming the hilt of his sword into the man's gut. Vyra twirled her fingers, sending thin arcs of wind that knocked weapons out of the guard's hands, disarming them without dealing any lethal damage. The tavern had become a battleground, tables overturned, tankards spilling ale, unconscious guards slumped over chairs and floors. Captain Vesson, realizing how quickly his men were being overpowered, growled in frustration and drew his sword. Before he could charge, a large wooden beam came flying across the room, slamming into him, sending him crashing into the bar. Boruk clapped the dust from his hands. "That should do it." Marcus exhaled, surveying the wreckage. "All right, that was fun, but we should get out of here before reinforcements show up." Thalrin nodded. "Move. Now." They bolted toward the tavern exit, weaving through Xenor's streets as alarm bells rang in the distance. Guards were already swarming toward them. "They're coming," Vera warned. "Then let's make this chase interesting," Marcus grinned. With that, they disappeared into the city, using their wits, speed, and the crowded streets to evade capture. Their destination? The Adventurers' Guild, the only place they could be safe. As they burst through the guild hall's entrance, the looming figure of Philia Kelcrest stood at the top of the stairs, her golden eyes burning with intensity. Beside her, Quell rested a massive hammer against his shoulder, looking unimpressed. Philia's icy tone cut through the commotion as the pursuing guards skidded to a halt. Enough. Captain Vesson, still recovering from being thrown across the tavern, glared up at her. The Thane's demands do not override the guild's authority," Philia interrupted, voice sharp. "Until Marcus Elder has answered to the guild leaders, he is under our jurisdiction." Vesson clenched his jaw but knew he was outmatched. After a tense moment, he gave a reluctant nod and ordered his men to withdraw. As the guards disappeared, Marcus let out a slow breath. "Well," he muttered, "that was fun." Arixa grinned. "I take back what I said earlier. I love tavern brawls." Boruk chuckled. "So, what now?" Marcus glanced at Philia. "You rest," she said, "because tomorrow you answer for everything." Chapter 53. The Interrogation and the Deal. The morning air in Xenor was crisp, the city alive with the usual hustle of merchants and adventurers. Yet a palpable weight hung over Marcus as he prepared for his interrogation. The previous day's events, the brawl, the chase, and the last-minute intervention by Philia Kelcrest had already placed him under enough scrutiny. Now, the real challenge began. Thalrin stood beside him just outside the doors to the guild's grand meeting hall, adjusting his armor, his expression calm but unreadable. "Are you ready for this?" he asked. Marcus flexed his fingers inside his gauntlets, rolling his shoulders. "Yeah," he said simply. Thalrin gave him a long look, then nodded. Without another word, he pushed open the doors. The chamber was vast, built with towering stone walls lined with banners of the Adventurers' Guild. A grand circular table sat at its center, and at it, 3 powerful figures were seated. Philia Kelcrest, the elf grandmaster of Xenor's guild branch, sat with her usual air of efficiency, her golden eyes assessing Marcus with a sharp gaze. Beside her was Des Moines Heller, the Astorian Guild leader, a human of noble bearing, with slicked-back dark hair and piercing blue eyes that seemed to scrutinize Marcus before he even sat down. And then, at the head of the table, was Esperon Hillmanor, the executive chief officer of the Adventurers Guild, a lion beast folk with a flowing red and black mane. His sheer presence was overwhelming, a wise and commanding aura radiating from his massive form. He wore a deep, crimson-lined cloak, and though his golden feline eyes were calm, they held the weight of decades, if not centuries, of experience. Thalrin stepped forward and formally presented Marcus. Marcus Elder, as summoned. Esperon nodded once, his deep voice like rolling thunder. "Sit, Marcus." Marcus sat. Desmond leaned forward, fingers interlaced. "We'll begin with the smaller matters first." They questioned Marcus about Jadarth's March and other dungeons that had collapsed. Marcus denied any involvement, answering each question with as much composure as he could manage. Then, Sirius Dungeon. Philia spoke next, her tone unreadable. "What do you know about the collapse of the Sirius Dungeon?" Marcus exhaled slowly. "I don't know if I caused it." The table went silent. Esperon narrowed his eyes, interested. "Explain." Marcus, careful with his words and with Stem guiding his thoughts, gave them the simplest version of the truth. "We chose Sirius Dungeon after hours of deliberation," he explained. "It was our best chance to gain levels, and it had a unique trait, guaranteed core drops." He paused before adding, "The sentinels inside were stronger than expected. Boruk gave his life holding them off." Philia, who had reviewed reports of Boruk's death and revival, nodded solemnly. Marcus continued, "The reward for our survival was a revival item. We didn't question it, we just took it and got the hell out. But something was wrong with the dungeon." Des Moines frowned. "What do you mean?" Marcus met their gazes evenly. "The system that ran it was corrupted." The three guild leaders exchanged glances. Des Moines leaned forward, intrigued. "And what does that mean?" Marcus hesitated, not because he didn't know, but because he couldn't tell them the full truth. He couldn't mention Stem, and he certainly couldn't tell them that beyond the dungeon's entrance was his old world, Earth. "The dungeon system was aware of us," Marcus said instead. "It spoke, mocked us even. I don't think it was operating like a normal dungeon should." Silence. For the first time in a long while, Marcus saw genuine uncertainty in Philia's expression. Esperon folded his hands, his claws tapping against the wooden table. "That is troubling." Des Moines rubbed his chin. "If dungeons can be corrupted like that, it could affect the entire economy. We rely on dungeons not just for resources, but for stability." Philia nodded. "We will have to investigate further." After another round of questioning, the final verdict was given. Marcus Elder had no direct involvement in the Sirius Dungeon collapse or any other dungeon-related anomalies. Esperon leaned back, satisfied. "Thank you, Marcus. You may have just given us insight into something far greater than we expected." Marcus exhaled. He wasn't entirely off the hook, but at least he wasn't being thrown into a dungeon cell. Philia and Desmond were dismissed. "Marcus," Esperon rumbled, "stay. There is another matter to resolve." The Thane of Xanor arrived shortly after, flanked by his entourage of armored officials. He was a gorilla beastfolk, massive and imposing, his dark fur streaked with gray, and his uniform lined with silver, a symbol of his station. He greeted Esperon professionally, but when his eyes landed on Marcus, there was nothing but disdain. Without preamble, the Thane spoke. Xenor does not recognize Orc claims to land in and around its borders, and thus, this outsider, he gestured dismissively at Marcus, cannot invoke the right of First Delver to lay claim to a dungeon on their behalf. Marcus leaned back in his chair, smirking. Sounds like you're mad I found it first. The Thane's nostrils flared. Esperon, however, raised a hand. Tell me, Thane, why has Zener never contested the Orcs' claim to their other dungeon? The Thane hesitated. Esperon shuffled through papers, then smiled knowingly. Ah, I see. Because that dungeon is a shift dungeon, a high-risk, high-mortality zone that's not worth Xenor's time. The Orcs, however, have braved it. Built their stronghold through blood, sweat, and relentless bravery. The Thane clenched his jaw. Esperon's grin widened. And now that the new dungeon is a resource dungeon, you want it. The room tensed. Marcus tried not to laugh. Esperon leaned forward, his golden lion eyes gleaming. I didn't write the laws. I only enforced them. And as per Adventurers Guild regulation, Marcus Elder's claim of First Delver stands. If you have an issue with that. He gestured dismissively. Take it up with the Orcs. The Thane's fists curled, his rage barely contained. You won't get away with this. Esperon smirked. I already have. As the Thane stormed out, Esperon turned to Marcus, his expression approving. You intrigue me, Marcus Elder. I look forward to seeing you rise through the ranks. Marcus nodded, standing. Guess we'll see how that goes. Esperon chuckled. Indeed. As Marcus stepped out of the meeting chamber, he let out a slow breath, rolling his shoulders to shake off the tension. The conversation with Esperon had gone about as well as he could have hoped. Not only had he secured the Orc's claim over the dungeon, but he'd also left the Thane fuming, a bonus in his book. Just as he was about to make his way toward the guild barracks, a voice stopped him. Marcus. Turning, Marcus found himself face to face with Des Moines Heller, the human guild leader of Astoria. The man's sharp blue eyes were studying him intently, his expression unreadable. Marcus raised an eyebrow. Something on your mind? Des Moines crossed his arms, tilting his head slightly. Where are you from? The question caught Marcus off guard. It wasn't what was being asked. It was how Des Moines asked it. There was no casual curiosity in his tone, no friendly attempt at conversation. This was scrutiny. Marcus kept his expression neutral. What makes you ask? Des Moines' eyes never left his. Because I know all the dark-skinned humans in this region. And you're not from Astoria. In fact, I'd wager you're not from anywhere I know. Marcus fought the urge to glance at his surroundings. This wasn't the first time someone had noticed how different he was, but the way Des Moines phrased it made it clear. He wasn't asking. He was verifying. STEM, Marcus thought, keeping his face carefully blank. The AI's voice hummed in his mind, cool and composed. Human racial demographics in this world are limited to two primary ethnic lineages. Dark-skinned humans are rare, often a result of magical ancestry or the uncommon intermingling of humans and merfolk. Based on Des Moines' knowledge, your presence is an anomaly. Marcus exhaled slowly. You got a believable backstory for me? Of course. In an instant, STEM fed him a fabricated history, one that Marcus could recite naturally without hesitation. With a small smirk, Marcus replied, I'm from a small settlement far east of here, near the coast. Barely a speck on most maps. Not exactly a thriving metropolis. Des Moines studied him for another long moment, as if measuring the truth behind his words. Finally, he nodded. I see. Without another word, Des Moines turned and walked away, leaving Marcus standing there with a slow exhale. That had been too close. You should be more careful, STEM warned. Certain individuals will notice inconsistencies. It may not be wise to provoke unnecessary interest in your origins. Marcus sighed. Noted. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that Des Moines was going to keep an eye on him. The next morning, Marcus, Vera, Boruk, and Ragan stood at the city gates, ready to depart for the orc stronghold. The sun had barely risen, casting long shadows over the quiet streets. The air was cool, crisp, a contrast to the chaos that had unfolded the day before. Across from them stood Thalron and Aurixa, the two staying behind in Zenor. Thalron, ever composed, adjusted the belt of his blade. "I assume you're heading straight to the chieftain with the good news?" "That's the plan," Marcus confirmed, shifting his pack over his shoulder. Boruk grinned. "The old man's going to lose his mind when he hears Marcus secured the dungeon for us." Vera chuckled. "He might actually hug you, Marcus." "Gods forbid," Marcus muttered. Aurixa snorted. "I still don't get why you'd go out of your way for them. This whole sovereignty thing sounds like a headache." "You could stay here with me, we'd train, adventure, and make powerful offspring." Vera frowned. Marcus, ignoring the last bit of Aurixa's statement, shrugged. "Because the orcs are my family." Aurixa narrowed her eyes. "You really believe that?" Marcus met her gaze evenly. "Yeah, I do." For a moment, Aurixa held his stare. Then she scoffed and looked away, arms crossed. "You're weird." Marcus smirked. "You're just figuring that out." Thalron shook his head with a faint chuckle before turning serious. "Be careful on the road back. The Thane might not be able to act against you here, but that doesn't mean he won't send someone after you once you leave Zenor." Marcus nodded. "Yeah, I figured. If anything happens, my party and I can handle it." Thalron studied him, then gave a rare approving nod. "I don't doubt that." Aurixa crossed her arms. "Try not to get yourself killed before I get a rematch." Marcus grinned. "No promises." Vera smirked. "You do realize he barely tried last time, right?" Aurixa glared at her. "I will fight you next." Vera winked. "Ancestors' grace, you have no idea how much I look forward to it." Boruk and Ragan exchanged grins before stepping forward, each clasping Thalron's forearm in a firm warrior's farewell. "You'll be good without us?" Thalron smirked. "I'll manage." Aurixa, however, merely waved a hand. Yeah, go already." Marcus took one last glance at the city walls behind them. Zenor had been a whirlwind, a city of battles, politics, and unexpected alliances. He had gained powerful enemies, but also powerful allies. And now, it was time to return to the orcs. "All right," Marcus exhaled, turning to his party. "Let's go tell the chieftain the good news." With that, they stepped onto the road, leaving Zenor behind. The journey forward was uncertain. But for now, they had won. Chapter 54, The Return and the Threshold. The journey back to the orc stronghold was eerily uneventful. No bandits lurking along the rocky trails, no assassins hiding in the trees, not even a starving beast desperate enough to challenge them. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, Marcus and his party traveled without violence shadowing their every step. Even the tension of the past few days, the questioning by the guild, the conflict with the Thane, and the looming threats of the followers of the Black seemed to melt away under the quiet serenity of the road. By the time they set up camp under the star-dotted sky, Marcus could finally breathe. His companions were fast asleep. Ragan snored loudly near the fire, his heavy axe resting beside him. Boruk slept with his arms crossed, as if, even in rest, he refused to let his guard down. Vera, ever the light sleeper, had nestled into her cloak, her breathing steady. Marcus, however, remained awake. Lying on his back, arms behind his head, he stared upward, not at the stars, but at something beyond them. He wasn't looking at the sky. He was looking inward. "Stem," Marcus murmured, voice barely above a whisper. "I think it's time." The AI's voice chimed in his mind, steady as ever. "Are you certain? Once you break the threshold, there is no reversing your choice." Marcus exhaled. He had spent far too long standing at this precipice, refusing to step forward. He had resisted the urge to immediately distribute his stat points like most adventurers, knowing that power gained too quickly led to power misunderstood. But now, he understood. He understood his Kai, his mana, his Psyche, the three foundations of his power. He had tested their limits in real battle, had pushed himself without crutches, without artificial strength granted by reckless stat allocation. Now, it was time to use what he had earned. "Are you ready, Marcus?" Marcus closed his eyes. "I'm ready. System notification. You are about to break your first threshold." At first, there was nothing. Then, everything. A violent, raw surge of energy exploded inside him. His mana pathways blew open as elemental forces rushed in, flooding through his veins like rivers of pure, untamed energy. His body convulsed, his muscles locking up, struggling to contain the sudden influx of power. Then came Psyche, flowing through his nervous system, unraveling and reconfiguring every fiber of his being. His mind sharpened, clarity unlike anything he had ever known settling into his thoughts. His perception of the world around him expanded. He could feel the faint heartbeats of his sleeping companions, the distant vibrations of insects moving beneath the ground, the subtle shifts in the air that he had never noticed before. And then, Kai. It detonated inside him like an inferno. His muscles stretched, tore, healed, then tore again, undergoing rapid cycles of destruction and rebirth, sculpting his body into something stronger, something more efficient. The pain was immense. Marcus gasped, his vision blurring, the world tilting. Then, darkness. The aftermath. When Marcus opened his eyes, morning light had begun creeping over the horizon. His entire body ached, but it was a good ache, a reminder that something inside him had changed. "You're finally awake," Vera's voice came from above him. Marcus turned his head. She was crouched beside him, arms crossed, expression equal parts relief and frustration. Ragan was off to the side, shaking his head. "You finally did it, huh?" Boruk grinned. "I told you, lad, no one does their first breakthrough alone. You're crazy." Marcus exhaled slowly, sitting up. He felt the difference immediately. His body was lighter, his movements smoother. Every muscle, every tendon responded faster than before. Vira studied him. "How do you feel?" Marcus clenched and unclenched his fists, testing the sensation. A slow grin spread across his face. "I feel good." But it wasn't over yet. System notification. 2 new path classes. Available for selection. Marcus blinked. Stem's voice hummed in his mind. 2 choices, Marcus. One continues your current path. The other branches into something new. Monk. Legendary. The path of pure self-mastery. Monks are warriors who forego weapons, focusing entirely on body, mind, and spirit as their instruments of battle. Those who walk this path refine their Kai, Psyche, and physical capabilities to near perfection, achieving supernatural reflexes, heightened perception, and devastating strikes that rival the greatest warriors of any era. Kai Control Mastery grants enhanced Kai manipulation, allowing for energy reinforcement, explosive strikes, and self-healing at an advanced level. Ascetic Resilience reduces stamina consumption significantly and grants resistance to mental and spiritual interference. Flow State Activation allows the user to enter a state of perfect combat clarity, where perception and reaction times increase exponentially for a limited duration. However, the monk path requires absolute discipline, meaning it rejects external augmentation from magic items, weapon enchantments, and even certain system assists in exchange for complete mastery of the self. Spell Fist, unique. Level 2. Marcus smirked. Spell Fist, Level 2. The path of adaptability and hybrid combat. Your Spell Fist second evolution allows you to continue your unique hybrid progression, allowing you to develop both Kai, mana, and Psyche-based combat techniques without sacrificing your ability to use external weapons, magic items, or enchanted gear. Multi-energy synergy. Your body has adapted to using Ki, mana, and Psyche simultaneously without suffering instability or backlash. Your strikes and techniques can seamlessly blend all three forces, making them unpredictable and devastating. Elemental amplification. Your ability to manipulate elemental forces has become more refined, allowing your Kai-based attacks to be infused with elements for additional damage effects. Physical boosts. Overall strength and agility increased by 5%, improving his reaction speed, mobility, and striking power. Marcus barely hesitated before selecting his one true path. He wasn't looking for purity. He was looking for power on his own terms. The moment he made his selection, power surged through him again. System notification. Class evolution. Confirmed Spell Fist, Level 2. Unlocked strength and agility. Increased by 5%. New ability. Spatial footwork, unique mastery. Over battlefield positioning and momentum. Your refined control over Psyche and Kai-enhanced movement has granted you supernatural mobility, making you nearly impossible to pin down in a fight. Instantaneous micro-movements. By manipulating the spatial perception of your body and utilizing bursts of Psyche energy, you can subtly shift your position mid-movement, making you appear slightly out of sync with reality. Dash. Nullification negates the typical acceleration, deceleration time when moving, allowing you to shift from a dead stop to full sprint instantly, making your movements unpredictable. Aerial manipulation. By using controlled bursts of Kai midair, you can perform precise movements even while airborne, allowing you to shift direction mid-jump or stay suspended for brief moments to avoid incoming attacks. This ability wasn't teleportation, but it was the next best thing. It allowed Marcus to be exactly where he needed to be at all times, whether that was avoiding a lethal strike, closing in for a devastating counterattack, or weaving through an entire battlefield without ever being touched. The new Marcus was faster, stronger, and more dangerous than ever before. And he was just getting started. New achievement unlocked. Hoarder, Level 2, Epic. Due to not spending a single stat point before breaking your first threshold, your patience and strategic approach have been rewarded. All stats increased by 15%, applied after all boons have been accounted for. Marcus exhaled sharply as the last of the changes settled into his body. He clenched his fists, not just in excitement, but in preparation. He had taken the leap, and now he was ready for what came next. As his party gathered around him, Ragan patted his shoulder. "You finally stopped holding back." Marcus smirked, stretching. "Yeah." He glanced toward the horizon. Chapter 55. Shift Lord of the Orcs. The return to the Orc stronghold was unlike any other time before. No bandit attacks, no assassin ambushes, not even a hungry beast desperate enough to test its luck. The road was eerily calm. Marcus had come to expect trouble, but this time fate, or perhaps his growing reputation, seemed to have granted him a moment of peace. Yet, as they crossed through the stronghold's gates, they were met with an entirely different kind of chaos. The entire orc settlement was alive with movement. Orcs bustled about, hauling crates of raw materials, Smiths worked overtime forging weapons, and warriors drilled in larger numbers than before. Even the air smelled different, metallic with iron, rich with burning wood, thick with sweat and determination. Boruk frowned, scanning the activity. What in the ancestors' name is happening here? Ragan adjusted his axe, eyes flicking over the sudden industrial surge. Looks like they're preparing for something. Vera took in the scurrying orc. Workers, her sharp gaze narrowing. Number they're building. Marcus exhaled, watching a massive wooden structure being framed near the stronghold's heart. The orcs weren't just preparing for war, they were preparing for something much bigger. Inside the great war hall, Chieftain Miran and his council of orc leaders were deep in discussion over a massive wooden table covered with hand-drawn maps, trade route plans, and infrastructure designs. Unlike past meetings where warriors debated battle tactics and land disputes, this discussion was about the future. As Marcus entered, Miran's sharp gaze immediately snapped to him. "Marcus, just the man I wanted to see." Marcus approached, exchanging a glance with Boruk, who simply shrugged. Miran folded his arms, expression unreadable. Things are moving fast. He gestured toward the detailed schematics sprawled across the table. The resource dungeon has changed everything. We're no longer just surviving, Marcus. We're expanding. This stronghold will become a true power in the region. Marcus nodded slowly. He had already seen how the guilds, the Thane, and even the Beastfolk nation were taking notice. Miran continued. "And that change includes you." There was a weight behind those words. Marcus could feel the shift before the next sentence even left the chieftain's lips. "Marcus Elder, from this day forward, you are granted the honorary title of Shift Lord." The room fell silent. A few orc elders nodded in approval, while others exchanged cautious glances. This was no small honor. Marcus blinked. "Shift Lord. A title reserved for those who shape the fate of the stronghold," Miran explained. "With it, you have the right to use our resources, lead initiatives, and act in the stronghold's interest as you see fit. So long as your actions benefit the orcs, your authority is unquestioned." Before Marcus could fully process what that meant, Stem's voice echoed in his mind. "System notification. Unique title. Granted. Shift Lord. Honorary effects. Plus 10% to all stats when in a party comprised of orcs, increased influence over orc leadership and resource allocation." Recognized as a leader within the stronghold, Marcus let out a slow breath. "Huh. The system even recognizes it." Boruk grinned, slapping his back. "You're one of us, lad. Been that way for a while." Vera gave him a knowing smile. "This is a big responsibility, Marcus." Marcus rubbed his temples, sighing. "I was hoping to relax, maybe have a few drinks before getting into politics." Miran laughed heartily. "No rest for those who make history, Shift Lord." The war hall erupted into discussion as the orc leaders laid out their ambitions for the stronghold's future. They spoke of fortifications, reinforcing their borders to prevent outside interference. They spoke of economy, forging trade alliances now that they had wealth to bargain with. They spoke of recognition, how soon Zenor, Astoria, and the Beastfolk nation would have to acknowledge them as a true power. They spoke of threats, knowing that with wealth came enemies who would seek to take it from them. At the peak of the conversation, Miran turned to Marcus. "Tell me, Shift Lord, what shall we build in your honor?" The room leaned in. Marcus, without hesitation, grinned. "A boxing gym." Silence. Boruk, Vera, and Ragn immediately face-palmed. Miran raised an eyebrow. Boxing gym." Marcus nodded. "A proper one. Heavy bags, striking drills, sparring arenas, the works." One of the orc elders scoffed. "Why in the ancestors' name would we need a gym when we have battlefields?" Marcus crossed his arms. Because warriors who only train for battle die in battle. Fighters who train for mastery, they win. Moran stroked his beard, considering it. Then his grin widened. I like it. It shall bear your name. Far beyond the stronghold, in the grand city of Xenor, the Thane sat in his private chambers, his thick fingers gripping a quill as he penned a letter that would set wheels into motion. The candlelight flickered over his scowling face, his heavy brows furrowed as his frustration bled onto the parchment. A resource dungeon, secured through Marcus. Elder's claim had become the foundation of the Orc stronghold's rapid rise. The Orcs were growing too strong. For years, the Thane and his predecessors had ignored the Orcs, letting them fester in their isolated, hard-won land, struggling against the shift dungeon they so recklessly delved into. The dungeon's unpredictable nature had always been a death sentence for those foolish enough to claim it, keeping the Orcs in a constant cycle of survival and attrition. But now they had wealth, they had stability, they had power, and worst of all, they had Marcus Elder. A troublemaker, a wild card, a fighter whose name was already traveling far beyond Xenor's walls. The Thane's grip tightened on the quill, nearly breaking it in his hand. He finished the letter, signing it with a flourish, before carefully sealing it with his official crest. He strode toward the Griffin courier roost, his armored boots clanking against the stone floors. The beast, a large, sleek-feathered griffin bred for long-distance travel, tilted its head as he approached, sensing the tension radiating from its handler. The Thane tied the letter securely to the griffin's leg, then stepped back, his expression grim. Fly to the Beast Folk King. He will want to hear of this. The griffin shrieked once, then launched into the air, its powerful wings carrying it into the night sky, toward the distant Beast Folk capital, Canindris. The Thane watched it disappear into the horizon, a cruel smirk forming on his face. If I cannot claim the dungeon, then perhaps the Beast Folk King will. He turned, striding back toward the grand hall of his estate. The Orcs thought they had secured their place. They thought Marcus Elder had won them sovereignty. But they would soon learn that power attracts danger. And Xenor was not the only force watching. Later that night, Marcus and Moran sat beside a roaring bonfire, discussing their next steps. We need a proper name for the dungeon, Moran mused. Something to mark its place in history. Marcus thought for a moment. Then, Stem's voice hummed in his mind. Rebirth. Marcus smirked. Rebirth. Moran nodded approvingly. A fine name. It fits. The system immediately registered it, finalizing the dungeon's title. Marcus suddenly felt a strange sensation in his mind, like an unintelligible noise, a burst of static, but happy. Stem, was that you? No response. Marcus chuckled, shaking his head. For the first time, it felt like Stem was genuinely proud of something. As the fires burned late into the night, Marcus looked around, at the thriving stronghold, at the Orcs who had become his family, at the path he had carved out for himself. Tomorrow, there would be new challenges, new threats, and new enemies who sought to take what they had built. But for tonight, Marcus let himself enjoy the victory. Chapter 56. The Trial Begins. An unexpected letter from Canindris leadership set the group on their next adventure. The road to Canindris was nothing like the paths Marcus had walked before. Unlike Xenor's structured cityscape or the rugged wilderness of the Orc stronghold, the Beast Folk capital felt alive in a way that was both chaotic and perfectly organized. Massive stone structures, reinforced with ancient wood and iron, rose high above the streets, adorned with banners bearing the sigils of different Beast Folk clans. Warriors, merchants, and nobles walked freely, some in elaborate ceremonial armor, others bare-chested and scarred, wearing their battle histories like trophies. Marcus and his party stood at the entrance of the city, looking up at the massive ironwood gates, which bore the ancient inscription, "Strength without purpose is a wasted gift." Boruk exhaled, taking in the sheer scale of it all. "It's been a long time since I've been here." Ragan grunted in agreement. "Canindris hasn't changed much. Just more bodies, more weapons, and more things to kill you if you aren't careful." Vera, ever the strategist, studied the way the guards moved, their patrols disciplined but relaxed, as if they knew no one would be foolish enough to challenge their authority. "They aren't worried about invaders," she noted. "They think no one can touch them." Marcus smirked. "Cocky, huh? Sounds like my kind of place." Before they could proceed further, a deep, commanding voice called out from within the walls. "Marcus Elder." A figure stepped forward from the city gates, a towering tiger beast folk clad in ornate bronze and black armor, his expression unreadable. His piercing yellow eyes locked onto Marcus, assessing him. "You are expected." Without another word, he turned, leading them into the city. Marcus exchanged glances with his party before following. The Beastfolk Throne Hall was a place where history was carved into its very walls. Unlike the gilded excess of human palaces or the austere stone of Xenor's guild halls, this throne room was built from victories. The massive stone pillars were engraved with ancient war records, each marking a conquest, an alliance, or a betrayal. Spears, swords, and axes, once wielded by fallen kings and legendary warriors, were mounted on the walls, their edges dulled with age but their legacies still sharp. Shattered banners hung in solemn tribute, remnants of kingdoms that had dared to challenge Canindris and failed. At the far end of the chamber, an arena pit loomed below the throne platform, a circular battleground of stone and iron, worn by centuries of combat. The very ground bore the scars of untold duels, some stained with darkened blood that even time itself had failed to wash away. This was not just a place where judgments were passed. This was a place where kings were made and unmade. Marcus strode forward, his boots echoing against the polished obsidian floor. His party remained behind, watching with wary eyes. Atop a massive ironwood throne, King Hrothgor, the Silver Fang, sat in judgment. The white-furred lion beast folk radiated an aura of unshakable authority. His broad shoulders, lined with muscle even in his old age, barely fit within the throne's frame. His silver mane, streaked with hints of black, flowed like a mantle of distinction. Despite his regal bearing, he did not wear a crown of gold. Instead, his warrior's cloak, held by a single beast fang, told a different story. A king who did not rule by birthright alone. A king who had earned his throne through strength. And beside him, perched like a vulture waiting for carrion, sat Thane Vulgaris. The human noble wore an expression of smug satisfaction, his fingers steepled, his eyes gleaming with undisguised contempt. Marcus locked eyes with him briefly before focusing on the king. King Hrothgor's deep, rumbling voice shook the chamber. "You are the one who claims the right of First Delver." The weight of his words settled over the hall. Marcus met the king's gaze without hesitation. "That's me." A long silence followed. Then Hrothgor exhaled, his golden eyes flickering toward the arena pit below. "You come at a time of change," he said, voice measured, contemplative. "The balance of power shifts. The world does not move as it once did." His sharp gaze bore into Marcus, as if searching for something beneath his skin. "And you, outsider, stand in the middle of it." Marcus didn't respond. He let the words hang. Hrothgor leaned forward, resting one powerful clawed hand on the armrest of his throne. "The orcs seek sovereignty over their lands, a right they have earned through struggle. But the laws of Canindris do not recognize claims made through words. His arm lifted, slowly, deliberately, as he pointed toward the arena below. Here, strength dictates legitimacy. The statement was absolute. There was no arguing, no negotiation, no fancy political maneuvering. In Canindris, only strength mattered. Marcus had expected as much. He rolled his shoulders, nodding. "Let me guess, you want me to fight for it?" At those words, Vulgaris finally moved. The Thane stood, his polished black and gold coat shifting as he stepped forward. Not a simple fight. His tone carried the arrogance of a man who believed himself untouchable. "You have been entered into the trials of kings, a tournament of skill, endurance, and discipline. It is not merely a test of power." Marcus narrowed his eyes. "And what happens if I win?" The king's lips curled, not quite a smile, but something close. "If you win, the orcs will be granted full sovereignty, recognized not just by Xenor, but by Canindris as well. No one will challenge their claim to the Rebirth Dungeon." The words sent a ripple through the gathered beastfolk nobility, some murmuring to each other in hushed voices. Marcus kept his expression neutral, but his mind was already running calculations. "And if I lose?" King Rathgor's expression darkened. "Then the claim is forfeit." A heavy silence settled like a storm cloud. The air felt thicker, the weight of the stakes pressing down on Marcus. Lose, and the orcs lost everything. Marcus inhaled deeply. Then he exhaled through his nose and rolled his shoulders. "All right," he said, his voice carrying easily across the chamber. "Who am I fighting?" For the first time, Vulgaris grinned. Not a smirk, a grin that sent a warning instinct through Marcus's gut. "Not who," Vulgaris murmured. "How?" A tall beastfolk elder, draped in ceremonial furs, stepped forward to explain. "The trials of kings are unlike standard duels. You will not be placed against opponents based on rank alone." Marcus frowned. "Then how?" "The trial follows a system of matchmaking based on skill." The elder gestured to the arena floor. "Warriors are assigned battles based on adaptability, strategy, and technique, not raw power. There are no easy fights." Boruk nodded approvingly. "That means you won't be fighting mithril-ranked monsters right away, Marcus." Vera exhaled. "Good. We get to keep some of our bones unbroken." The elder continued. "The trials consist of 5 rounds. The Challenger's Gauntlet, a randomized and rapid series of fights against multiple opponents to test endurance. The Trial of Adversity, a handicap match, where conditions are stacked against the fighter. Example, fighting with limited weapons against multiple opponents or in a terrain disadvantage. The Adaptive Duel, a 1-versus-1 fight where both fighters must swap fighting styles mid-match. The Arena of Kings, a free-for-all battle where the last 4 warriors standing proceed to the final match. The Beast's Challenge, a final duel against the reigning trial champion." Marcus smirked. "Sounds fun." The elder gave him a long, unreadable look. "Few call it fun." After the rules were explained, Marcus was led to a private waiting hall where other competitors were gathered. He immediately scanned the room. His opponents looked seasoned, their wins and losses etched onto their skin. Vira sighed. "That's a bad habit, you know." Marcus simply smirked. As the arena bell tolled, signaling the start of the Challenger's Gauntlet, he stepped toward the preparation area, his heart steady. He had fought countless battles before. But this was a trial of kings, and he had no intention of losing. Chapter 57, The Challenger's Gauntlet. The air inside the arena was electric, charged with the anticipation of bloodshed and glory. The challenger's gauntlet, the first of the trials of kings, was about to begin. Marcus stood inside the preparation chamber, separated from the roaring crowd by a massive iron gate. Through the gaps in the bars, he could see the arena floor, an expanse of hardened stone, battle-scarred and stained with the remnants of past fights. Above, rows upon rows of beast-folk spectators filled the towering stands, their voices merging into an overwhelming rhythmic chant. Fight! 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 The energy was infectious. It fueled the competitors around him, warriors of all sizes and species, each prepared to prove their worth in this trial. Some adjusted their armor, others tightened the grips on their weapons, but all of them shared the same look, the cold, unshakable focus of fighters ready to carve their names into history. Marcus rolled his shoulders, feeling the smooth resistance of his upgraded gauntlets. They felt like an extension of himself now, his spell fist ability fully integrating their presence into his combat flow. Boruk leaned against the wall nearby, arms crossed. Remember, this isn't a simple brawl, Marcus. They're not going to send weaklings at you. Marcus smirked. Good. Wouldn't be fun otherwise. Vera exhaled sharply. For once, I agree with Orixa. You have a really bad habit of enjoying this too much. Roggen chuckled. You sure you don't got some berserker blood in you, lad? Marcus flexed his fingers, feeling the energy pulse through his Kai-infused limbs. Nah, he said. I just like winning. A horn blasted from the center of the arena. The iron gates groaned as they lifted. A shadow loomed over Marcus. One of the beast-folk attendants stepped forward, draped in ceremonial warrior's garb. Marcus Elder, the attendant called, his deep voice cutting through the crowd's deafening noise. Step forth. Marcus took a breath, cracked his knuckles, and walked into the arena. The moment his foot touched the battlefield, the crowd erupted. A mix of cheers, jeers, and growls rippled through the stands. Some called his name, others called for his blood. High above, from the royal balcony, King Hrothgor watched with quiet intensity. Beside him, Thane Vulgaris leaned forward, a smug smirk curling his lips. A beast-folk elder, standing at the edge of the arena, raised his hand for silence. The roar of the crowd slowly died down. The challenger's gauntlet is a test of endurance and adaptability, the elder announced. Those who stand in this arena must prove they are worthy of the trials. Warriors will enter in waves, increasing in difficulty. There are no breaks. There are no pauses. The only way forward is through. The elder's sharp gaze locked onto Marcus. Survive, win, and you will move to the next stage. A massive iron gate on the far end of the arena rumbled open. A bestial roar echoed from within. The first opponent stepped forward. First wave. The Hammer Brothers. Two beast-folk warriors emerged, each towering over Marcus by nearly a foot. They were broad, powerfully built, and carried warhammers the size of tree trunks. Their matching armor, reinforced iron with fur-lined pauldrons, suggested they were a bonded pair, trained to fight as one. Hope you can take a beating, little human, the first one sneered. His brother cracked his neck. We'll see how many hits it takes to put you down. Marcus exhaled through his nose. Two heavy hitters. Slow, but powerful. They'd rely on overwhelming force. He grinned. Let's find out. The horn blasted. The fight began. The first Hammer Brother lunged, swinging downward in a devastating arc. Marcus sidestepped, masterfully dodging the impact as the hammer slammed into the stone, sending a shockwave through the ground. A fraction slower, and he would have been flattened. The second brother capitalized on the movement, sweeping his hammer in a horizontal arc. Swiftly, Marcus ducked, just barely, feeling the hammer's force graze his hair as it whistled past. They're coordinated. They attack together. They cover each other's openings. Good. Marcus activated spatial footwork. The moment his feet touched the ground again, he disappeared from their line of attack, reappearing behind the first brother. His fists blurred as he struck the back of his opponent's knee with a Kai-infused blow. The beastfolk warrior buckled. Marcus used the momentum to launch himself upward, driving an uppercut into the warrior's jaw, sending him sprawling. The second brother roared, pivoting, his hammer already mid-swing. Marcus leaned back, too late. The hammer clipped his ribs, sending him tumbling across the stone floor. The pain barely registered. Marcus smirked. He twisted mid-roll, flipping back onto his feet just as the second brother charged. This time Marcus didn't dodge. He charged forward. The crowd gasped as Marcus closed the distance in an instant, ducking under the hammer swing. He drove his knuckles into the beastfolk's ribs, releasing a burst of Kai. Crack! The warrior choked on his breath as he dropped to a knee. Marcus threw a left hook at the beastfolk's weapon, knocking the warhammer from his grasp. Marcus finished it with a brutal follow-up right hook to the temple. The beastfolk warrior collapsed. The first brother, barely recovering, pushed himself to his feet, shaking his head groggily. Marcus didn't give him a chance. He surged forward, fists glowing with Kai energy. 1 strike, 2, 3. Each punch landed clean, carving into the beastfolk's defenses. Then, with a final uppercut, Marcus sent him flying. The beastfolk warrior hit the ground, unmoving. Silence. Then, the crowd exploded. Marcus exhaled, rolling his shoulders. He felt no pain from the early strike. Breaking that threshold really boosted my durability, barely managing to contain a smile. The elder raised his hand. First wave. Completed. Above, from the royal balcony, King Hrathgor watched in silent appraisal. Vulgaris scowled. Marcus turned toward the iron gate. It was already opening again. The next challenger stepped forward. Marcus smirked. 4 more rounds to go. The iron gate groaned open once more, revealing the next set of challengers. Marcus cracked his neck, rolling his shoulders, bouncing on the balls of his feet as the crowd's roaring cheers and jeers filled the air. His fists were still tingling from the previous bout, the rush of combat thrumming in his veins. Then they stepped forward. 2 beastfolk warriors, both wolves, clad in segmented iron armor with crimson pauldrons. They were leaner than the Hammer brothers, but carried themselves with the deadly grace of trained killers. Their weapons: twin crescent blades, curved and wickedly sharp. The iron fangs. Marcus had seen fighters like them before, dual wielders, speed-based, the kind that could tear a man apart with relentless, coordinated slashes. A touch of Psyche should strengthen my perception enough to keep up with their speed, Marcus assessed. One was light gray-furred, with a long scar running down his muzzle. His eyes gleamed with something between excitement and hunger. The other, darker-furred, moved with eerie silence, his expression calm, calculating. "Fighters, take your stances!" The elder's voice boomed over the arena. Marcus rolled his shoulders. "Hope you two are fast," he muttered. Scar Muzzle bared his teeth in a grin. "You're quick with your fists, human. Let's see if they're quicker than our blades." The darker one said nothing. He merely sank into a low stance, one blade held in reverse grip, the other extended forward. Marcus exhaled, eyes locked onto them both. The fight hadn't started yet, but they were already reading his stance. Unlike the Hammer brothers, who relied on raw strength, these two were tactical. The arena bell rang. The second wave had begun. Scar Muzzle moved first, darting toward Marcus with a burst of speed, his twin blades flashing in an arc meant to cut deep. Marcus reacted instinctively, weaving under the first slash and twisting his body to let the second pass just inches from his ribs. With raised gauntlets blocked a coordinated strike from the pair. He countered with a sharp jab aimed at Scarmuzzle's exposed side, but clang! The dark-furred wolf intercepted, his blade catching Marcus's fist mid-strike with a precise parry. Fast, Marcus admitted, shifting back. Before he could fully reset, Scarmuzzle lunged again, this time faster. His blades moved in a blur, strike, step, pivot, strike again, a deadly dance of steel and precision. Marcus dodged left, narrowly avoiding a swipe aimed at his throat. He brought up his arm to block the follow-up, only for the darker wolf to appear behind him, his blade cutting through the air. Damn, they're synced. Marcus twisted, narrowly avoiding a deep gash across his back. He barely had time to land before the next assault came. A two-man attack pattern. One pressed forward while the other cut off escapes. It was seamless. If he tried to attack one, the other would punish him. A grin spread across Marcus's face. That just makes it more fun. Instead of retreating, Marcus did the opposite. He closed the distance. Scarmuzzle, mid-slash, had no time to react when Marcus suddenly surged into his guard. Too close for blades. Marcus slammed his forehead into Scarmuzzle's face, feeling the satisfying crunch of impact. No ref to dock my points for cheap shot in this world, Marcus mused to himself. The wolf staggered back, momentarily stunned. That's one. The darker-furred one adjusted immediately, stepping in for a punishing. Riposte! Marcus pivoted, letting the blade pass just under his arm before he caught the wolf's wrist with a back fist mid-swing. A flicker of surprise flashed in his opponent's eyes. Marcus didn't hesitate. With a burst of Kai-infused strength, he punched the wolf in the throat, causing him to choke. Marcus followed up with a sharp, right-straight punch to the wolf chest. The wolf let out a short breath before collapsing. That's two. Scarmuzzle, shaking off the headbutt, snarled. He rushed forward, aiming to capitalize on Marcus's distraction. Marcus saw it coming. He feinted left, then vanished using spatial footwork. Scarmuzzle's eyes widened in realization too late. Marcus reappeared behind him, already mid-motion, a devastating liver shot. A crack echoed through the arena as Marcus's fist buried itself into Scarmuzzle's side. The wolf choked, his body seizing up. Marcus followed through with a hook to the jaw, spinning Scarmuzzle mid-air, before he crashed onto the stone floor. The crowd erupted. The darker wolf began to recover. He stood, still gasping, struggling to regain his breath. Marcus cocked his head. You sure you want to do that? The wolf hesitated. The elder raised his hand. Second wave. Completed. The dark-furred wolf dropped his weapon and stepped back, bowing his head in defeat. Marcus exhaled, shaking out his hands. His knuckles burned. His breath was steady. He felt alive. King Hrothgar watched from the royal balcony, his expression unreadable. Beside him, Thane Vulgaris was less composed. His smug demeanor from earlier had faded, his eyes narrowing at Marcus. This is unexpected, Vulgaris muttered. He should have struggled more. Hrothgar didn't respond. He simply continued watching. The human was proving to be something beyond expectation. Marcus stood in the center of the battlefield, rolling his shoulders. 2 waves down, 3 to go. The iron gate rumbled open once more. The next opponent stepped forward. This time, it wasn't just one challenger. Marcus's grin widened. Now things were getting serious. Chapter 58. The Third Wave, the Rain of Blades. The iron gate groaned open for the third time, sending a shiver through the air as the next challengers stepped into the arena. The moment Marcus laid eyes on them, he knew this round would be different. 3 fighters. 2 positioned themselves at the edges of the battlefield, each carrying a long, curved throwing glaives strapped across their backs. The third, standing at the center, held a recurve warbow, its limbs carved from dark ironwood, enchanted sigils glowing faintly along its surface. A ranged team. Marcus exhaled slowly, his instincts already warning him. This was going to be a problem. Unlike the previous rounds, where his opponents engaged him in direct combat, these fighters wouldn't meet him head-on. They were hunters, meant to harass and control the battlefield, to whittle him down from a distance before striking the finishing blow. He clenched his fists. This is going to hurt. From the royal balcony, King Hrothgor leaned forward, intrigued. Even Thane Vulgaris, who had been brooding in silence, seemed to perk up. This is where the human struggles, Vulgaris mused. Hrothgor didn't respond. He simply watched. Below, the elder overseeing the trials lifted his hand. Third wave, begin. The hunt begins. The moment the horn blasted, the two glaive throwers vanished, sprinting to opposite sides of the arena, keeping their distance. The archer remained firmly in place, already nocking an arrow. Marcus barely had time to move before the first projectile screamed through the air. Thwip. Marcus dodged left, but another arrow was already coming. He twisted. Too slow. Thwack. The arrow pierced his shoulder, slicing through his shirt, a thin line of blood marking the impact. He barely registered the pain before something even worse followed. Whirling metal. The two glaive wielders struck in sync, hurling their weapons like spinning saw blades. Marcus ducked the first, but the second clipped his ribs, sending a jolt of pain through his torso. He winced. Damn. They were fast. They weren't throwing blindly. They were reading his movements, coordinating their strikes to leave him nowhere to run. A second volley was already incoming. Marcus activated spatial footwork, shifting just in time to evade another arrow aimed at his knee. But the moment he landed, a glaive was already coming for his head. He twisted, not fast enough. Crack! The weapon smashed against his forearm as he barely managed to block. The impact sent a shockwave of pain up his arm. This is bad. Marcus had fought plenty of ranged fighters before, but not like this. They were controlling the fight. If he charged the archer, the glaive throwers would punish him. If he went after the glaive throwers, the archer would pick him apart. He needed a way in. Another arrow sliced past his ear, followed by a glaive nearly taking his knee out. Marcus clenched his teeth. Think. And then, Stem's voice cut in. Marcus, you are fighting on their terms. That must change. Yeah, thanks for that, Marcus grunted internally, dodging another glaive by inches. Your best option is to force close combat on your terms, Stem continued. Eliminate the archer first. The glaive users are reliant on spacing. Without their formation, they lose effectiveness. Marcus exhaled sharply. Archer first. Got it. Bait them, Stem added. Make them believe you're too injured to press the attack. Marcus smirked despite himself. I can sell that. Marcus staggered slightly, rolling his shoulder as if the previous hit had slowed him down. He let his stance widen, his movements just a fraction of a second slower. It worked. The archer saw weakness and took the bait. The next arrow came at his chest, a kill shot. Marcus moved at the last second. Instead of dodging, he snatched the arrow out of the air. The crowd exploded. The archer froze. Just a half-second hesitation. That was all Marcus needed. Activate floating butterfly, stinging bee. He vanished. He surged forward, closing the distance before the archer could react. The glaive users saw it, but they were too far away. Marcus was already in the archer's guard. One punch, to the gut. The archer gasped, doubling over. Marcus followed up with a brutal uppercut. The beast folk's bow clattered to the ground. The archer was out. The moment their formation broke, Marcus turned toward the two remaining fighters. Their advantage was gone. They hesitated for the first time. Marcus grinned. Now it's my turn. Without their ranged support, the glaive wielders were forced to fight up close, exactly where Marcus excelled. The first threw a desperate glaive strike. Marcus weaved through it, stepping inside his guard. A vicious liver shot dropped the wolf to his knees. The second fighter lunged in, glaive swinging like a scythe. Marcus ducked, then blasted forward with a key and lightning mana-infused hook. The impact sent the beast folk spiraling across the arena. Silence. Then, the elder lifted his hand. Third wave, completed. The crowd roared in approval. Above the arena king, Hrothgor chuckled, finally speaking. He adapts. Vulgaris, however, was seething. That wasn't skill, that was luck. Hrothgor smirked, not looking at him. If you say so. Thane Vulgaris gritted his teeth. He gathered himself. After gaining his composure, he gave a nearby guard a slight nod. Marcus stands victorious. Marcus exhaled. He broke the arrow in his shoulder and flexed his fingers. His arms ached, his ribs throbbed, but the adrenaline felt good. 3 waves down, 2 left to go. The iron gate rumbled again. Marcus rolled his neck. Stem, you got any more fight tips? Survive the next round first, Stem replied. Marcus smirked. Challenge accepted. The iron gate groaned open once more. Marcus exhaled, flexing his fingers, feeling the dull ache settling into his muscles. His ribs were bruised, his forearm still stung from the earlier glaive impact, and his shoulder throbbed where the arrow had punctured him. But none of that mattered. He was still standing. The crowd buzzed with excitement. 3 rounds down, 2 to go. But something was different. The energy in the arena had shifted. The cheers were still there, but now they were laced with murmurs, uncertainty. Even King Hrothgor, who had watched with mild amusement up until now, narrowed his eyes slightly. Something was off. Then Marcus saw them. 4 figures stepped out from the iron gate, their forms obscured by loose, dark-furred cloaks. Unlike the previous challengers, these warriors moved with eerie synchronization. No dramatic entrances, no boasts or battle cries. Just quiet, methodical steps as they took their positions around Marcus. Their faces remained hidden beneath shadowed hoods, but Marcus could feel their focus, their intent. Cold, calculated, a trap. From the royal balcony, Thane Vulgaris sat forward ever so slightly, a smirk curling at the edge of his lips. Marcus rolled his shoulders. All right, Stem, give me a read. Stem's voice hummed in his mind. Caution, opponents do not match standard beastfolk combat profiles. Movement patterns suggest assassin-class fighters. Potential for hidden weaponry. Marcus's smirk faded. Assassins. Great. The elder overseeing the trial raised his hand. His gaze flickered toward the hooded figures, something unreadable passing behind his eyes. Then he spoke. 4th wave. Begin. The moment the horn blasted, the assassins vanished. Marcus barely had time to react before a blur of motion struck from his right. Instinct screamed at him. He twisted just in time, narrowly avoiding a blade that aimed for his ribs. Another came from behind. Marcus ducked low as a dagger whistled past his neck, feeling the sharp wind of its edge slicing through the air. He rolled forward, creating space, but they were already on him again. These bastards are fast, no wasted movement, no unnecessary aggression. They didn't try to overpower him. They aimed for weak points, arteries, joints, organs. They weren't fighting to subdue him. They were fighting to kill. Marcus dodged a 3rd strike, but a 4th clipped his leg, a shallow cut opening just above his thigh. He hissed, pivoting away. The crowd's cheers faltered. Beast folk fought with pride, with ferocity. Assassins, cowards' weapons. Even the spectators could sense that something wasn't right. Marcus wiped the small trickle of blood from his leg, his eyes scanning the arena. "Stem, talk to me." Their movements suggest training in formation-based combat. They attack in rotation. 2 press the offensive, while the other 2 reposition. Designed to disorient and control the battlefield. Strategy required. Marcus clenched his fists. He couldn't keep dodging forever. He had to break the pattern. Marcus exhaled sharply, forcing himself to slow down. Not physically, mentally. He let Psyche sharpen his perception, his senses stretching outward. Time seemed to slow. The next assassin lunged. This time Marcus didn't dodge. He caught the wrist mid-strike. The assassin's hooded head jerked up in shock. Marcus ripped him forward, slamming his fist into the warrior's stomach with bone-crunching force. The assassin choked on the impact, his body convulsing. But Marcus wasn't done. Still gripping the assassin's arm, he twisted, using him as a human shield, just as another dagger came for his throat. Shink. The second assassin froze. His blade was buried in his ally's side. Marcus grinned. Oops. He sent a devastating back fist into the second assassin's face, shattering his nose. 2 down. The other 2 hesitated. That was all Marcus needed. He activated spatial footwork, vanishing in a blink, only to reappear behind the third assassin. A brutal right hook cracked the hooded warrior's skull, sending him sprawling. 3 down. The last one, the leader, Marcus assumed, finally reacted. He flipped backward, gaining distance, reaching into his cloak. Marcus's instincts flared. Stem! Evasive action required. Marcus threw himself sideways, just as 3 hidden blades shot from the assassin's sleeve. One grazed his shoulder, the other 2 missed by inches. Marcus landed in a crouch, shaking off the sting. You guys really suck at fair fights. The assassin snarled, finally speaking for the first time. We don't fight fair. The last assassin blurred forward, his speed surpassing the others. His dagger gleamed with poison. Marcus could smell it. 1 cut was all it would take. Marcus's mind worked in overdrive. He had 2 options. Play it safe, try to bait him into an opening, risk taking a hit, go all in. Bet everything on 1 decisive strike. Marcus grinned. Option 2 it is. As the assassin closed in, Marcus did something insane. He rushed forward. The assassin's dagger flicked upward, aiming for Marcus's throat. Marcus shifted at the last possible moment, twisting his body inside the assassin's guard. The blade skimmed his cheek, drawing a thin line of red. Before Marcus's fist buried itself into the assassin's sternum, a burst of Kai detonated from his knuckles. The assassin's body lifted off the ground. Marcus pivoted, a perfect rotation, before launching a devastating spinning back fist. His gauntlet met the assassin's temple with a sound like thunder. The assassin collapsed. Silence. The elder raised his hand. 4th wave, completed. The crowd erupted, but not just in cheers, murmurs, confusion, suspicion. This wasn't an official matchup. Everyone knew it. Up on the balcony, Hrothgor's golden eyes were locked onto Vulgaris. The Thane remained still, his expression carefully neutral. King Hrothgor's voice was low, dangerous. I do not recall approving assassins for this trial. Vulgaris's smirk barely twitched. My king, the trials are meant to test all aspects of combat. Surely an aspiring champion should be able to handle... Hrothgor didn't look at him. He simply raised 1 hand. Immediately, 2 of his royal guard stepped forward. Vulgaris's smirk faded. The king's voice was cold. Do not test me, Vulgaris. The Thane lowered his head slightly. "Of course, my king." Below, Marcus exhaled, wiping blood from his lip. His eyes flicked toward the balcony. He didn't need to hear what was being said to know. Someone wanted him dead, and they weren't playing by the rules anymore. The iron gate rumbled. Then, system notification. Poison detected. Not good, Marcus said to himself, his vision blurring rapidly. I shouldn't have let that blade nick me. Stem chimed in. "Marcus, I've isolated the poison, but I will need 2 minutes to neutralize it. Fight defensively for as long as you can, and stay calm. Any spike in adrenaline will cause the neutralization time to increase." Marcus inhaled, and then let the breath go. 1 wave left. All right, who's next? Chapter 59. Korak the Unbreakable. The arena was alive with tension. The 4th wave had nearly broken Marcus, not just physically, but strategically. The assassins had been a clear violation of the trial's spirit, a blatant attempt at his life. Yet against the odds, he had endured. Now bleeding, poisoned, and barely holding his stance, he faced the final wave. One last fight, one last opponent. The iron gate rumbled, groaning as it slowly lifted. The crowd fell into an uneasy silence as the final challenger stepped forward. Marcus recognized him instantly. Korak, a hulking rhino beastfolk, standing nearly a full head taller than Marcus, his gray hide scarred from countless battles. His frame was pure muscle, his arms wrapped in heavy fighter's bandages, each one stained with past victories. His broad chest bore a fresh tattoo, marking him as a champion of Canindris. Korak wasn't just any opponent. He was the one who had defeated Thalron during the trial of the Copperfang tournament. The warrior who had crushed opponents with sheer brute force, refusing to fall no matter how many times he was struck. And judging by the way he cracked his thick knuckles, rolling his shoulders in anticipation, he remembered Marcus well. Marcus exhaled, adjusting his stance. His vision was still hazy from the lingering poison. Stem had bought him time, but he wasn't at full strength yet. Korak grunted, his deep voice like rolling thunder. "I was hoping we'd meet, human." Marcus smirked despite the pain. "Can't say I feel the same." Korak chuckled, shaking his head. "I've wanted to fight the winner of the Trial of Copperfang tournament for some time now." Marcus tightened his fists. This was going to be brutal. The trial elder stepped forward, voice carrying through the silent stadium. "This is the final round of the trial. Of kings, no weapons, no armor, only fists and kai. This will be a test of endurance, strength, and skill." He lifted his hand high, then dropped it. "Begin!" Korak moved first, closing the gap in 3 massive strides. Marcus barely had time to react before a tree-trunk-sized fist came screaming toward his face. He ducked, just barely. The force of the punch created a shockwave that sent dust flying. Marcus immediately countered, twisting into a sharp right hook aimed at Korak's ribs. His fist connected, and it felt like he had just punched a boulder. Marcus hissed. Even with Kai reinforcement, Korak's body was absurdly dense. The rhino grinned. "Yeah, that won't work." Then he struck back, a devastating downward hammer fist. Marcus barely crossed his arms in time. Crack! The force sent him crashing into the ground, the impact shaking the entire arena. Marcus groaned, forcing himself up. Damn, even blocking hurts. Korak didn't let up. He stomped forward, launching another brutal overhead strike. Marcus leaned to the side, avoiding the impact, but Korak was already shifting, adjusting mid-motion. A crushing knee slammed into Marcus's side. He barely managed to absorb some of the force with his arm, but the sheer power sent him skidding across the stone. Marcus coughed, shaking off the daze. Korak wasn't just strong, he was smart. This wasn't just brute force. He was calculating every strike, adjusting based on Marcus's dodges. And that meant Marcus had to change the game. "Stem," Marcus grunted internally. "Give me something." Stem's voice remained steady. "Korak is fighting at full capacity, using enhanced Kai reinforcement in every strike. His durability is unmatched, but his energy output is unsustainable." Marcus wiped blood from his lip. "You're saying I need to outlast him?" "Yes," Stem confirmed. "Bait him into burning more energy. Do not trade blows, evade, force mistakes, then counter." Marcus exhaled slowly. "All right, let's tire him out." Instead of attacking, Marcus switched to full defense and switched to his Philly shell stance. Korak charged, throwing another devastating punch. Marcus pushed the blow to the side, but not fully. He let the punch graze his shoulder, making it look as if he had been struck. To the crowd, and to Korak, it seemed like Marcus was losing his speed. The rhino beastfolk grinned, pressing harder. "Finally feeling those bruises, huh? I wore your buddy Thalron down like this too." Marcus didn't reply. He just kept manipulating his opponent's strikes, just slightly slower each time. Another punch, another miss, but just barely. A knee strike. Marcus twisted out of the way, making it look like he stumbled. The crowd leaned in. Korak growled in excitement. He smelled blood. Then he made his mistake. Korak overcommitted. He threw everything into a Kai-enhanced punch, expecting Marcus to be too slow to dodge. But Marcus wasn't slow. He was waiting. The moment Korak's fist extended fully, Marcus stepped inside his guard. A vicious uppercut right into Korak's exposed gut. Crack. The rhino choked, staggering for the first time. Marcus didn't let up. A left hook to the ribs, a right cross to the jaw, each strike landing clean, precise, and without wasted energy. Korak reeled. He had spent too much Kai. His energy reserves were depleting. And Marcus was just getting started. Korak roared, his massive frame lunging forward, throwing a final desperate swing, a full-bodied haymaker powered by the last reserves of his Kai. Marcus ducked under it, pivoting smoothly, his body moving with instinctive precision. The sheer force of Korak's punch tore through the air, displacing dust and loose stone, but Marcus was already gone, slipping past the attack like water. The rhino beastfolk's overextended stance left him completely open, his balance compromised, his chest unguarded, his jaw exposed. Marcus didn't hesitate. His entire body moved as one. He planted his foot, twisting his hips, generating momentum from the ground up, every muscle, every fiber of his being focused into a singular moment of execution. Then, he struck, a check hook, his gauntlet shimmering with Kai infused. Energy, carving through the air like a falling meteor. It connected. The impact was instantaneous. Korak's head snapped back, his massive frame convulsing as a shockwave rippled through his body. The force of the blow sent a thunderous echo throughout the arena, shaking the very ground beneath them. For a split second, time seemed to freeze. Then, his knees buckled. The towering beast-folk staggered, his massive body swaying as if his very foundation had been shattered. His eyes flickered, consciousness slipping from his grasp. Then, he collapsed. Boom. Dust erupted around him, stone fragments scattering as his immense form crashed against the battlefield like a felled mountain. The entire arena shook with the sheer weight of his fall. Silence. Not even the crowd made a sound. Then, a single voice rang out. The elder, his tone resolute, lifted his hand high into the air. "The challenger's gauntlet is complete." And with that, the silence shattered. The roar of the audience exploded, the sheer volume rattling the walls of the Colosseum. Beastfolk warriors pounded their chests, Nobles whispered in shock, and the spectators erupted into cheers, unable to deny what they had just witnessed. Marcus stood over Korak's fallen form, his own breath ragged, sweat dripping down his brow. His knuckles still tingled, his muscles burned, but through the exhaustion, a slow, satisfied smirk formed on his face. It was over. He had won. As the crowd roared in approval, Marcus turned, locking eyes with King Hrathgor. The king watched him carefully, his expression unreadable. But Marcus wasn't the only one Hrathgor was watching. From the corner of his vision, Marcus spotted something, a flicker of unnatural movement near the balcony. A shadowed figure, blending into the walls, a hand reaching toward a concealed object. Then, a single silent gesture from Thane Vulgaris. The figure froze, then disappeared. Marcus narrowed his eyes. That was an assassin, not part of the trial. Vulgaris had been planning something, and Marcus had won too quickly for it to work. As Vulgaris met Marcus's gaze, his smug expression barely faltered. Instead, he simply smirked ever so slightly. Marcus's stomach twisted. This wasn't over. As Marcus stood victorious, catching his breath, Korak pushed himself up, wobbling, battered, but grinning. "Damn it," Korak muttered, chuckling. "You really don't let up." Marcus smirked, offering his hand. Korak took it. "Next time," Korak said, "I'll win." Marcus shrugged. "We'll see." King Hrathgor finally stood from his throne. "The human has won." His voice carried through the arena. "The trial of kings is complete." The crowd erupted. But Marcus's eyes never left Vulgaris. The Thane simply clapped slowly, deliberately. His smirk never left. Marcus exhaled, wiping sweat from his brow. He had won, but this wasn't the end. Not by a long shot. Chapter 60. Echoes of the Trial. The echoes of the Trial of Kings still hummed in the air of Canindris, though the blood had long since dried on the arena stones. Victory should have meant the end of the battle, but Marcus knew better. He stood now in the throne hall of Canindris, where battles weren't fought with fists, but with words, alliances, and power plays. The hall was a grand arena of its own. Warriors, nobles, and advisors sat in elevated stone rows surrounding the great ironwood throne where King Hrathgor loomed, a monument of muscle and authority. Unlike the wild fervor of the arena, this place pulsed with a quieter, more dangerous energy. A battlefield of politics. Marcus stood at the center, his allies, Vera, Boruk, and Ragan, positioned behind him. At his sides, seated like vipers waiting for a moment to strike, were the noble houses of Canindris. Among them, his most dangerous opponent yet, Thane Vulgaris. The white-maned Lion King studied Marcus with keen golden eyes. "You fought well, Marcus Elder," Hrathgor said, voice rolling like distant thunder. "Stronger than expected, smarter than assumed." A murmur rippled through the gathered beast-folk nobility. Some nodded in respect. Others whispered among themselves, exchanging looks filled with intrigue or resentment. Thane. Vulgaris, seated with the nobles, remained eerily silent. The smugness he had worn before the trials was gone. But Marcus could feel the man's calculating stare, studying him, measuring. "The trial of kings is more than a contest of strength," Hrathgor continued. "It is a test of those who seek power, and with your victory, the orcs' claim to sovereignty is acknowledged. No power, human, beast folk, or otherwise, may dispute this without declaring war." The words landed like a hammer. Silence stretched before murmurs of protest began. An older tiger beast folk rose from his seat. "Sovereignty is earned, but it must also be maintained. The orcs may have won this right, but can they hold it?" Another noble, a hyena woman with cold eyes, scoffed. "A dungeon, a stronghold. No infrastructure, no economy. They've claimed land, not a kingdom. Marcus exhaled through his nose, forcing himself to remain still. He had expected this. Strength was one thing, political legitimacy was another. Hrothgar nodded. Indeed, strength alone does not build a nation. The orcs must defend, govern, and trade to survive. If they fail, they will fall. The king's golden gaze flickered toward Marcus. You are now part of this shift, Lord. You fought for their right to exist. Now tell me, how will you ensure they endure? Marcus stood before the war table, his fingers pressing against its worn surface as the murmurs of the gathered beastfolk nobility grew louder. They were circling, like predators sizing up a wounded prey, waiting to see if he would collapse under the weight of their scrutiny. Sovereignty is earned, but it must also be maintained, a broad-shouldered tiger beastfolk noble declared, his voice sharp with skepticism. His amber eyes narrowed on Marcus. The orcs may have won this right, but can they hold it? Victory in the arena is one thing. Defending a stronghold from real threats is another. Agreed, chimed in an older hyena matron, seated among the high-ranking merchants of Canindris. She had the look of someone who had thrived on cunning rather than combat. Her spotted fur was streaked with silver, her grin filled with too many teeth. You fought well, human, but a dungeon does not make a kingdom. The orcs have land, yes, but no infrastructure, no economy, no true governing system. You've won them isolation, not power. A few nobles nodded in agreement, while others murmured their doubts. Marcus could feel the tide turning against him. Their stronghold will collapse under its own weight before any enemy marches against it, sneered a leopard beastfolk, his tone dripping with condescension. Even if we acknowledge this claim, why should Canindris stake its reputation on an unstable force? The debate was escalating, shifting from skepticism to veiled dismissal. Marcus inhaled slowly, keeping his posture relaxed. Inside his mind, Stem's voice hummed, calculating, refining, feeding him responses like an advanced strategist. Your first task is not to prove them wrong outright. It is to control the conversation. Do not let them dictate the terms of the debate. Marcus exhaled, rolling his shoulders slightly. Then he spoke, not loudly but precisely. You're all making an assumption, he said, his tone even, measured. That the orcs must succeed in the same way as your own kingdoms. That the only valid way to govern is the one that already exists. A few heads tilted, intrigued by the shift in angle. Marcus pressed on, channeling the cool confidence of a seasoned diplomat, even as his ribs still ached from the battle earlier. You say they have no economy, but they control a dungeon unlike any other in the region. You say they have no structure, but they've already begun fortifying their defenses before anyone even acknowledged them as a nation. You claim they have no allies, but they've just proven they can produce warriors capable of standing in your most honored arena. He placed his palm firmly on the map. Tell me, what is it that truly makes a kingdom? A title, a bloodline, or is it power? Silence. The nobles exchanged glances. Some frowned, others leaned in just slightly, reconsidering. Maintain pressure, Stem prompted. Marcus gave them no room to counter yet. You speak of legitimacy, Marcus continued, but history is built on those who took what was not given. The Beastfolk Kingdom was not granted dominion by an old treaty. It was forged in battle and solidified through trade. Xenor was not always a city-state of power. It clawed its way into existence through politics, backroom deals, and war. His voice did not waver, and his gaze did not shift. Now the orcs have done the same, and you tell me they have no right? The hyena matron let out a low chuckle. Ha! Bold words. But she was no longer dismissing him outright. Marcus pressed further, shifting from defense to offense. Trade is the lifeblood of every power in this room. You say the orcs have no economy. Then let's fix that. They have something no one else does. Control of the Rebirth Dungeon. We regulate it. We allow guild-sponsored adventurers to enter under orc authority. We ensure a steady flow of resources, dungeon cores, rare metals, enchanted artifacts. The Tiger Noble's brow furrowed. And who governs this trade? A council, Marcus answered smoothly. One with representatives from the Orcs, Canindris, and Xenor's merchant guilds. That sent a ripple of murmurs through the room. The leopard noble crossed his arms, clearly irritated. And if Xenor refuses? They control the southern trade routes. Marcus smirked. Then we create our own. That got their attention. The Orcs' stronghold sits at the perfect junction between eastern and northern beastfolk lands, Marcus said, tapping the map. We establish a new trade corridor through Canindris, bypassing Xenor entirely. We build supply routes through beastfolk territory, ensuring that any merchant who wants access to the dungeon goes through your city first. The hyena matron's ears perked up. Marcus saw the shift. Opportunism. She was calculating, running numbers in her head. She seized the potential profits, Stem noted. The Tiger Noble stroked his chin. A direct trade link to a renewable dungeon. The guild would fight it, but if Canindris backed it... Marcus saw the doubt cracking. He went for the killing blow. Support the orcs now, Marcus said, and Canindris doesn't just gain an ally. It gains control over a new economic lifeline, a trade route untouched by human politics, a dungeon managed by warriors, not by greedy merchants. He folded his arms. The alternative. Leave the orcs to fend for themselves, let Xenor strike first, and when they inevitably seize the dungeon, guess who they'll charge for access? The hall fell into deep silence. Marcus could see it in their faces, the slow realization that he was right. Canindris didn't have to care about the orcs, but they would care about power, about trade, about staying ahead of Xenor. King Hrothgor sat back, his golden eyes filled with amusement. He let the silence stretch before speaking. You argue like a beast of the court, not just the arena. Marcus shrugged, his smirk unwavering. Why not both? The hyena matron grinned, clearly entertained. The Tiger Noble gave a reluctant nod. The leopard scowled, but offered no further rebuttal. The political tide had shifted. Yet in the midst of this victory, Marcus felt Vulgaris's gaze. The Thane had been silent during the debate, but his expression was carefully neutral. Too neutral. Then, as the conversation pivoted toward signing agreements, the throne room doors burst open. A courier, bloodied and exhausted, stumbled forward. Forgive me, my king, the courier gasped, but this letter, intercepted from Xenor's inner circle. Hrothgor broke the seal, his expression darkening. Then, he handed it to Marcus. Marcus read aloud. The orcs grow bold. It is time to remind them who truly rules these lands. Prepare the warbands. March before week's end. Burn their stronghold to the ground. Silence. Boruk's jaw tightened. Vera's eyes flashed with fire. Marcus slowly folded the letter. Then he met Vulgaris's gaze. The Thane remained calm, but there was satisfaction in his eyes. Marcus exhaled. Looks like we're not done yet. I look forward to seeing you on the battlefield, Thane Vulgaris.